Dear NRCs, good morning all of you. Please test your audios. NRC Kadapa, please respond. NRC Kadapa.
Good morning, sir. Responding, sir.
Good morning, sir. NRC Chittur, PVK in Chittur, please respond.
Yes, sir. Presence.
PVK in Chittur.
Presence.
Sir, audio is not audible, sir. Please check your audio.
Hello. Sir, good morning, sir. NRC. Presence.
Sir, clear లేదు ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి.
Hello. Sir, presence. We are ready to conduct the exam.
Sir, your audio is not clear, sir. Please check your audio. PVK in Chittur. Women Vishaka, please respond. Women Vishaka.
Morning, sir.
Morning, madam.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Thanks.
VS Krishna, please respond. Dr. VS Krishna, Vishakhapatnam.
Sir, present, sir.
Okay, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
NRC Guntur, please respond.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. NRC Nellore.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, morning, sir. NRC Kakinada. Sir, NRC Kakinada.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Sir, morning, sir. NRC Nandia.
Good morning, sir. Nindal responding.
Good morning, sir. NRC Rajamandri, please respond. NRC Rajamandri. Sir, not audible, sir. NRC Rajamandri. Audio is not audible, sir. NRC Srikalahasti, please respond. NRC Srikalahasti. NRC Srikalahasti. NRC Tanuku. NRC
Tanuku responding, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. NRC Guntakal, please respond. NRC Guntakal, please respond. NRC Guntakal, Srikalahasti, Rajamandri. Sir, NRC Rajamandri. Sir, not audible, sir. No, sir. There is no audio. Sir, audio is not coming, sir. Please check your audio. NRC Srikakulam. NRC Srikakulam.
Good morning, sir. We are there.
Good morning, ma'am.
Rambabu sir, ఒక స్మాల్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్.
Madam, చెప్పండి, madam.
NRC program coordinators. Just now I shared Google form regarding assessment. It will be.
Madam, good morning. వినిపిస్తుందా మేడం? హలో
ఎవరండి?
Hello.
ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తినా? ఓకే సార్, ఓకే ఫైన్.
మన కాలేజీ తెప్పితే అన్ని కాలేజీలు ఎత్తుకుంటున్నారు
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి.
మనం కూడా కనిపిస్తున్నాం సార్. హలో
శ్రీకాళహస్తి మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి సార్. ఓకే. సో పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అందరూ మీకు అసెస్మెంట్ ఫామ్ వచ్చేసే ఉంటుంది. ఈ పార్ట్ కి చెక్ చేసుకోండి. అసెస్మెంట్ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. By 9:55 form will be disabled. Is it clear for every participant? I think so. Program coordinators, master trainers చూడాలండి అసెస్మెంట్ సెషన్ అనేది.
అక్కడే
Once again, I request program coordinators to share Google form regarding assessment to the participants. రాంబాబు సార్ ఇంకా ఎన్ఆర్సీ లో కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలా?
అవ్వాలి మేడం.
వీడియోస్ అందరూ ఆన్ చేశారు కదా?
ఇంకా త్రీ ఎన్ఆర్సీస్ కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలి.
గుంతకల్లు ఎన్ఆర్సీ ఆల్సో షుడ్ ఆన్ వీడియో అండి. ఈ రోజు మీకు నాక్ అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి
గుంతకల్లు ఆన్ చేసే ఉంది మేడం, ఆన్ చేసే ఉంది. బట్ ఆడియో ఇస్ ప్రాబ్లం.
డిస్కషన్స్ అనేవి జరగకూడదండి. ఎన్ఆర్సీస్ లో డిస్కషన్స్ ఉండకూడదు. వి నో దట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అసెస్మెంట్ కదా. ప్లీజ్
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ పీలేరు, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సీ పీలేరు, ఎన్ఆర్సీ పీలేరు, ప్లీజ్ సార్, ప్లీజ్ కంటిన్యూ యువర్ ఆడియో. Sir, your audio is not clear, sir. Once more, please. Sir, good morning, sir. లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది సార్, ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి మీ ఆడియో. ఓకే సార్, ఓకే. ఎన్ఆర్సీ అనంతపూర్, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సీ అనంతపూర్.
Anantapur responding, sir.
ఓకే సార్, మార్నింగ్ సార్. సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ రాజమండ్రి.
సార్ రెస్పాండ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్
సార్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
ప్రోగ్రామ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్స్ ప్లీజ్ చెక్. కొంతమంది డిస్కషన్ లో ఉన్నారు, చూడండి కనపడుతున్నారు ఇక్కడ క్లియర్ గా. ఇది ఇండివిజువల్ అసెస్మెంట్, నాట్ గ్రూప్ అసెస్మెంట్. As per instructions, whoever clears the assessment form, they will only get certificate. Master trainers also should see whether any discussion is going on or not, please. గుంతకల్లో మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్స్ లేరండి? ప్రోగ్రామ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్స్? గుంతకల్.
Guntakal, please respond. Guntakal.
వాళ్ళకి ఆడియో
ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది మేడం, వాళ్ళకి రోజు ఆడియో ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళకి.
వాళ్ళు చాలా డిస్కషన్స్ లో ఉన్నారు, డీప్ డిస్కషన్స్ లో. నేను కాల్ చేస్తాను.
ఓకే. NRC Tadipalgudem, please respond. NRC Tadipalgudem. NRC Tadipalgudem, please respond. Madam, am I audible? Tadipalgudem.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Madam, you should join.
Sir, audible, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. You should edit your name, ma'am. Tadipalgudem web an undi. You should change your name as NRC Tadipalgudem.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Sir, Guntakal. Sir, Guntakal, am I audible, sir? Guntakal. NRC Guntakal. NRC Guntakal. Sir, NRC Guntakal వినిపిస్తుందా సార్? NRC Guntakal. సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకాల్ అక్కడ గ్రూప్ డిస్కషన్ జరుగుతుంది. సార్ ఇండివిజువల్ గా ఫిల్ చేయాలి అది. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకాల్ ఒకే చోట 4-5 కూర్చుని చేస్తున్నారండి. ఏమంటే మాకు కనిపిస్తుంది క్లియర్ గా ఇక్కడ. NRC గుంతకల్.
లాస్ట్ 10 minutes అండి. If you are submitting daily feedback, it will be more easy for you. This Google form. If you are not submitting daily feedback, it will be difficult.
Good morning, sir. NRC Parvatipuram responding, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My voice is audible to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible and clear, sir.
Thank you.
SRR college, please respond. Please check your audio. SRR college. NRC Vijayawada. Okay, sir. NRC Vijayawada, please respond.
Respond, sir.
Okay.
Responding, sir.
Yeah, morning. Okay.
Responding.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Last 5 minutes to close the assessment form. It will be disabled.
డిస్కషన్స్ చేస్తూ ఫిల్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి ఫామ్ కాదు, అది ఇండివిజువల్ గా ఫిల్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి ఫామ్. మీరు క్లాసులో స్టూడెంట్స్ కి ఇదే టెస్ట్ ఇస్తే స్టూడెంట్స్ డిస్కషన్ చేస్తే మీరు ఒప్పుకుంటారా చెప్పండి? అండ్ ప్రతి వీడియో మాకు క్లియర్ గా కనిపిస్తుంది, ఎవరెవరు డిస్కషన్ చేస్తున్నారో ప్రతి వాళ్ళ ఫేస్ క్లియర్ గా కనిపిస్తుంది మాకు.
I think recording also going on, Rambabu sir.
ఎస్ మేడం.
రికార్డింగ్ కూడా జరుగుతుంది కదా?
ఎస్ మేడం. ఎస్.
We welcome Muralidhar Koteshwar sir. Our last day of TOT. Sir, Murali sir.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm just starting the video. Namaste. Thank you so much.
Sir,
We have 5 more minutes, so I didn't unmute and I didn't start the video. Maybe when
Okay, sir. Assessment is going on, sir. Sharply we will start by 10 o'clock.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Namaste.
More participant has to submit the form.
Good morning, everyone. So, is everybody here? Shall we begin?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. One more time, you wanted to introduce, sir?
Necessary, Diksha, it's okay. They all know me.
So Murli sir is well known to all. He is very familiar across the state.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
that is right. I just wanted to initiate it and I wanted to welcome sir back to the session again.
So much, Diksha. Thank you so much.
On to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are very practicing the breathing techniques that you've learned and you're all energetic and enthusiastic. Can I get a thumbs up from everyone? Am I audible to everyone? Yes? Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Let me take one by one. Visakhapatnam GDC, Women's College Visakhapatnam. Can I have a thumbs up? Wonderful. NRC Kadapa, can I have a thumbs up? Excellent. PVK in Chittoor, thumbs up from Chittoor. No, you don't have to talk, you just show a thumbs up. You don't have to unmute, just show a thumbs up. All right, Visakhapatnam, VSK GDC Visakhapatnam, excellent. GDC Pilar, excellent. GDC Guntur, wonderful. Nellore, wonderful. Anantapur, wonderful. I don't understand. Is KKD Kakinada? Wonderful. Nandyal, thumbs up. If you're regularly doing your practices, if you're listening in. Nandyal, can I have a thumbs up from Nandyal? I don't see too many thumbs up. Okay, good. Rajamundry, wonderful. Vijayawada, Vijayawada, wonderful. Srikalahasti, wonderful. Tanuku, perfect, perfect, very nice. Parvatipuram, Parvatipuram, NRC. Am I audible? I don't see a thumbs up. Parvatipuram. Somebody needs to help me. Okay, good, good. Thumbs up. Wonderful. Guntkal. You're all there, Guntkal? Perfect. Srikakulam. Srikakulam. Excellent. And Tadepalligudam. Wonderful. So, we are also fortunate because we have an opportunity to make a big change in the way we're going to get our students inspired, to get our students ready for jobs, ready for entrepreneurship, You have a great opportunity now. All right, it's not so easy that, a lot of times government is considered not an important part, and a lot of people go to private institutions. But I can tell you that the finest education system in the world is in Finland, and it's all government. There's not a single private institution in Finland, and it is considered the finest education system in the world, whether it's higher education, schooling, anything, right? I myself studied in a government institution. IIT is government, right? So we can make a change. That's what we learned day before yesterday. We can make a change. We can change the perspective of students. We can change the way the students learn. We can make a very big difference. All right. So what is important is that we have to take the responsibility and take responsibility for our own health and happiness, and be open to learning. I used to be at CDAC, also a central government organization. All right. L&T, Larsen and Toubro, Mysore, wanted to use one of our data acquisition cards. We had built a very good hardware data acquisition card. They wanted it for factory automation. They were doing some factory automation, and they found that, the data that comes in from the various machines, and to make them work better and analyze it, our data acquisition were very good from CDAC. Okay. Now, so I got a call in the morning around 9 o'clock saying that hello. All right. Yeah. So can the CC of, yeah, thank you. So these data acquisition cards, they were required by L&T, a private company. So I get a call around 10 in the morning saying, we heard that you have these data acquisition cards. Can we get it? I said, yes, of course you can. I said, do you have a fax number? We didn't have mobile those days. We didn't have internet very much, but fax was there. If you have a fax number, I'll send you the details, I said. So they gave me a fax number, and in 5 minutes, I faxed all the details of their data acquisition card. And once they got the card, they said, wow, this is exactly what we want. How much is it? It was 2.5 lakhs each. They wanted 2 cards. So I said, 5 lakh rupees, I'll send you a quote. So I made a quote on the computer, took a printout, and sent it by fax to them. They said, when can we get it? I said, you can come in the afternoon, I'll give it to you. They were shocked, but I said, how? I said, you bring a 5 lakh check. So they immediately pushed their department, finance here, there, and by about 2 o'clock, they were able to get that 5 lakh check. They scanned that check or faxed that copy of the check to our finance and purchase department, the stores department. The stores got those data acquisition cards out. They got it ready, packed. These people came by 4:30. I gave them a demonstration. I told them how to use the libraries, how to use the software, hardware, everything. And at 5:30, after a cup of tea, we had given them the data acquisition cards. And the person from L&T said, I'm forever going to change my view of government. He said, I never expected a government organization. I asked them about a product in the morning at 10 o'clock, and by 5, I have the product in my hands. Right? So I think it's all about people. And each one of you has the capability, has the knowledge, has the training now, and has the tips and techniques to make a change. And don't think that one person cannot make a change. Each one of you has that capability. There's a guy called Gading from Northeast. Okay, from the time he was just a teenager, he started planting a tree because he felt that the trees are very essential for the environment. He was a Padma Shri Award winner last year. 1,400 acres of government land. He planted tree on an everyday basis. And today, it's a huge forest. There are rhinoceros, elephants, tigers, deers living in that forest created by one person. Right? So don't ever think that one person cannot make a difference. Each one of you has that power. So where is it important? What should we do is we should understand and recognize our own strengths, become more energetic ourselves, and then we can make a difference. Okay. Now, change causes conflict. Even yourself also. Right? Suppose the change is you have to get up early morning. Right? But you're so used to watching something late at night and sleeping late at night. So how can you get up early morning? There's a conflict. Conflict is the nature of change, right? It happens. But if we learn to resolve these conflicts, Whatever change, you want to change the system, people inside will conflict. I'm sure each one of you has some problem or challenge or the other with any system that is introduced. Each one of us, we also. We're used to a certain thing. We don't want things to change. If it changes, oh, we're getting worried. Oh my God, there's a conflict. No. Conflict happens when a change, and in fact, conflict sometimes is necessary. And in fact, in our own bodies, there's conflict all the time. All the time, our body, there is conflict. The moment there is some bacterial invasion, the white blood cells come and start fighting the bacterial invasion. So there's a conflict. Can we be without conflict? Not possible at all. Just imagine if we didn't have any white blood corpuscles and we couldn't fight. I mean, we would be dead in minutes, right? So conflict happens, and conflict sometimes makes things better. Most times it's not okay, but understanding the nature of conflict and resolving conflict is very, very important. So there's some things that we will learn today based on a lot of industry practices and so on, but it applies in all organizations. All right. So let's look at the first one. So essentially, conflict happens when there are more than one person. Like I said, conflict happens within oneself, between me and my own thoughts, because I want to change. I want to start getting up early, but I have to give up my late night TV watching. Now there's a conflict, but I have to decide what is the advantages of getting up early? What are the advantages of watching TV shows? Can I watch the TV shows on the weekend instead of watching every day? Can I therefore get up early morning every day and do some exercises, do some writing, do some new lesson plans, learn something new? There's a conflict, but typically conflict that happens within oneself, you can somehow solve it. But when it happens with even one other person, if you don't use the fundamental principles, you can keep that conflict remaining for a long time. So in relationship management, right, difference of opinion is natural, but the relationship should be maintained. I mean, just imagine how many differences of opinion we have every day as husband and wife, as father and child, father and mother, mother and child. All these opinions constantly change, right? But then the relationship should be maintained. Same with your colleagues, same with your bosses, same with everyone, right? But the way you communicate, that's why there was one session on effective communication. The way you communicate, the way you take it from a perspective of wanting to make a positive change, what you bring to the table, what value you bring to the table can make a difference. Therefore, it is not that you should be quiet and not have any opinion at all. You should. You should have and should learn how to communicate those opinions and hope that some places, some of it will be okay. And you should be ready to change your own views if you're proven otherwise with data. Okay. See, imagine again and again, if you look at it, our emotions overpower the intellect. Right? So, but we must become more aware of our emotions. That's why the breathing techniques that you've learned is so important. Because the moment you're able to breathe rhythmically and regularly and increase the volume of lungs, volume of air that your lungs take in, you become more like a child. A child expresses emotions, but comes back to its natural state of happiness and energy very soon. We get angry, we remain angry for 1.5 days. A child gets angry, it's angry for about 3 minutes. Then it smiles again. If it were to get angry with every small thing, it will run away from the house. So many times the mother and father keep shouting at the child, rebuking the child, getting angry with the child. The child is naturally going to get angry and want to run away. No, the child comes back. It's only when it becomes a teenager, we have a lot of challenges. That's why we've introduced a lot of these parenting programs. So the awareness of your emotions, that means getting the power of the breath to control your emotions, is so critical in relationships management. And that's why the Commissioner of Collegiate Education has given you these valuable insights, skills, and techniques. It's very difficult when you get angry not to burst. But if you're regularly practicing the breathing techniques, even if you get angry, you will be aware of your emotions, right? And you will manage the interaction successfully. And then being aware of the emotions of others is very important in conflict resolution. A child is getting very angry, shouting. Now the Vedic knowledge is there, the knowledge that has come from our ancient texts for a long time. The teacher and a parent must swallow the anger of a child. So you cannot get angry yourself. Doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. But if you know the emotions of others and you know that this person is very angry, and if I also get very angry, things are not going to solve. We're both going to have a heart attack sometime or the other. So let me compose myself. And then use the breathing technique, use the power of the breath, take some deep breaths, smile at that person. And if it's your own child, you can hug the child. You will see that the conflict gets immediately resolved, right? So therefore, using the power of the breath and becoming aware of your emotions and the emotions of others is very, very useful to manage the interactions successfully, because conflict, is also always an interaction. Okay, so you have to have this clear communication to effectively handle conflict. Okay, again, I'm telling you, you're all so fortunate. Conflict resolution sometimes becomes very theoretical, but you have really practical knowledge and practical skills that helps you manage conflicts better. Okay, and then also today, if we get time, anyway, it's there in the deck, we'll understand that there are some difficult types of people where you'll find it difficult to handle them because you're interacting with them. But if you learn what are these difficult types of people, and perhaps some of you will recognize that you yourself could be one such difficult person, but definitely each one of you will recognize, and all the types of people we're going to talk about today, you will find that they are there in your organization, because that is how the world works. The world is filled with all types of people, and the more wiser we become, the more we become capable of handling other people, other relationships, other emotions, and so on. Okay, so we'll do this over the next few minutes, I would say maybe 1.5 hours, right? So 1 hour and 10 minutes from now. Okay, now, so what happens? You look at this picture that you see on the screen. Okay, you have a goal. Each one of us, we saw that. It's very important for us to have a personal goal, and also very important to have an institution goal. So when you have a goal, right, and you have a relationship, and your goal is very high, right, you are competing there, because your relation, whoever your person is with, that person is your goal is the important particular goal that you have. For example, you want to get into a very top college, and you have to get good marks. Now you're competing with somebody who is getting into the same college. So your relation should be more of, where the goal is high and the relationship is low, then you're competing. You're not bothered about keeping good relations with them, which is okay. But how does it matter to you if you're planning to get into a promotion and there are many people competing for that promotion, but you don't know that person? There is not very important to have that relationship. You're competing, fine, right? But the relationship is low, but the goal is also low. Best is to avoid. Okay, the relationship is high and the goal is low. You accommodate. You can compromise on your goal. It's okay. You accommodate. No problem. Your relationship importance is high, the goal is also high, then you collaborate. Typically, a collaboration is colleagues and family. Okay, that's why it's important. So you can see that in all our day-to-day activities, you will come across these 4 situations. Situations where you have to interact with people depending upon the importance of the goal and the importance of the relationship. Very close relationship, you're meeting them every day, better go to collaboration. If you try to do competing, you will get into trouble. If you can't avoid, you will actually get into trouble. If you accommodate, then the one who is much more loud will become the loser, right? So recognize each of these locations, each of these situations where you are, and then accordingly, we can take a decision on conflict resolution, whether we avoid, accommodate, compete, or collaborate. Okay, so this is something that you can keep in mind. Anyway, I can, later on when we're doing the practices, we can see how we can use these templates to understand this concept much better. Okay, so let's see what are the important skills that we need to have to resolve conflict. Okay, so let's look at the first one. The first one is communication. You learned that yesterday. Okay, that means you keep your emotions under your control. You smile, but you're still convincing in your argument. You look at everyone in the eye. You keep a smile. You listen to everyone carefully. Communication is all of this. And as professors, as teachers, 99% of you always have this. You have this, probably some in one language, some in another language, some in all languages, but you have this, right? And of course, a little more about etiquette of body language. All of this, it's important to have communication to resolve conflict, because they should know that you are there to help. You are there to add value. The second one, capability to discuss, not just sharing your opinion, right? But also listening to opinion to those who don't agree with you. So you should be open to discussing. That means an open mind. Okay? We learned about this in the Art of Living program. What did we say? Everyone is entitled to be their opinion. You don't be a football of others' opinion. You just like they can change their opinion, you can change their opinion. So people will keep changing opinion. So just be open to discussing matters. Okay? So that's another second important skill. The third skill is positivity. The moment you start blaming, see, people make mistakes. Don't see intention behind people's mistakes. We read that. We learned that in the Art of Living program. So the ability to avoid using the blame game and realize that everyone makes mistakes so that you avoid creating more conflict. So more you bring positivity, okay, there is a problem. Let's see how we can solve it. You started on a positive note. You started the problem. Who started this first? Well, that's a blame game. You're never going to solve the problem if there is a blame game. Right? So positivity. And like I said, you look at children, they're much more positive. Right? We doubt the positive as adults. Children doubt the negative. So that's why getting into this energy mode, energy enthusiasm mode with breathing techniques really helps you become much more positive. The fourth one, listening. Many times this is a big challenge. The ability to actively listen to the other person without jumping to conclusions or making assumptions. Why is he saying this? Why is he saying this? That means you're constantly making judgments, right? Already before the person completes his or her talk, you have already jumped to conclusions. Then you're not listening. Okay, listening should be in such a way that you're open to changing your mind if the person provides sufficient data. If you're not open to changing your mind, that means you're not listening. You're only listening to validate what you already have as what you feel is the truth. Right? So therefore, you're already jumping to conclusion. So you have to listen well if you want to resolve conflicts. Okay? And impartiality. Right? Suppose you're asked to mediate, like you see in the icon on the right top corner, there's one person in red, one person in blue, and the person in gray. And if that person is you, okay, then you must be impartial. So you should have the ability to separate the conflict from the person to get to a solution. He always does this, she always does this, means already you are connecting something to a person. Use of words, that's communication, is so important to make sure that you are looked forward to resolve the conflict. Patience, the ability to be patient and not to be provoked in unnecessary conflict. See, so many people lose their lives when they lose their patience. Very, very sad. Small accident happens. You get out, somebody makes noise and shouts and blasts you, makes racist slurs, makes some slurs, makes some objections, all that, then you should remain calm and say, apologize and say, okay, let's see who's at fault, what can we do, how can we solve this? So you're not provoked. See, the word is provoked. You're not provoked in unnecessary conflict. So you keep your emotions under control, you will not get provoked. Okay, so patience is another quality. Facilitation. Now, this is so important. Another word for this is mediation. Right? That means the ability to bring opposing groups together to find a solution. And you can do this when you start showing them that each one of us are human beings first. The moment we attach something else first, we get into conflict. If you're very clear about the priority, we are human beings first. Next comes gender. But gender also, before gender is human beings. Next comes gender. Right? Next comes probably nationality. Next comes probably religion. Next comes whatever. Right? So if you keep the first thing that we're all human beings first, then it's very easy for you to get opposing groups together because you're solving it from a human perspective. Okay, from Art of Living has done this very successfully in many countries, many countries. We've got many awards for doing this. There was one country, Ghana, where two big villages constantly for 40, 50 years have been fighting. They're from two different religions. So we were able to go and then get them to regularly practice the breathing technique separately. And when they became calmer and quieter, we brought them together and we resolved the conflict. Right? The teachers, Dipali Patel, who arranged this, got the order of the highest civilian award from the government of Ghana for doing this. So therefore, you have this capability as a teacher. People look up to you in society. People look up to you in your own organizations. So facilitation means the capability to bring opposing groups together to find a solution. That's a very useful thing in conflict resolution. Okay. And then mediation is connected to that. The ability to mediate and facilitate the process of finding a solution. Here, you must be totally impartial. So all of them are connected. Even though they are all separate words in English, they're all connected. You have a presence, you're showing to be impartial, you're smiling, you have the patience, you're very positive, you listen carefully, you communicate clearly, then you can resolve conflicts much more easily. And how can you do this naturally? Practice the kriya, practice the wisdom, read some knowledge. When you're doing this, you automatically become a very positive person and everybody looks forward to be in your presence and they look forward to your help. Okay? So these are the first part. Assertiveness is the ability to stick to your opinion, stand up for your rights or those of others. The big difference between assertiveness and aggressiveness. Aggressive is not listening to the others. Assertive is saying, I heard what you're saying, but why don't you also listen to what I am saying? That is being assertive. Right? I heard what you're saying. Let me sum up what you said. You said 1, 2, 3. Now here's what I am saying. I'm saying 1, 2, 3. Where is the commonness in it? Why is what you're saying a little difficult to do compared to what I'm saying may be easier to do? So you're sticking to your opinion, standing up, and you can be assertive. But remember, when data proves that your data is wrong, then you must be willing to say that I was wrong. You're right, I was wrong. So that part is also very, very important. The second section is emotional intelligence. Again, it's connected to everything that we spoke about. Controlling your emotions from avoid getting them, to avoid them from overpowering your intellect. I said every time emotions overpower the intellect. In fact, Google analyzed and found out amongst all the teams, they have thousands of teams. There are more than 2 lakh employees worldwide now, Google, one of the largest companies. And all of us use Google for searching, for email, for Google Meet, for so many things, right? And they have their Android phone. It's all part of Google. So there they found that, when the people had a culture where they naturally listened and communicated, resolved conflicts, those teams succeeded. So that's why he wrote that statement, the CEO who wrote this book, How Google Works. He wrote this statement, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So that means the culture of being in control of your emotions and using them positively help them succeed. So very, very important in conflict resolution. And we have such a great skill that we've given you, a great tip. You just have to constantly breathe regularly in a very rhythmic pattern, the Sudarshan Kriya that you practice. Automatically, your emotions are under your control. Okay? Emotional intelligence. Empathy, the ability to put yourself in other person's place to experience what the other person is feeling. There's a lot of research done today that we're all connected, right? All are connected. We are only unnecessarily making differences based on looks, color, race, gender, language, religion, so many things. We're unnecessarily making these differences. Art of Living has realized that we have to get people together. And therefore, over the last 40 years, Sri has ensured that we are there in 180 countries today. Out of 200 countries, we're there in 180 countries today. And our people are actively working. Ukraine war, Art of Living did a very big job in getting all our students back to India, right? And it was even acknowledged yesterday by the External Affairs Minister in a press conference. So the moment you are able to realize that everyone else is like you, it doesn't matter which part of the world they come from, then you are in a much better position to resolve conflicts. Empathy. And then open communication. So that means you are ensuring that people value what you're saying because you're very honest. The moment you're honest, the moment you don't take sides, the moment you're impartial, people are open to you. They'll start opening out to you. Okay? And then avoiding criticism, because it's so easy to criticize. And you find enough and more opportunities to criticize. But if you can present your argument without criticizing the person opposing you, right, then you will find that it's easier to resolve a conflict. It's not easy to do it, but let me tell you, keep practicing. No, make sure, see, the person is born a particular way. The person has a particular clothing style. The person has a particular way of speaking, right? Don't ever criticize anything connected to a human being, because that's how he or she is born and is used to and is a culture. So anything else, you can present your argument, right? I don't agree with this point of yours. Fine. Not saying I don't agree with the way you look. Can't do anything about it. In fact, that person, you are the one who looks at him. He doesn't look at himself at all. Hardly looks at himself or herself in the mirror. So avoid criticism, and that's one of the skill to resolve conflict. Responsibility. So sometimes when you take action, something fails. So then saying, I take responsibility. And then it can be taking responsibility. In fact, the moment you take more responsibility, you get more power. We learned about this in the program. Right? The more responsibility you take, the more power you get. So the more you take responsibility, people will come forward to your. In fact, very interestingly, from hundreds of years, even before the country got independence, in a place called Dharmasthala. Some of you must have visited it. Why is it called Dharmasthala? Even today, stay and food is free in that place. You don't have to pay anything. Tirupati, I think, is there, but I don't know whether it was always a Dharmasthala. But Dharmasthala has always been a Dharmasthala. You get everything free for 3 days. Right? You can go visit the temple, you can stay there, you can have breakfast, lunch, and dinner free. Everything is free for 3 days. Right? So that Dharmasthala, the Dharmadikari, Virendra Hegde, he actually takes the responsibility of resolving conflicts. So in that region, many families don't even go to the court. They come to him and he sits there, listens to both of them and gives a judgment, and they agree to it. Okay? Many panchayats used to do that before. Right? Even now, some panchayats do it, and only if it doesn't get resolved in panchayat, it goes to the courts. So taking responsibility, when people know that you're capable of helping them, they come forward to you very readily. Right? And then, of course, this is the more critical thing. And this is, again, some of this from the Western perspective, but it is true. If you're able to manage your stress properly, then you won't get too much into conflict in the first place. Right? So therefore, identifying and analyzing the root cause of stress, what is causing stress for you? Stress is not natural. In fact, even in physics, the definition of stress is movement away from naturalness. Right? The rubber band is stressed. That's what you say. And there's a physics formula for stress. It's not natural. So therefore, ability to come back to your natural self, ability to manage your stress will help you resolve conflicts faster. Okay. In the last set, okay, non-verbal communication. That means, making sure that when people look at you, okay, they feel at ease. You're not taking your gaze away. You're not avoiding them. You're not making fun of them. Non-verbal communication. This also becomes very, very important, because you can get into conclusions. The moment you see people around, you can keep jumping to conclusions. But if you're able to keep all that conclusions to yourself and say, okay, I'm open. Maybe I'm seeing something not okay. Keeping control of your emotions. Automatically your presence improves, that it becomes non-verbal communication. And then humor. Make sure you can, at the right time, use humor so that you can diffuse a situation, and that may help make it easier to find a solution. Right? And then there are some methods of problem solving, and that's what we're going to learn today. Right? How do we solve a problem? A conflict is also a problem. So there are some methods to solve. So we will learn this method, and we'll see how we can apply it amongst ourselves. And then once we come back on that, we learn about difficulty. Probably we'll do that, depending upon the time. We'll see when we have to do. The ability to solve problems efficiently. Okay? And then perception, the ability to be perceptive in a conflict to find a solution. What does perception means? Going to the root cause, mool karan. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why did this happen? This is one of the problem solving techniques. Why? And the 5 whys it's called. So that will help you get to the root cause of a problem so you can solve it forever. If you solve it for some time and then again it comes back, it's not going to work. Always got to go to the root cause of the problem and see what you can do to solve it forever. Right? And then finally, decision making. Right? Because sometimes you have to take a decision whether to pursue the conflict or not. People get into these issues all the way. When Ukraine war is going on for more than a year and 4 months now. How did that happen? There's been looks like instead of trying to stop the conflict, there are many interested countries and organizations that are pushing towards, towards usage of more weapons in the war. All right. So the ability to make decisions to whether to pursue the conflict or not sometimes is not in your power, but you should do your best. You should do your best to push for resolution of the conflict. So there's a 7-step model, okay, in problem resolution. Let's get into a little more detail of what is this 7 steps. And then we'll take one of the issues that we are facing, and in our own groups we will solve it and we'll come back and present one from each location. First is state the problem. The moment you don't state the problem, you don't even know what problem you're solving. What is the problem and what do you think if we do will solve the problem? That means what is the outcome objective? Analyze the problem. Use facts, list symptoms, not assumptions. Consult others. Determine possible causes. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? 5 Ws. Why did this happen? Why did that happen? So when you keep saying 5 times whys, it's more likely that you'll get to the root cause of the problem. And the third, brainstorm and evaluate, generate alternate solutions. What could be the way that we can solve this problem? Talk to other people. That means when you're in a group, you'll find it's much more easier to solve the problem. So the first is state the problem, because if you don't put it down in writing and state the problem, you won't even be able to start, because everybody in that group, in that team has to agree that that is the problem. Analyze the problem and generate alternative solutions. There's never a single solution. It could be many solutions. Okay. Fourth, evaluate alternate solutions. Okay. Evaluate alternate solutions and then consider outcome, objection desired, and so on. And then when you're evaluating the alternate solutions, sometimes the solutions may involve some time, cost, resources, and so on. Make sure to evaluate the solutions, you establish the criteria. Many times you'll have to establish the criteria to evaluate the solutions. And then it could be consensus, you select the best solution and then plan the implementation. Who should do what next, when, how should we monitor it, and so on. And the last one is implement. Is it working? Is the problem solved? Did we solve the right problem? Is there another problem that has been caused? And go back to it. So this has been acknowledged worldwide as a 7-step model for solving problems. And conflict is please remember that. So I'm going to put this up here. And then what we'll do, I think we have a lot of master trainers in the room. All right. So can we, maybe you can take a photograph of this if you want. And then in each place, whatever groups are already in place in each team, it's 10:35 now, till about 11, okay? Or maybe a little less than that, till about 11, yeah, sharp 11 or even before that, maybe 20 minutes, so 10:55. We can start presenting at least one from each team, one team from each location can talk about which problem you selected and what did you do, analyze the problem, and what is the recommendation you gave. And this problem could be something that is in conflict in your location. It could be connected to the city, it could be connected to the institution, it could be connected to some student challenges you're having, anything. Right? But then see if you can use this 7-step method, address the problem to resolve the conflict. So we have, master trainers in each location. If you can create whatever suitable teams, don't make teams of 10, 15, 20 and all that. It just could be just teams of 5 so that they can discuss very fast. And any one team from each location can share their experience from 10:55 onwards. Okay. And then we'll try and close by 11:15 so that I will tell you about the different types of difficult people and how to handle them. That's a useful practice for, knowledge for you to have. So shall we start now? Each location, do this 7-step process, right? How you will take a problem, use this 7-step process, and what you will do to ensure that there is some resolution to that conflict that you have identified. You can even, it could be a very localized conflict or a localized problem. It could, you can even take a thing like, I'm not able to get students to class. So that's the problem. So then you start getting into it. What has happened? Why they're not coming to class? What is the root cause? What can we do? You can use this 7-step method. So, let's start, and we'll have the first team. And you can start the moment you're ready. You can put your thumbs up. I will call the teams in that order, like we did the last time. Okay. Ensure that even if it's a team of 5 or 6, everybody participates. Everybody has some view and opinion. Everybody is listened to. These are all exercises in communication as well, in listening, in talking, in giving valuable ideas. In Parvatipuram, there's no fan, is it? Everyone is fanning themselves in Parvatipuram. No fan in the hall?
Sir, power cut, sir.
Power cut. Oh, I'm really sorry about it. I can see everyone is fanning themselves. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for being there even amidst all these troubles and power cuts.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I'm lucky to be in Bangalore. The temperature is just 28 here. It must be much higher there, right? Thank you, Nellore. I will keep you on as first. Just give us 5 more minutes.
Can I present, sir? Could
Yes.
I present, sir?
Yes, Professor, just 5 more minutes. 10:55 we'll start. But thank you so much. You'll be the first. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. Anyone who's next? We'll start exactly at 10:55. It's 10:50 now.
NRC Vijayawada, we are ready, sir.
Okay, you're second. Thank you so much, Vijayawada. Nellore is first, Vijayawada is second. Third is Srikalahasti. Thank you so much.
Morning, sir. NRC Visakhapatnam also ready, sir. Number 3.
Okay. Number 4. Kakinada I saw.
Thank you, sir.
So, Nellore, Vijayawada, Kalahasti, Visakhapatnam, and then Kakinada. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Nellore, you can start. NRC Nellore, please start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I responded. Sir, the problem is the students are not coming regularly to the college.
Okay.
Due to their partial employment.
Okay.
Sir, the second one, that is the solution. Sir, the causes for this problem is poverty and sharing the responsibility of their parents.
Right.
That is the causes for this problem, sir.
Right.
And solution, that is alternative solutions, sir. Conducting shift system.
Okay. Shift system. Good.
And blended learning, sir.
Very nice.
Sir. Next, the evaluation of this problem is
Alternatives.
solutions, alternative solutions, sir.
Right.
SIPSI system is better, sir, when compared to other things.
Okay.
So it's arts and commerce
Correct.
courses
Evening
should be
college. Many
conducted in.
people studied like that. Even my dad studied in evening college only. He was working and studying. Good idea. Yes.
Or starting a self learning.
Very nice.
Oh,
Self-learning.
Earning while learning.
Earning while
There
learning.
are various alternatives, sir, but SIPSI system is better one, sir.
Okay.
Oh, sir. And next, that is the best solution.
Okay.
So implementation is not in the hands of colleges. It is
government.
with the higher authorities, sir. Higher authorities.
Okay.
So that is the.
Got it.
Okay, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much from Nellore. Can we have Vijayawada now? NRC Vijayawada?
Sir, NRC
Vijayawada, you are second after you Kalahasti. Right now, Vijayawada.
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I am K.R. Manthula, lecturer in chemistry from Government Degree College, Mova.
Good morning.
The problem which we have identified is addressing gender disparity in higher education. We see that because of this improvement in gross enrollment ratio, but what happens is after the degree, most of the girl students especially, they discontinue their studies. So to improve their enrollment in the higher education and see them in higher positions in almost all the fields, I think this is the problem which we have identified. And what could be the, that is a problem, and analyze the problem is the reasons why the students are unable to pursue their higher education. It could be financial problems at home.
Okay.
It could be the parental pressure.
Okay.
And it could be wrong decision by the student, or and they falling in love with, and all those other issues. And so what we can do is, what are the alternative solutions is create an awareness among the students, counsel them, and try to tell them that about all the government implementation of the government various scholarships and all, merit scholarships if we pursue higher education, what are the benefits and how we can improve financial status and everything.
Very nice.
And counseling and mentoring will also do a lot of improvement. And fourth one is evaluate alternate solutions. As I said, free education. We also have this free education, lot of schemes provided by the government. Tell them regarding all these various welfare measures towards girl education. And at the college level, we can also have collaboration with the NGOs and other organizations promoting financial support, providing financial support to the students who are pursuing their higher education. This is on behalf of the higher educations at our level, which we can do. And we can also finally, we can call the parents, counsel them, to tell them to join the students in higher education. And what finally we feel is that women education will lead to the education of the entire family and to the country as a whole. That is what we have thought, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Thank you so much for sharing, Vijayawada. Can we have Sri Kalahasti now? Sri Kalahasti?
Yes, sir. This is from Sri Kalahasti NRC, sir.
Please go ahead, Professor.
Recently, in national education policy, students has to undergo internships for in second year, and that is fourth semester and sixth semester.
Right.
The problem is low registration for internships in rural areas. College students try to avoid internships. In particular, female students not register for undergoing internships, sir.
Right.
This is our problem. Analysis of problem is lack of awareness about internships. Girl students felt inconvenient during night shifts. parents rejected to send their children
Correct.
during night time, sir.
Right.
Next solution is create awareness among students and parents. Requested companies to accommodate girl students in day shifts only.
Very good.
Implementation of by faculty is talk with parents and convenience them.
Correct.
Convince them. As a result, most of the students successfully completed their internships.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you so much for this presentation, Sri Kalahasti. Can we have NRC Vishakhapatnam now? NRC Vishakha?
NRC Guntur.
Guntur will come next, I'll tell you. I've already kept you in the list. NRC Vishakhapatnam? NRC Vishakhapatnam?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, I have identified a problem that is stage fear among students, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead. Yes.
Most of the students, they have poor communication in English because they are from rural backgrounds, sir.
Right.
So, I'm giving the alternate solution, that is, I make them read textbooks every day in the classroom, newspapers, also to read every day in the classroom. I give some activities like student seminars, group discussions, etc. to inculcate communication in English so that they can overcome the fear and speak fluently on the stage, sir.
Very nice.
I have, after giving the solution, I will evaluate the performance of their activities, conducting some competitions like debates, elocutions, etc. Sir.
Right.
Next, fifth one, I will select the best solution by giving the students to, by giving the students to undergo student seminars, student lectures there.
Okay.
We can give lectures to other group students so that they can overcome fear, sir.
Right.
I will conduct group discussions. I will motivate students to participate in various co-curricular activities, sir.
Right.
So that they can overcome fear.
Right.
Regularly, we implement all these activities, and these activities will be monitored by various class teachers.
Okay.
So that they will improve their communication skills.
Yes.
Finally, we evaluate all these activities by conducting various competitions and giving prizes to encourage them, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Very beautiful plan, ma'am. Thank you so much from Visakhapatnam. Can we have Kakinada? NRC Kakinada?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm going in the order that you raise your hands, okay? I'm just made a note here.
Sir, NRC Vishakhapatnam, we have two colleges. Sir.
We come back to
Sir, we taken the problem that is lack of full attendance in classrooms.
Okay, please.
We are all facing this problem nowadays.
Okay.
So, coming to analysis, due to socio-economic constraints and transportation, and due to lack of awareness and benefits towards higher education, and
Right.
lack of an effective classroom also,
Right.
maybe the one of the reason.
Hmm.
Lack of attendance in the classrooms, and
Okay.
generate means what are the alternatives
Right.
means to address this problem. That is nothing but we are introducing internships. So already previously one group said that earning by learning. So this type of schemes.
Okay.
And what are the government schemes? What are the supporting schemes from the government? So to create awareness among the students that that may be the one of the awareness to create awareness towards students to fulfill the attendance. So alternative solutions here generally due to means providing online sessions, and not only that, blended learning. Here we are learning and we are introducing in our colleges.
Okay.
So not only but increasing self-learning abilities in the classrooms and to facilitate effective classroom. So what are the different techniques we have to use nowadays to attract students?
Okay.
Here, the best solution we have identified, that is self-employability. So what are the different streams they are having to
Right.
cope up with a good challenge or to take challenges and to facilitate employability in future after completion of the UG programs and all those things. And blended learning. So implementation means we should give credentials to the particular internships which they are going during curriculum.
Right.
That may be implementation.
Right.
And next one is how can we monitor that means how can we evaluate that problem is here generally by mentoring.
Yeah.
Mentorship. So we can evaluate that particular problem towards these by continuous observations. So that is the main evaluate technique.
Right.
So after completion of the internships. So to evaluate their skills, communication skills as well as practical skills.
Right.
These are our conclusions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kakinada. Very well done. Can we have Pilar now? Pillar.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is Superman.
You're not audible. Can you come closer to the mic?
Sir, is it audible?
Not very audible. Maybe you should come closer to the mic.
Hello, sir.
Now it's better. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Sir, I'm taking the issue of student.
Again, it's not clear.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
When you say I'm audible, it's audible, but when you start talking, it goes away.
Sir, okay. Sir, I'm taking the issue of student analytical skills.
Okay.
This is my issue. And so why students are lacking behind these skills? So when I try to analyze the problem with this issue, most of the students are from rural background and
right.
Their parents' illiteracy.
Right.
And parents are not able to monitor what they are, how they are aware of their career development and all.
Okay.
Due to lack of resources at school level, also they are not able to solve the problems.
Okay.
Problems in the sense they are partial and reasoning skills and skills and verbal skills.
Okay.
So from faculty side, I can suggest them I can provide sources available to taking their challenge and towards solving the issues, helping them to find websites.
Okay.
Taking online tutorials, various available books with the free of cost. These are my suggestions from my side.
Okay.
I can tell them to refer these materials.
Okay. Okay.
So how we can evaluate students means conduct are giving the assignments to do.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And also in the classroom, also I can learn from the taking different examples and discussing the solutions in the classroom itself.
Okay.
So how I can implement means taking some exams and evaluating their solutions and encouraging those who have got good marks and we can encourage them in the classroom itself.
Okay. Good idea.
Yes, this is from my side.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we have Guntur now? Guntur? Guntur? NRC Guntur? You should unmute yourself.
NRC Guntur.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Our problem is using English in the classrooms for communication, sir.
Okay.
In this we have what we have the analysis is the Though we have 4 problems, sir, mainly. Those are the Telugu background people,
right,
students, rural situation,
right,
non-English teaching in lack of guidance,
right,
non-motivated environment system problems, sir. These are the main problems, sir.
Okay.
So what have I am giving the solutions?
Hmm.
Positive approach in attending students, sir.
Okay.
Additional input to students.
Okay.
Those are the, I am the second thing.
Mm-hmm.
And third one is the creating conduct environment, sir. Those are the solutions.
Okay.
That is the not main solutions. I observed that one, sir. Best solution I am thinking.
Yes.
Planned approach in bringing around language development, sir.
Okay.
So these are the small things, sir.
Okay. Very nice. Thank you so much, Kuntur. But one thing you must remember, Telugu and English have more than 50% common roots.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so you should identify which are these words. I can help you. I have some work that I have done.
Okay.
I gave the links in the last class. I will send it again to Professor Anil and he will share it with all of you. There are a lot of English words and Telugu words which are common. So the moment you start teaching Telugu through English, they'll start seeing, wow, there is a lot of commonality and they'll learn much faster. See, I had many classmates in IIT who were from Andhra Pradesh who didn't know English at all. But by the time first year was over, just by learning, reading little bit of the dictionaries and listening to and talking to all of us, by the second year they were very fluent in English. Now all of them are masters in English, so great at English. So it's not difficult. You just have to remove the fear. That has been my experience. Just tell them it's all, so many words are common, right?
Lack of guidance also, sir. Lack of guidance.
I'm sure you can do it, right? But we'll give you as many tips and as many connections as
In
possible.
parental support, parental also they don't have a
Right.
that is the.
You should start educating the parents too. Start playing some nice videos for them on the smartphone. You can send those links and give it to the students to show their parents. It's going to happen. Just a few more years, a little patience, and I'm sure it's not that you should give up the mother tongue. That's the most important. But you should not be scared of English. You should be willing to adopt and speak in English very fluently, and everybody should do it so that we can take our rightful place in employment all over the world. Yeah, because of course, if you learn Japanese, you will definitely get jobs in Japan. There are lots of jobs in Japan. But if you do it in English, you get a lot more jobs even in India. Many companies in India itself look for you to have knowledge of English. So what the government is doing, what you're all doing is amazing. All the best, and I'm sure you'll all do well. Thank you so much from Guntur.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tanuku.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Go ahead.
From NRC Tanuku, we identified a problem, a common problem of government degree colleges, that is students' absenteeism.
Right.
When we analyze the problem, marginalize the background of the students, lack of motivation, that is achievement motivation among students, distance from the college to their homes, and lack of transport facility like private colleges. These are the factors which are mainly affecting the students' absenteeism government colleges. When we come to alternatives, awareness, lack of awareness in the parents. To sort out the awareness problem, we have to conduct awareness programs to the students and parents as well. Interesting importance of higher education. Reducing required, if there is any possibility, reducing the required attendance percentage. That's not possible. We added an alternative solution. Then the main another solution is offering the education in a blended mode. both online and offline, and flexible hours of learning.
Okay.
If there is any possibility other than this blended moding, we have to
Right.
identify that.
Right.
And providing transport facility
Okay.
to the government colleges as well.
Okay.
Whereas in the implementation stage, we can take the support of the corporates in the CSR scheme to better implement the financial problems or any other problems which the government colleges are facing.
Very good.
These are things, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can have SKGDC Vishakhapatnam.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, our NRC has identified the problem called dropouts in degree colleges.
Okay. 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 Go ahead.
So, the problems we have analyzed is the reasons basically
Right.
social and economic conditions, socio-economic conditions.
Okay.
Medium of instruction for the students.
Okay.
Because most of them are from rural Telugu background, and medium of instruction is basically English here. That's the main hurdle.
Right.
And most of the students feel homesickness. Because these admissions, they are coming from outside the
parts of towns. Yes. Yes.
And more importantly, heavy academic load students are facing.
Okay.
Because syllabus is huge compared to intermediate, lot of syllabus, and they have to cover in just in semester system.
Right.
And most of the students are, because of all these things, most of the students are going for part-time jobs. That is causing more problem.
Right.
So some of the solutions our faculty have identified is,
okay.
First of all, bilingual teaching.
Oh, okay, good idea.
So side by side, we have to give the Telugu materials and all this in the medium.
Right.
And most important is counseling and parents meeting.
Okay.
So counseling by experts.
Right.
Motivate the students so that they can be motivated.
Right.
And proper properly and timely implementation of these government schemes and scholarships.
Okay.
And another solution they have given is college attached hostels. Of course, this may not be possible for all. And another is common academic calendar for our college and the hostels. Especially government hostels are there in the nearby colleges. And but still the problem is that their calendar is different and college our academic calendar is different.
Different, right?
It's closer, then students are forced to go to the home.
Right.
That is causing main problem.
Okay.
And more important thing is that we have what we have got from these type of training programs is that learning centric methodology, learner centric methodology.
Right.
It's a very crucial role here, so that the students can feel their own freedom in learning at their own pace.
Right.
And most important other problem is that admissions are not taken in time, because they are becoming every year they are becoming very late.
Late, right?
Almost entire one semester is gone.
Right.
Once the students are joined in the colleges.
Right.
These are some of the solutions and alternatives and all these things. But if you ask us,
yes,
somebody asks us that what are the best solutions, are the critical things which government has to implement or we have to implement is first of all, admissions must be in time.
Very nice root cause analysis.
Something in our hand, we can manage something. At least something we can manage.
Right.
And second thing is that hostels, especially hostels, are very crucial. Especially in the remote places or even in our city also, hostels play a very crucial role, especially government hostels, because not all colleges cannot accommodate for hostels.
Correct.
So government hostels, their timing, that is the calendar and academic calendar of degree colleges, they match exactly. Problem is almost half solved.
Very nice.
These are some of the things, sir. We can, if you implement, I think we can achieve more.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Professor. Very, very well done. Thank you so much. And the last team, Government College Anantapur, NRC.
Okay, na? Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning,
I am Dr. P.L. Kantarao, lecturer in political science, Government
Good morning,
Degree College,
Professor.
Kalyanjur, NRC Anantapur, sir.
Go ahead, Professor.
Here our team name is from Vivekananda Group.
Okay.
Our topic mainly is that major and minor subject issue which is existing at burning topic.
Right.
Here our state problem, that is. Next we analyze the problem that here our 10 members of this group seriously analyze this problem.
Okay.
And we got we searched for solutions also. Among these solutions, we have to generate the alternative solutions.
Okay.
Main problem is that course selection, awareness on major and minor subject issue regarding the admissions, and losing of courses and groups in the college.
Okay.
Lack of knowledge on multidisciplinary subjects, sir.
Okay.
By faculty as well as students also.
Okay.
Lack of infrastructure also for a future existing course regarding the major and minor issues.
Right.
Next, impact on students' admissions, sir. Surely, our group feels that it is a major impact regarding the students' admission, no doubt at all.
Okay.
And here, if we exist present academic year, no doubt at all, a delay of admission process, sir. These are main problems regarding these major and minor issues.
Okay.
And we generate the solutions here, mainly create awareness among the students and parents.
Okay.
Also faculty also, sir.
Right, right.
First of all, we have to create awareness. What is the use of a major subject? What is the use of minor subject?
Right.
And in future, what is the advantages of the students
Right.
if we continue regarding these major and minor courses?
Right, right.
And another is that our honorable commissioner decided that students past 3 years, student strength, these major and minor courses decided.
Right.
But our Swami Vivekananda group feels that irrespective of such major and the students' strength, we have to go through the selection of the major and minor subjects.
Okay.
That is important, sir.
Okay.
And next, conduct our group also feels that conduct of TOT program like this on these multidisciplinary as well as major and minor issues, sir.
Okay.
And we feels that provide infrastructure for the future existing courses, sir.
Okay.
Because of in most of the colleges such a lack of infrastructure to proper implement these courses.
Right.
And we feels that early notification, admission notification is an essential for to get a good result, good admissions.
Agreed, agreed. Very true.
For this, we have to select the best solution about these, create awareness among students as well as parents on these major and minor issues, sir.
Right, right.
And the plan of implementation is that we feel that accordingly CCE schedule, we have to move for implementation each and every steps. What are the, first of all, implementation planning. Accordingly, the following steps, no doubt, we will get good results regarding the admission. What are the number one? Campaign. Sir, campaign is an essential among the students about these new courses.
Got it.
Campaign means after result of the intermediate, definitely we have to, our team, our faculty team, our college team, we have to go to the students.
Correct.
And create awareness.
Right.
And we have to conduct the parent meetings also, sir.
Very nice.
Parent meetings is an essential to create awareness on this issue among the parents. Because of parent feels that our child may get a problem regarding these courses. That's why I feel that these parent meeting is an essential. And publicity at various major places. Publicity means like holdings, flexes, pamphlets issuing, media, etc., etc., sir. So by these implement of these steps, we feel that we will get good result. Though our honorable commissioner implement these major and minor issues. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Very nicely done. Very nicely spoken. Thank you all for participating. The last few minutes, I'll just go over a few slides. Right? It talks about how you can, address different types of people. Right? In fact, when you get into conflict, you'll find that some people are very hostile and aggressive. So they bully, they throw tantrum, they criticize, they think they can't accept feedback, and they're very, when you give some resistance, they react even more strongly. I'm sure in each of your locations or somewhere amongst your relatives or friends, you must have come across some person like this. So if you want to manage them, what should you do? You should not panic. Don't take it personally. Let them run down. Don't allow them to run down for a long time. They'll see it as a weakness. Give them attention carefully. Use the name of the person clearly and slowly. Mr. Kamath. Look, listen to what I'm saying. Mr. Kamath, listen to what I'm saying. You have to use their name clearly and loudly. Get him, her to sit down. Avoid a head-on fight. You will be run over if you do a head-on fight. Show him or her that you take them seriously by paraphrasing what they say. So when they say something very, very, very loudly, you address them and then say, this is what you mean, right? So you're sort of not taking the aggressiveness, but you're listening to them and you are standing your ground. Okay, clear? So that is how you handle a hostile and aggressive person. Next, what we call a wet blanket. That means you always complains, always say this won't work, this happened last time and all that. And they feel that those who are in power are always doing only what they like and they're not working. So this attitude will not help improve things. So what should you do? Don't argue with them. And you state your own realistic optimism. If your experience is different, you must say, I don't think it's as bad as what you're making it out to be. And then don't try to make some solutions and all that. It's not necessary because that person anyway is not going to listen. But set a horror floor. What is the worst thing that could happen? Okay, and then remember, you cannot depend on such a person. So you should be ready to take action on your own. Don't expect this person, if he or she is part of your team, to do something. All right. Later on, based on the work and all that, the complaints, all that is separate. But how can you work and how can you resolve the conflict that you have with a person who's a wet blanket? You've got to do a lot of things on your own. And most important, tell the person what is the worst thing that can happen. All right. The third one is a know-it-all. You have many such people everywhere. They think they know everything, right? Sometimes they're actually, most of the times they're right. They actually are very, very good. Okay, and once they decide on something, they cannot be stopped and they treat everybody else as irrelevant. They are called the know-it-alls. So you should do your homework. If you want to interact and succeed in your relationship with this person, you must do your homework. You must question firmly, but don't confront. If you confront, they will have more data than you and they will run you over. So question firmly. And then present alternative as detours. So how about this, sir? How about that, madam? So you can sort of present some alternatives and avoid being a counter expert, because unless you really are a counter expert, you will be shown that you don't know anything at all. So be very careful with this know-it-all person. Then a balloon. Balloon is a person who usually speaks with great authority, but which they actually don't have any knowledge at all. Okay, and they're actually speaking beyond their knowledge. So a lot of balloons all over the world. So when you listen to a balloon, you actually state facts as an alternative version. And then separately, privately, don't do it in public. Tell the balloon, don't, don't tell lies so much. You'll get caught one day. It'll be very bad for you. So it's called give the balloon a way out in private if possible. Telling that person, don't do too much of this because you don't have knowledge. You're simply, making a fool of yourself. So that's a balloon. Okay. Then a staller. Who's a staller? He's always very pleasant and supportive, but does not take any decisions at all. Hints and beats around the bush. And then it's a compromise between being honest and not hurting someone. It is quality oriented, this person, but cannot let go of something until it's perfect. No, nothing in the world can be perfect. So you'll never get any work done by this person, right? That's why it's important for you to get this person to describe the plan in detail. You're doing heeing, hawing, you're saying tomorrow, day after, or stop all that now. Let's get the plan. And then look at all the alternatives and rank it. And then link the plan to values of quality and service, and then give a support after the decision is made. Help that person make the decision, give support, and then follow up and see if the decision is being done. Otherwise, this person will constantly not allow a decision to be implemented. Okay, so that's how you can work with the staller. Then you have the complainer. This person always says that I am right, everybody else is wrong. I'm sure you've met many such people in your lives, and they don't make any effort to solve the problem. They feel powerless. Okay, so now you listen attentively and then switch with this person to problem solving, because they're not making any attempt to solve the problem. He says, what would happen if this happened? How can we do this? What's the first step in solving the problem? Define the problem. That's why, we learned about problem solving. You should use that problem solving technique with the complainer. because there are many complainers. Just give me a few more minutes so that we can complete this. We are at 11:30, I know. Just give me a few more minutes. Clam. This person doesn't respond at all. Is always quiet. Feels that he's been backed or she's been backed in the corner. Nobody's listening to him. You should ask open-ended questions so they can't answer yes or no. They should be a proper answer. And then keep looking at them until they answer. And then comment on what's happening. How come you're not talking at all? How come you're not saying anything? Don't you have any opinion? So you have to push this person to come out and discuss. Then you have somebody called super agreeable. This person always agrees with everything that you say, but sometimes when there's a crisis, he just lets you down. Right? So something called, you can walk over him on a mat. That's why it's called put a mat on them, says you can walk over this person. That means constantly agreeing to everything. They commit to actions, but they don't do it because they want to stay on good terms with others. They feel they don't want to hurt anybody at all. So let him know or let her know that you value them as a person, right? But you negotiate if conflict arises. You negotiate with them, says this cannot be done. I can't agree with you all the time, right? Get their comments in writing so that they're not, flippy floppy. Follow through. And again, remember this person, because he or she is super agreeable, they may not implement everything. So be ready to take action on your own. Otherwise, you will get into trouble. Deadwood, a lot of times they don't contribute to the actual effort, but is there in a power position because somebody at the top put him there or put her there. Okay, so understand why the person is there. They may be occupying a power structure that is required for the smooth functioning. So you should not offend this person. But if the person becomes very difficult, and if you're on the right path, then you become assertive. You learn to communicate beautifully and nicely with this person. You can state your views clearly to a deadwood. And then the one who takes all the credit, this is the last one. Many times you find this in academic circles. Sometimes they steal the work you have done, your idea, your objective, your paper, your technical paper itself they can steal. So what should you do? You should confront this person in front of a mutually respected third party and emphasize the team effort if applicable. Right? And then say, for written material, always send additional copies with your name to people higher than the plagiarist, higher than the ones who takes the credit. Okay, so if you keep this in mind in the process of conflict resolution, when you come across such people, you can handle these people much better. Okay, so this was a study done by Dr. Kruper from Boeing, and it's been successfully applied in almost all situations all over the world. I thought, therefore, I should share it with you so you can apply it with all the difficult people you come across. And please recognize if you are one of those difficult people and see how you can get over that. Other people may tell you subtly saying that, you're actually doing this, you're actually doing that. So please take it with a pinch of salt. So thank you all so much for your participation. It was wonderful being with you these, today and day before yesterday. And I'm sure in the last 4 or 5 days, you all learned a lot. I'm sure you're all waiting to go and apply this in your own colleges with your students, your parents. To the very best. We're always here to help and support you. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support during our training, throughout our training programs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's have tea break. NRC Tanuku, do you want to propose vote of thanks for this session? NRC Tanuku, please respond.
Yes, madam.
Please propose vote of thanks, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. On behalf of 18 NRCs and all the participants, I thank you very much, sir, for giving a very good motivational lecture, and we will all implement this, that is activity-based teaching, but there is a little bit of time factor for us, but at least in 1 or 2 classes, we will try to apply this activity-based teaching. I am a science lecturer, so though we have practical sessions, in theory also we want to apply this activity-based teaching, sir. Very happy to see that your activity-based teaching is very much lively. So I want to apply this. And we all want to apply this activity-based teaching in theory lessons also, sir.
Very nice.
Then, I also thank our commissioner, sir, for arranging such TOTs and educating us and inspiring us to motivate the students. And as you said, we are all fortunate to give job opportunities to our students by upskilling their skills in technical, analytical, and all other skills, and shining them so that they get very accurate jobs and they flourish in their future life. And thank you very much, sir, for giving a lecture on relationship management and conflicts. It was very interesting, sir. Actually, we also have that is how to find a problem and then analyze it and evaluate it. So that you have explained it very well, sir. So we all prepared, we formed groups and we prepared one topic. But I prepared for internship, sir. One of the two participants has already shared it. So same problems arise with us also. So the same solutions. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. And also different types of people, how they behave and how we have to handle them. So we see in our day-to-day life so many people like this, and how to handle them accurately and efficiently. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you once again to all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you
Thank you.
very much, everyone. All the best. Namaste.
Let's have tea break for 10 minutes. Again, we will meet by 11:45. NRC Tanku? NRC Tanku, please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you ready to introduce today's resource person?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Sir has to join. I'll intimate you immediately after he joins. Okay. Professor Jayaraju sir, am I audible?
Hello. Hello.
Professor
Hello.
Jayaraju sir?
Hello. Yeah, Miss Shailaja. There is some problem with my
Rambabu sir?
laptop. Hello.
Sir voice clear unda? Miku.
క్లియర్ గా ఉంది మేడం, క్లియర్ గా ఉంది.
Okay. Sir, we welcome you
I think
for the training program on day 6
Madam,
on English
madam,
medium
1 minute, ma'am.
instruction, sir. I request NRC Tanku to introduce today's eminent resource person to the participants.
శైలజ్ మేడం
Sir.
ఇంకా కనెక్ట్ అవ్వలేదు రాకండి అయినా టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూ
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, carry on. I've been trying to connect with my laptop from my laptop. Anyway, I'm connected through mobile, so you can continue. You can continue and hand it over me. Hello. Yeah, sir. Please. Yeah, you can start. You can start. No issues. Otherwise, sir, you can share your PPT to us so that we can operate and you can talk. You can share your presentation to my WhatsApp. We can operate from here. Hello. Hello. Yes, sir. Hello. Please share your PPT, sir, so that we can operate and you can talk along with the PPT. Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, actually that's why I plan to log on. So that you can even speak through your mobile also. Trying to resolve, but we will operate. We will operate. Yeah. Yeah, carry on. Maybe with the introduction and other things, please. Not to waste time. Yeah, Shailesh, man, we can go with the introduction.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now I request NRC Tanku to introduce eminent resource person to the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. I am Vishnuvardhan from NRC Tanku. I am glad to introduce our esteemed resource person, Professor S. Jayaraju today. Dr. Salvendra Jayaraju is a professor in the Department of Phonetics and Spoken English of a prestigious university, IFLU, Hyderabad. He is the former director, non-formal courses and resources wing of the university, and also the former head, Department of Phonetics and Spoken English, IFLU, Hyderabad. Professor Jayaraju has an MA in English from NU and a postgraduate diploma in the teaching of English, an MPhil and a PhD in the phonetics and linguistics from CIEFA. His specializations are English accent training, intelligibility studies of English, trainer training, consultancy in communication skills, and grammar and usage. He has got 28 years of professional experience enriched with teaching English to rural, urban, metropolitan, and international students. His experience includes 7 years of teaching English at Sirte University, Libya. When he was working in Libya, he was on the team of British Council's teachers trainers who used to orient the Libyan teachers of English on certain essential issues of English language teaching. He authored some books on English accent and several research papers. He goes all over India and trains English teachers and people in communication skills and English accent. And today, we are glad to have him for a session on connected speech. Now, I invite Dr. Jayaraju sir to begin the session, and thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you very much for such a warm introduction, and it's an honor for me to interact with the teaching fraternity, particularly that hails from the Telugu states. Well, when Dr. Anilji was asking me to deliver a lecture, when I was inquiring into, we have narrowed down the topic on the, on certain issues. Particularly, the master trainers were trained at IFLU a month ago, and now there I was asked to deliver a lecture, and I think the master trainers are exchanging the learning outcomes and learning experience with the other teachers in the state. So I was asked to reflect on the same topic more or less. So I will keep moving with the same topic, even the ideas. I think some of you must be the same master trainers, I guess. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Sir, if possible, please switch on your video, sir. If possible.
Yeah, actually, audio is all right, right?
Video is not visible, sir. Video is not visible.
Yeah, I know. That's where, I'm doing two jobs here. I'm trying to speak to you through audio and trying to resolve this technical issue on my laptop.
Okay, sir. Okay. Carry on,
Once
sir.
I get onto my laptop, I'll switch on the video, okay? Hello.
So what's the error, sir, when you connect with the laptop?
Actually, my PPT has got some special symbols.
Okay.
And just a minute. Yeah, so the topic we are trying to spend on for about an hour and a half is connected speech. When we talk about connected speech, can we think of something disconnected speech? In other words, we can say disconnected speech is nothing but broken speech. And when it comes to the English language, it is nothing but broken English. So we are not going to talk about broken speech, but we are going to talk about connected speech. How is connected speech different from other varieties of speech? I always try to reflect upon the English language in specific, but any foreign language in general. So keep this in your mind, please. Okay. So when it comes to connected speech, English connected speech. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think I'm able to get connected now
Okay, sir.
with my PPT. Am I audible?
Audible, sir.
Right, right. Very good. Thank you very much. So I'm also trying to open again my PPT.
Sir, due to two connections, echo is coming. Please sound.
Yeah. Right then, right then.
It's visible, sir.
సరే అయితే చాలు ఇక్కడ భోజనాలు కదా
Srikalahasti,
And
mute
Srikalahasti,
చేసుకోండి.
please mute. Sir, Jairaj, sir, your PPT is visible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, audible, sir. Fine, sir.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, just a minute.
Sir, please keep it in slideshow, sir. Slideshow.
Yeah, is my video visible?
Sir, not visible, sir.
Sir,
Your
it's
video is not
visible.
visible.
Okay, just a minute.
Sir, good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Your slide is visible, sir. But not into the play mode.
Pileru, switch off your audio. Pileru, mute చేసుకోండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి Pileru. Sir, if is there any technical issue, then no problem, sir. Please carry on without video also.
Yeah, this has become.
Okay, sir. No issue. Please carry on, sir.
I think my PPT is visible, right?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Right. So when we are talking about connected speech, even your mother tongue, Telugu, when you speak it, it is always connected. What do you mean by connected speech? See, connected speech, for example, if you want to write a letter to your father, maybe you can recollect your early days. Your early days, when you want to write a letter to your father from a distant place, the way you structure and word is slightly different from the way you speak when you face to face meet him. So, for example, if you want to write a letter, నాన్నగారు ఇక్కడ నేను క్షేమంగానే ఉన్నాను, మీరు బాగుగానే ఉన్నానని తలంచుచున్నాను. This kind of structure and syntax and diction that we come across. But when we see see your father, when you see your father straightforward, you may say, బానే ఉన్నానా, మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు? That is where we see నేను బాగుగానే ఉన్నాను, బానే ఉన్నాను. Look at the contraction of బాగుగానే ఉన్నాను to బానే ఉన్నాను. Reduction is seen. So this is speech, and this is one of the important aspects of connected speech. Connected speech is always shorter and simpler in terms of structure and also pronunciation. This is first thing we need to understand. The second important thing is, in connected speech, see, you must be aware of sandhi and samhita, right? Sandhis. In Telugu, we talk about sandhis in Telugu grammar. What happens, the sounds, the margins of the words merge, and then some sounds keep merging and converging into some new sounds. That is what we mean by sandhi or samhita. So that is very, very significant in connected speech. So this is what we are going to spend on this afternoon. The second important thing we need to, I need to draw your attention on is, I think this is on slide mode. This is the talk I have delivered earlier, so I'm extending the same. So in this connected speech issues, I have got three important objectives for this session. One, to explore the need for phonetics while teaching spoken English. Maybe some of you must be the English teachers, must be teaching spoken English, and that is one of the objectives. The second important objective is to infer the scope of languageness in teaching spoken English.
Sir, sorry for intervening. Sir, still it is in welcome slide only, sir.
Oh. Now?
Still same slide, sir. Welcome.
Okay. I think now?
Now okay, sir. Phonetics.
I think, this is not, this slideshow is not properly.
Now okay, sir. Now it's objective. Objectives.
Yeah. Yeah, I came to normal mode. That's why it is working.
Carry on, sir.
So, the third objective is to offer an understanding of suprasegmental features of English. I think majority of you must be wondering why we need English at all. If you look at your own mother tongue, how did you pick up language? How did you pick up your own mother tongue? How did you learn your own mother tongue? It is definitely from your mother first. That's why it is called mother tongue. Then father, then the extended family and the members of the extended family, and the language they use certainly influences, right, the your own mother tongue. So that's how you start picking up your mother tongue. I think it must be Telugu. When we are born, all the human languages are foreign languages for us. But when we are connected to the speech produced by our mothers, father, and then members of the family, then we start picking up that language that becomes the mother tongue. So nobody taught grammar. Nobody taught Telugu grammar to you or me. Nobody taught Telugu vocabulary precisely, but it is automatic and part and parcel of human life, our life. That's why we picked up the mother tongue very naturally. So we can't say no. Teaching Telugu is not my cup of tea. Maybe his teacher, our mothers didn't say that. His teachers will teach him or her the Telugu and Telugu grammar later, but until now, I don't speak Telugu to him. I don't teach him Telugu. So no mother says that. So it is automatic. Every mother speaks her own mother tongue. Then uh, her child will pick up that mother tongue, and to the child that becomes the mother tongue in the course of time. So Girija Nirmala, there is a famous scholar, one of the scholars at CIFL those days, carried out a particular research on a particular school. The influence of the teachers on the children with regard to language skills, that was precisely the theme of the research. And she identified, finally, she found something shocking. That is, the child spends 5 to 6 hours in the 5 to 6 hours in the school, and the child spends its time with different types of teachers that teach maths, the teachers that teach English, the teachers that teach science, the teachers that teach social studies, the teacher that teaches craft and arts. See, they spend the child spends its time with different types of teachers. Among all, a child possibly spends only 1 hour with an English teacher. So the rest of the time, 4 to 5 hours, are spent by the child with the teachers who do not teach English but something else, maybe chemistry, physics, right? So the child spends more time with the non-English teachers, and the child spends only 1 hour with an English teacher. And Girija Nirmala says, in proportion to the time the child spends with the teachers' influence is measured. It means the non-English teachers spend more time with the children, so their influence is more on the child, on the child's academics, not only on the academics, but also on the language skills of the children, right? So that's where we need to reflect upon the English language. So the English used by non-English teachers will have certainly certain impact on the language skills of the students. Ironically, I always comment on this. An English teacher teaches English for an hour, and non-English teachers spoil it for 4 hours. So because their influence is greater than the English teachers English. And secondly, we can't say teaching English is not my cup of tea. It is not my cup of tea. It is the English lecturer's responsibility. Dear friends, that is not the approach at home while we are picking up our own mother tongue. So every person at home speaks in Telugu, and the child is exposed to Telugu, and the Telugu spoken by mother, father, brothers and sisters, and the members of the extended family influence the Telugu of the child, and the child will also speak in a similar fashion and a similar accent. So if you
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Your slide is not moving.
Yeah, don't worry. Once I move it, I'll just indicate it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So so in the family, it is everybody's responsibility to improve or impact the child with regard to language skills. Of course, here and there, motherly corrections would be there. You should not say like this. You should say like this. That is a kind of practical and what we can say is a natural approach. So in the similar fashion, in a college environment, all the teachers should collectively present the acceptable variety of English, so that that variety of English influence all the children, all the students of that particular college. That's why English medium schools attract a lot of attention from the parents, because all the teachers are supposed to speak in English. And of course, if the standards are very high, I know all the parents try to send the kids to that particular school, because every teacher uses proper English, and their influence with regard to the language skills on the child would be greater, and the outcome will certainly be a better variety of English. So it is where I always tell that developing proper English language skills among the students is a collective responsibility of all the teachers, irrespective of the subject the teachers teach. For instance, a chemistry teacher must be teaching chemistry using the English language. There may be certain vocabulary items, certain beautiful expressions specific to chemistry, and the English teacher is unable to use those expressions. Then if the English teacher doesn't use those expressions, if the chemistry teacher doesn't bother of that variety of English, who will transfer proper English of that particular chemistry lesson to the students? So that is where a language teacher can teach language for academic purposes, but every teacher, including the language teacher, should use English properly, so that that variety of English influence the students. And that's where we need to understand the importance of English in our regular day-to-day teaching. Right, and here I would like to draw your attention on, a couple. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir,
Sir,
audible,
yes, sir.
sir.
Right. So now let us let me take you to a couple of questions.
But your presentation is not visible, sir.
Now I think it is a curtain raiser. Is it visible?
No, sir, your presentation is off, sir. Not visible. Please share again, sir. Your presentation, please share again.
Right then. Right then. Just a minute. Yeah. Can you see
Yeah.
it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So, right. So, with this basic note of takeoff, let us try to understand the issues related to connected speech or spoken English or phonetics and suprasegmental features. Now, see, if you look at this word English and Englishes, the word Englishes is not acceptable to the computer. That's why it is red underlined, because it is an error, because it is not a technological reality, but it is a practical reality. If you go to Nigeria, there is a variety of English called Nigerian English. If you go to Singapore, you will have a Singapore English. They say Singlish. If you go to China, they have a variety of English called Chinglish. So in that sense, Englishes, different varieties of English. In that sense, it's a practical reality. Dear friends, what we need to understand here is there is a basic question here. If there are different varieties of English, India has got its own variety of English, and we always say Indian English. The problem here is when India has got its own variety of English, why should we run after some native variety of English, either American or British? When India has got its own variety of English, why should we follow some British variety or American variety? This is one of the important questions among many academicians. The second important question is, English is no more an Englishman's property. It is everybody's property in the world. And if you look at the non-native speakers of English, their number is greater than the native speakers of English. The non-native speakers of English, like Indians, Chinese, Asians, preferably, precisely, all Asians, all Africans. If you look at different continents and their languages, non-native speakers of English are more in number, majority in number. Then the democratic argument is, who should follow whom? Should the majority follow the minority, or the minority follow the majority? These are the two important questions. Now, my first question, if any one of you can, one or two people can respond, that would be really nice to, progress with the lecture. The first question: why should we follow some native variety of English, British or American? Can anybody unmute and say a word? Should we follow British or American, or Indian?
British, sir.
Sorry?
British. We follow Indians follow British.
No, we follow British, but should we follow? That is the question. Because we have our own variety of English, Indian English.
Yes, we follow our own slang.
Okay. Right. Right. Perfectly all right. Any other response?
Sir, I think we should follow standard English.
Sir?
Yeah, we should follow British English, okay?
Sir, it depends on where we are. If we are in India, we can use Indian English. It's pretty good also, no?
Even in India. So
Yeah.
when you are in India,
Sir, we
so,
customize Indian English, sir.
And it depends where we are.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir,
No,
customize
my
Indian
question
English,
is,
sir.
we are in India. You try to speak about the Indian context.
Sir, we can
Right.
use the Indian English provided we customize it, sir.
Okay, customization is very much required. Okay, I'll give you. I'll put this question in a slightly different manner. I'll give you 2 samples of English. You pick up one variety, okay, of your choice. The first sample, my brother from America. The second model, my brother is coming from America. Which one do you prefer?
First one, sir.
First one, my brother from America. My brother is coming from America. Which one do you prefer? Be honest. Be honest and be straightforward.
First one, sir.
Second one.
Second one?
First one is correct, sir.
First one is British one, sir. Second one is
No.
Indian.
I'm not asking you which is right, which is wrong, which is correct, which is incorrect. No.
The first is correct, sir.
Your choice. I'm not asking
First.
that, which is correct. I'm asking what would be your choice to speak, the first one or the second one?
First one.
My brother from America.
Sir, first
Maybe
one is my choice, sir. My brother
first one is
my choice, sir.
second one. Are there any people for second one?
Majority will prefer second one, sir.
Oh, majority will prefer second one. Okay, perfectly all right. Right, because that is our Indian variety and we should be proud of our Indian variety. No issues.
Sir, second one is more comfortable, but if you want to look cool, you can use first one, sir.
See, actually, when I asked you either this or that dual choice question, you are writing an essay type answer. Right. So which one, the first one or the second one? Of course, you may have your own reasons.
I would like to say that, be Roman while in Rome.
Okay. Again, this is essay type, sir. Essay type answer. What is your choice? For all XY reasons. I heard majority would prefer the second variety of English for XY reasons. Okay, excellent. Now I'll give you another question, a slightly extended question. For instance, I think a majority of you must be married and you might have got kids. If you want your child to speak English, which way? The first way or the second way? Be honest. Be practical.
First way.
First way, sir. First way.
First way, without any distraction, right? Everybody says the first way.
Yes, sir.
Why? Why? Why?
It is a stylish one, sir. Stylish.
Yes. It is not the issue of stylish. It sounds English. My brother from America sounds like English. My brother is coming from America. It sounds like some Indian language. It sounds like Telugu. So, dear friends, what we need to understand here is very simple. Good English. You know,
My child
a
language is also
servant.
appreciated, sir.
Sorry?
My child language is also appreciated, sir.
Right then. Thank you. Congratulations. Now, the issue is, why should we run after some native variety of English? This is one of the important questions we need to understand. Why not Indian variety of English? Friends, we have reached a stage where we are preparing our students for global employability. We live locally but communicate both locally and globally. So young generations live locally but communicate both locally and globally. So that's where the global variety or globally acceptable variety of English is very much in demand. So, dear friends, let us look at the practical aspects of the implications of the English language rather than the political aspects and patriotic or nationalistic perspectives. I'm an Indian, I'm proud of the Indian variety of English. Perfectly all right, no issues. But when it comes to the global variety, there are certain important issues we need to understand. Let us bank on certain essential aspects of English accent. See, when we say Indian English, a software engineer was writing a letter to his boss asking for 1 day leave. A software engineer working in Bangalore was writing a letter to his boss asking for leave. Dear sir, as I am going to my native place to sell off my ancestral property along with my wife, grant me 2 days leave. The sentence goes this way: dear sir, as I am going to my native place to sell off my ancestral property along with my wife, grant me 1 day leave. Syntactically, grammatically, perfectly all right, but there is a semantic problem. He is going to sell off his ancestral property along with wife. He is going to sell the ancestral property and his wife. So for that, he is asking for 2 days leave. Another software engineer was writing a letter to his boss asking for leave. Dear sir, last night my mother-in-law died. I am the only one responsible for everything at home. Please grant me leave. I think the boss will lodge a police complaint, inform the police that one of my employees is responsible for the death of his mother-in-law. Difference syntactically, grammatically, perfectly all right, but there is a problem in the meaning and communication. If you go to one part of India, people say zero. If you go to another part of India, some people say zero. If you go to another part of India, they say zero. If you go to one part of India, they say sakul. If you go to another part of India, they say iskul. Now, which is Indian? Which is Indian English? Dear friends, this is where we need to understand an important aspect called intelligibility. Right? If you go to Kerala, the English spoken in Kerala is slightly different from the English spoken in Kashmir, the English spoken in Northeast, the English spoken in Northwest. Different varieties of English is seen. What is the problem? The problem is There is a, Panini. I think you must be aware of Panini. Panini wrote Ashtadhyayi. Ashtadhyayi is the Sanskrit grammar written by Panini. In his times, Sanskrit was taught orally. There was no written grammar. It was only taught orally. There were no textbooks. It was taught orally. Then it was also the times Sanskrit was spreading into different directions of the country. Wherever it goes, there seem to be a variety of Sanskrit, as we have a variety of English today. You go to a particular linguistic state, there is a variety of English. English is spoken in Orissa is slightly different from the English is spoken in Telugu states. So similarly, similar was the case with Sanskrit those days. And wherever it goes, there seemed to be a variety of Sanskrit. Then Panini understood, if we leave the situation this way, one day the Sanskrit grammar, Sanskrit language and its purity may be lost in the history. So let me write, a Sanskrit grammar, and he started writing Sanskrit grammar. He ended up with, a wonderful book of 8 chapters. In Paninian Siksha, there is a sloka which says, if anybody recites any sloka wrongly, with a sound distortion, his tongue his tongue must be chopped, and he will be born as a menial animal on his rebirth. These are the religious beliefs, of course. If you disassociate these religious beliefs, there is a practical issue which is purely communicative, that is intelligibility. He says one sound distortion brings about change in the meaning. One sound change brings about change in the meaning. When I was doing my doctoral research at CIFL those days, one of my friends came to me and he was talking about his research topic, and he was also talking about his professor. He was, for about 45 minutes, we were discussing about our research ideas and we were exchanging research ideas. And in a couple of sentences, he expressed his regard and gratitude for his professor. He said, my professor is very important in syntax. What does he want to say? My professor is important in syntax. Instead of saying that, he said, my professor is very important in syntax. And in the word important, there are 3 parts, okay? Important. And he made a mistake with the second part. Instead of saying important, he said he said imper. Pa has become per, and that changed the gender of a professor. He is very in syntax, right? Dear friends, what we need to understand is one sound change brings about change in the meaning. Australian speakers of English have a serious problem with some vowels. For example, if you take up the vowel I, they say A. I, they say A. I, yes.
Slide is not
Yeah.
changing, sir.
Yeah, I'm not changing. I'm coming one after the other, okay? So, look at this one. This is the, Paninian Siksha's sloka. And afterwards, if you look at this one, Australians have a serious problem with regard to the vowel I and A. Don't worry, I see some of you taking pictures, and this is your property. I'll share the PPT to the organizers, and organizers will share the PPT on your groups. Okay, don't worry. So let us pay attention on the practical issues. So Australians have a serious problem with A and I. Wherever they see I, the vowel I, they say A. I was working abroad, I was working with one of the Australians by name John, and we went on vacation. And then after the vacation, I met him on a day, and then I asked him, "Hi, John, when did you arrive?" He said, "Well, I have arrived to die." Instead of saying today, he said to die. I was kidding him, "John, to die, you need not to travel here all the way from Melbourne." So I was kidding him. Today has become to die. So that is one sound change. That is what Panini was predicting. One sound change brings about change in the meaning. Arabs have a serious problem of pa and ba. They don't have pa in their language. So wherever they see pa in English, they replace it with ba. So I gave them a sentence, and gave the Arabs a sentence. They said, "Bastard, please pray for me. Bastard, please pray for me." Then I recorded this sentence and played it to many international participants, and I asked them, listening to the audio sentence, they should write, write down the sentence. This is what I asked them. And majority of the people wrote down the first word bastard, but the actual is, "Pastor, please pray for me." They don't have pa, they replaced it with ba, master. It is misunderstood. The point is, one sound change brings about change in the meaning. So what we need to understand is, every sound is very, very important for the meaning. That is what Panini said. If the meaning is changed by the sound distortions, what happens? The meaning is changed. That is where Panini was talking about intelligibility. One sound change brings about change in the meaning, and if the meaning is changed, the intelligibility will be affected. What is intelligibility? What is intelligibility? There are three important aspects to be understood. One, intelligibility, and then comprehensibility, and then interpretability. Paninian religious beliefs can be disassociated, but understood from these three important aspects. I need a volunteer. Can I ask any one of you to volunteer? I need to do an activity here. Anyone? You can unmute your mics, and then please do whatever I say here.
Yes, sir.
May I know your name, please?
Dr.
I think sorry,
Dr. V.S. Vishakhapatnam.
VS.
Virajarao.
Oh, VSK. Okay, VRK.
My name is V. Rajarao, lecturer in
V. Rajarao. Yeah, Dr. Rajarao. I'm speaking to you in some other language. If you understand, respond. Otherwise, you can be silent. No problem at all. But try to understand. Okay. Mr. Rajarao,
No.
Hello, Mr. Rajarao.
No, sir.
Hi, Mr. Rajarao.
Arab language.
No, sir.
Right. Hello, Mr. Rajarao. Can you show me your palm?
Okay.
Palm.
Okay. Okay, sir. I have showed you.
He was not responding. But when I said, Mr. Rajarao, can you show me your palm? When I said it in English, he was responding. You know why? The reason is very simple. The reason is, when I said ha ha bo ha ha, it is not. I'm trying to switch on my video again. Let me check whether it can. Yeah. Is it clear? Hello.
Okay.
Yes, sir, visible. Yes, visible,
Right.
sir.
Audible.
Yeah, right. I think now. So when I said kaha bohaha to Ms. Rajarao, it was not audible to his ear. Since it is not audible to his ear, it is not comprehensible in the mind. Since it was not intelligible and not comprehensible, he cannot interpret what I want from him. So there is no interpretation. When there is no intelligibility, when there is no comprehensibility, when there is no interpretability, there is no communication. Dear friends, one sound change brings about change in the meaning and affects intelligibility, and then affects comprehensibility, and then affects interpretability, then the whole communication is lost. That is what we mean by intelligibility. Panini was working on intelligibility. Dear friends, whatever the language we speak, intelligibility is the irreducible minimum we need to pay attention on. When I was presenting a paper at Harvard, one of the recommendations of my paper was just this.
Excuse me.
You British and Americans should learn English again for global purposes. Hope you will pay attention on this, please. My recommendation, one of the recommendations of my paper was just this. You, the British and Americans, should learn English again for global purposes. There's one guy by name Terry. He was asking me a question towards the end of my presentation. Well, how can you ask an American to learn his own language again? That was his response exactly. Well, how can you ask an American to learn his own language again? Friends, this is his question. I said, Mr. Terry, I ask both Americans and British again and again to learn again and again for these reasons. I have nearly 17 to 18 reasons. And one of the reasons I have dropped, two reasons in the context. I'll drop here two reasons in the context. Americans have a typical variety of accent. Their accent is slightly rhotic, not slightly, completely rhotic. Rhotic in the sense you will see the effect like this is the rhotic accent. And there is another problem with American accent. There is 60 to 70% of people, there is they use nasality, a lot of nasal involvement in the speaking. That is the nasal effect. I'll always illustrate these two features with an example. Let me drop the example here. The example is if you give them a sentence like the doctor is in the operation theater, the British guy this way, the doctor is in the operation theater. When they roticize it, what happens? The rocker, the rocker, the rocker, that is the roticity. The rocker is in the operation theater. Okay? Rocker is in the operation theater. And the second feature, nasality. I'm adding nasality now. Nasalization. When it is added, when the nasalization, nasal effect is added, they say the sentence this way. The rocker is in the operation theater. The rocker is in the operation theater. When I recorded these sentences and played it to the global participants, majority of the non-native speakers of English were unable to understand Americans. Then I said, really, when you speak English, you are not properly intelligible to the global participants. So you should learn English again. You should learn how to speak English for global purposes. Then do you know what he said? If they don't understand me, it is not my problem, it is their problem. Then, oh, brilliant answer. Then I gave him this example, Kakabohaka language example to Terry. I asked Terry, I present my paper using Kakaboha language, for about 30 minutes. I use the same language and say thank you. What will you do? Well, I will not understand anything. Yes, if you don't understand, it is not my problem. It is your problem. Friends, when I am speaking to this group here, what is my minimum responsibility? To make myself clear to my audience. When you speak to your students, what is your minimum responsibility? To make yourself clear or intelligible to your students. So when we speak, the minimum responsibility that we should hold is intelligibility, making ourselves intelligible to the entire audience. Friends, intelligibility is very, very important. That's why I said, Terry, when you add rhoticity and nasality, you intelligible, reduce intelligibility, reduce nasality, and speak properly. How can it be possible? In India, we spend crores of money on the teaching of English, on setting up language laboratories, so that we can train our students to speak proper English. When they go global and speak English, they will not have any problems in communication. That is the intention why we spend crores, millions of rupees on the establishment of language laboratories, on the establishment of sophisticated labs, and offer them proper training in pronunciation skills and accent skills. Ladies and gentlemen, they should also spend a lot of money to make themselves intelligible and clear, make English very clear when they speak. So even though it is their mother tongue, they can't be very liberal. So there is another problem. This is one of the problems with native speakers of English. There is another problem. What is the problem? For example, I'll give you a case study. When I was interviewing a Telugu parent, a Telugu farmer, on a particular issue, he was speaking typical Telangana local dialect, which is very, very dominant in that village, in that area. On the same issue, I was asking his son some questions. The Telugu he was speaking is slightly different. When I compare these two varieties, the son was speaking the media variety of Telugu. The father was speaking the local variety of Telugu. The reason is very simple. The son is a postgraduate. He knows the academic and media variety of Telugu. So he was using the media variety of Telugu because it was an interview on the media. But the father, though he is able to follow the Telugu, the standard Telugu or media Telugu, he was unable to speak exactly like his son, right? Both of them claim that Telugu is a mother tongue. So remember, there is a domestic variety, there is a media variety. This is true even with the English speakers. English speakers do also have domestic variety of English, and then media or popular variety or academic variety of English. So when people speak English, they may unconsciously use the domestic variety. If they use domestic variety, it is not clear to the global participants and global citizens. That is where they should leave the domestic variety at home and use or learn the media variety and use the media variety when they go global. So the father here, the Telugu farmer, is not an educated guy, so he is unable to approximate his access to the media variety or media language. But son is an educated guy. He knows both the varieties, the local variety and the domestic variety. He is switching over, this way and that way whenever is comfortable and whatever is required. So this is why even an Englishman should learn English again for global purposes. But the non-native speakers of English, we do have some problems. Telugu speakers have a serious problem with some of the sounds, and some sounds they can't produce properly, and or some grammatical mistakes. So what I say is, when we go global, it is mutual responsibility. Americans come to the global platform, Indians go to the global platform. When the Americans and Indians speak to each other, Americans should try to make themselves intelligible to the Indians. Indians should try to be intelligible to the Americans. So when the Indians are speaking, there would be mother tongue influence, okay? So while they speak English, when the Americans speak English, there may be domestic varieties influence. Then these two must be dropped when they go global and communicate with each other. So that's why mutual intelligibility, the mutual responsibility. Right. And the second important thing is, see, when you said, the first variety, I gave you two samples and you said my brother from America is the best option for you to follow or for your children to follow. Why? When you look at these two sentences, my brother from America is grammatically horrible. My brother is coming from America is grammatically strong. Why do you choose my brother come America is grammatical, which is a grammatically horrible sentence? Why do you choose the second one? Why do you choose the first one? Because somebody said it is stylish. It sounds English. Every language has got its own quality. And that is very, very important to the ear for intelligibility. So if you take up Telugu, we speak, in a different manner. If you take up English, fricatives are friction. How are you? This kind of effect. If you take up Telugu, bagunara ela unnaru enti vishesha ta ta ti ta ta da ba ga ga ga, this kind of effect, right? So now what we need to understand is every language has got its own quality. That is what I meant by languageness. Languageness means language quality. If you take Arabic, they have a different variety in their language. That is, they say "Assalamu alaikum, kal hal, shinu jo, welcome bahi, kal sahad, tamam wallah, shinu jo ya rajul." That is the quality. So every language has got its own quality. My brother from America, the quality is maintained even though there are grammatical mistakes. See, dear friends, we do make mistakes in our mother tongue. If you record your Telugu telephonic calls and for a week, and afterwards take each recording and see each sentence and check with the grammatical mistakes you have committed. I'll challenge you that, you know, in every Telugu sentence, you will find something or the other ungrammatical. Even in our mother tongue, we make mistakes. So, but you know, when we go communicating with others, we exercise grammatical tolerance. That's why, you know, we keep moving with grammatical mistakes and understand each other. But pronunciation mistakes or accentual mistakes, people laugh at on the accentual mistakes. So grammatical mistakes are negotiable, but accentual issues are non-negotiable, because accentual issues add to the quality of the speech. So difference here, what we need to understand is, every language, when some American comes and tries to speak Telugu, I want him to speak Telugu as Telugu. If he says, "Hey, we don't encourage. Maybe we appreciate his attempt, but we don't encourage, or we don't rank it top." So every language must be spoken in its language quality. That is what we need to understand. Right. So now let me slides. Mutual intelligibility we have seen, and I'll give you an example. When we learn languages, what is very, very important here? I'll do an exercise. I need 2 volunteers can unmute the mics and speak to me. Hello. I need 2 volunteers.
Hello, sir. This is Dr. K. Navina.
Sorry.
Dr. K. Navina from Vijayawada, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Navina. Okay. Any other person? Sorry.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Navina, and who is the other one?
Sir, this is Dr. Brinda from NRC Anantapuram.
Okay. Dr. Brinda and Dr. Navina, can you, unmute your mic? Can you switch on your videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. Now, your task is, I say something, you have to repeat it exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember.
Yeah.
Right. The first one. Okay. Hola.
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 So what is the task? You should say in the way I say.
Hola.
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 Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola.
Hola, Cosmis.
Not ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, 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 ¿cómo
¿Cómo
estás?
estás?
Right. Next. Bien, gracias. ¿Y usted?
Bien, gracias.
Bien, gracias. ¿Usted?
Usted.
Usted.
Yes, very good. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo
¿Cómo
estás?
estás?
Bien, gracias. ¿Y usted?
Bien, gracias.
Gracias. ¿Y usted?
Then next, bien, gracias.
Once again, it's not audible.
Bien, gracias.
Bien,
Bien, gracias.
Right. The first one, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Second one, Bien, gracias. ¿Y usted?
Bien, gracias. ¿Usted?
Third one, bien, gracias.
Bien, gracias.
So this is a Spanish conversation, right? I'll give you. Hola means hello. ¿Cómo estás means how are you? The response to this question is bien, fine. Gracias, thank you. Usted and you. Usted means and you. So one guy comes and says, hola, ¿cómo estás? The other guy says, bien, gracias. Usted?
Hola, ¿cómo
Fine, thank you. And you? The response will be, bien, gracias. Fine, thank you. Can you see the conversation flow?
Yeah. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. ¿Usted?
Bien,
Yeah, come on.
Gracias. ¿Y usted?
Wonderful, wonderful. Bien, gracias. Right. I will ask you the question. Navina, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. ¿Y usted?
Bien, gracias. Beautiful. Dear friends, greeting people in Spanish is done, smashed. If they practice, beautiful with 1 or 2 repetitions, they know how to greet people in Spanish. If you continue with some more expressions, I think in another 5 minutes time, we can smash Spanish greetings. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what did Navina and Brinda do here? Did they learn its grammar? Spanish grammar?
No.
Wait. Sir, hola, ¿cómo estás? What is the tense? Present tense or past tense or future tense? They are not tensed about the tense. 2, they didn't ask about the voice, active voice or passive voice. They didn't ask about where is the subject, where is the object, where is the verb. In fact, they don't know how many words are there in the first. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Of course, when I give them the English equivalent, maybe looking at the English equivalent, they must be mentioning the number of words. That may not be true. Right? So, my dear friends, what did they do? But they did a brilliant job. Spanish greetings are picked up just within 1 minute or 2 minutes. Now, when they are listening to, what is their target? What were they? What were they focusing on? They were first focusing on the sound string, and in that they are talking about, they are paying attention on the utterance, not the sentence. How many sentences are there? How many grammar points are there? How many nouns are there? How many verbs are there? They were not focusing on that. They were just looking at the utterance. Utterance means the sound, produced meaningfully. ¿Cómo estás? Hola, ¿cómo estás? This is only a noise, meaningful noise. So that is utterance. They were not focusing on the sentence. Let me draw your attention onto this. So there are 2 important units, one sentence and the other one utterance. Okay. Sentence is a grammatical unit. And what about utterance? Utterance is a vocal unit. Utterance is a vocal unit, noise. And now they were focusing on the utterances, not the sentence. They were focusing on utterances. Dear friends, whenever we pick up new languages, let us not get tensed about the tenses and grammar. Let us focus on the utterance, right? That is one thing. Secondly, look at this one. Grammatical, now sentence is a written unit. but utterance is spoken. Utterance is, utterance can be a sentence. Sentence can be an utterance, but utterance need not to be a sentence. Say, for example, if I ask Navina a question like this, hello, Dr. Navina, are you a teacher? Are you a lecturer? What will be the answer?
Yes, sir. I'm a teacher.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a lecturer.
Dr. Navina, my straightforward question. Are you a lecturer?
Yes.
See the answer, yes. Because this is a formal, presentation and, response kind of, it's an interaction, academic interaction between a resource person and a participant. For instance, imagine Navina is standing in a bus stop. I approached her. I looked at her and asked this question. Excuse me, are you a lecturer? I approached her as a stranger. She will look at me strangely and she may say, that is a potential utterance. It speaks volumes, communicative. Where is the subject? Where is the object? Where is the verb? There is no structure. So utterance is a meaningful noise. Dear friends, when we try to smash any foreign language, you should focus on the noise they make with your ear. If you ignore the noise, you will never speak that particular language effectively. Very simple principle. That's why one of my PhD scholars, after submitting his dissertation, came to me and said, "Sir, I'm going to open up a language center where I'm going to teach communicative English. What are your suggestions?" I said, how long does the course, go on? He said, for 6 months. Then I said, for 4 months, you should not speak in the classroom. Without speaking in the classroom, how can I teach spoken English, sir? I said, let them listen to the native speech samples. Go Google and get different speech samples from native speakers of English. Let them listen, play those conversations, interviews, dialogues, preferably cartoon movies. Some people, say this. If you want to speak English, read Hindu newspaper. Then you will become a news reader. You can never become a speaker. Newspaper reading is different from speaking. If you want to speak well, don't read newspaper. Listen to conversations, dialogues, beautiful and short film clips. Listen, try to understand, and then you will be familiar with the spoken varieties. Later, if you want to write, you can read, and do progress in other activities, reading, writing, and things like that. So listening is very important to the actual conversation models, not the news reading. So you watch news, BBC News. Some people say you watch BBC News. Then what happens? They say they are news readers. One long sentence. In the spoken context, nobody uses such long sentences as we see in the news reading or in the news. So that's why short cartoon films, beautiful. If you want to speak beautiful spoken English, cartoon movies is the best option. Cartoon movies are the best option. So, dear friends, that is where you will see the natural language. Don't focus on grammar initially. Listen, try to understand. Hola, ¿cómo estás? 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 Then try to understand. What does it mean? Hello, how are you? Done. Go and use the sentence to a Spanish guy. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Hola, Peter. ¿Cómo estás? Hello, Peter. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? Right? So that is how, when it comes to the English language, we progress. Not only English. If an American is trying to learn Telugu, he should also follow the best way, this way, which is the best way. The second important aspect here is sentence is structure driven. You will have a subject, a verb, an object. But utterance is context driven. Context is very, very, very important. What is the context? Greeting. What is the purpose? I want to ask someone how he is. That is what we mean by hola, ¿cómo estás? So context driven. In sentence, words are very, very important. Words are important. But in utterance, smaller parts than word, smaller parts than words, like syllables. They are called syllables. Syllables are very, very important. When I said hola, Dr. Navina and Dr. What is her name?
Brinda.
Brinda. They were listening and they were computing. Hola, 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 hola. That computation, first syllable is O, the second part is La, hola, and they're combining and producing hola. So syllable is very, very important. Syllable sequence is also very, very important. You can't say hola, lao. You may get other word. So hola is the proper word. That is the proper syllables sequence, and they were listening and repeating the same sequence and same syllable with the same quality. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? They had a problem initially. When I broke it, that is what we do. When small kids learn languages, we try to speak slowly and clearly. When I made it very clear in the similar fashion, they got the utterance. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? They got it. So, dear friends, that is very, very important while picking up languages. So now let us come to the next. So utterance is very, very important. In any language, while you are learning a language, what is important? Utterance is important. Utterance, it may be sometimes, in a sentence, sometimes mere noise. So utterance is very, very important. Secondly, I think, in another 5 minutes, I'll wind up. If you bear with me, please. Can I go ahead or can I wind up here itself?
Carry on, sir. Last 5 minutes.
All right. Just 5 minutes. Okay. So, when we look at utterance, utterance is very, very potential. Every utterance will have a context and purpose. Hola, ¿cómo estás? What is the context? Greeting and wishing. What is the purpose? I want to know how someone is. That is the purpose. Second one, every sentence, every utterance will have melody and syllables. What is melody? Syllables and melody. Syllables I have mentioned, right? Smaller parts, smaller than words. So they are called syllables. Every utterance will have syllables, and then also melody. What is the melody? So, hola, ¿cómo estás? When they are repeating, they were repeating the melody also.
Music.
Yes, that pattern, musical pattern would be there. That's why I always say to my participants, see, every language is a naturally composed song. Every language has got its own melody. Once, a Tamil guy said, pronounced an English sentence this way: "What man, you're fine." Then I was trying to understand why he said, because he doesn't, I gave him a written sentence and he looked at the sentence. He doesn't have the audio model to repeat. I gave the audio model to Dr. Navina and Dr. Brinda, so they repeated. But if I give them a written sentence, they will do in their own fashion. So when I gave the English sentence to a Tamil guy, he doesn't have any clue how to say it in English. Then he did a brilliant job. What is the equivalent of this sentence in Tamil? "Enna appa nalla irukkinga?" He took that melody and he took in English. He applied it to English sentence. He got a beautiful hybrid sentence. "Enna appa nalla irukkinga? What man, you are fine." Can you see the mother tongue influence? Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we need to understand here. So no mother tongue influence. When we are trying to learn the other tongue, we have to understand the melody in that language and we have to practice that melody. Dr. Navina and Dr. Brinda are brilliant in imitating, in picking up the melody pattern. That melody pattern is very, very important. It's $1 million worth. You can't afford to miss it while you are trying to pick up spoken languages, whatever the language you are speaking. So the melody, syllables and melody. The third one is every utterance will have a meaning and message. What is the difference between meaning and message? For example, I want to say I have pain in my wrist. I have pain in my wrist. If I say I have pain in my wrist, I'm giving you meaning. But when I say, wow, I have pain in my wrist, I'm giving you the message. I'm giving you the experience. Meaning, experience will become a message. So this is another important strategy while we pick up other languages. Dear friends, this is the grammar of spoken languages. In spoken languages, the basic unit must be utterance, and every utterance will have this. And let me draw your attention on one important thing and close. In your mother tongue, do you know how many utterances do you know? You know? Do you know the number of utterances you know in your mother tongue? I have done some research. I don't want to explain it in detail, but I'll tell you, I know there will be 135 to 150 utterances you use all the time. If you have any question, any doubt, you go and record your speech samples for about 10 days or 15 days and take all the recordings and list out all the utterances one after the other, avoid repetitions. You will end up with between 100 to 150. So when you are speaking when you are picking up your mother tongue, you are picking up only 150 utterances. Beautiful. Even in even in English, even in Spanish, there will be 150 utterances. If you know each utterance, their context and purpose, their syllables and melody, and then meaning and message, smash any language, 150 utterances. The problem is we never focus on that. In our curriculum, in our education system, in our teaching and learning, we never focus on those utterances. That's why our students spend nearly 10 to 12 years, 14 years with English language. After their graduation, they run to spoken English centers because all of us do not take the collective responsibility to improve the students' spoken English. That is one. Secondly, we don't focus on 150 utterances. So 150 utterances. Spanish, you want to learn Spanish? 150 utterances. How many days? Max 1 month to minimum 1 month to maximum 3 months. Every 3 months, you can come up with a new language. Right. So, and for instance, I'll give you one slide and then close it quickly. Look at this one. In English, when you take up melody, in English, oh, these are the symbols I struggled, but now it disappeared. See, for example, in English, you take a sentence like, good morning. Good morning. in our context, whatever the words that we write, we should speak. Whatever the words we speak, we should write. But in English, in spoken languages, in connected speech, it is not so. We write something, bagugane unnam, bane unnam. Bagugane, bagugane, bane. 4 letters have become 2 letters. This is spoken. Sound changes happen. These are called, sandhi effects. Good morning. That ma in morning will affect da in the word good because they come side by side. So da becomes ba. Good morning. Gub. G-O-O-B. Good morning. Good morning. Beautiful. If you listen to the actual conversation, hello, Navina. Hello, Dr. Navina. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Every day, if you go to the classroom and, in the morning and say the same expression, good morning, students, good morning, students, your students will pick it up. You need not to teach. You need not to say, see, look, good, da becomes ma, and da becomes ba because of ma. You need not to teach all these things. You have to hear it properly from the media, practice it. Oh, good morning, sound change, no problem. Dear students, good morning. So let me begin the lecture. Ta becomes in let. Ta becomes pa, lep. Let me begin the lecture. Let me begin the lecture. These sound changes. When you're listening to these 150 utterances, you have to pay attention on the melody pattern and sounds and syllables and use them in the classroom. For example, chemistry specific, math specific expressions. You can go Google and then get good expressions. And I'm giving you one software that is not software, website, one site that is Two Phonetics, TOPHONETICS. Two Phonetics. Go. If you have a sentence, new sentence, type it in the window box and click. It will give you the audio file. Listen, repeat. Or new word, type there, click, it will pronounce for you and pick up the listen and pronounce. So in a lesson, if you have 10 lesson specific expressions, work out from the language point of view. These are the 10 expressions crucial for this lesson. While you are planning your lesson, practice and practice. In one lesson, if you try once, that will help you throughout your service. 1 year, if you repeat the cycle, you need not to worry about the language at all for for the rest of your career. Dear friends, thank you very much. That is the approach. I thought, I would give you some more insights, but I'll stop here. And due to the time I have taken 15 minutes more because of this technical glitch, I'm really sorry for taking most of some of your time. If you have any questions, quickly, you can come up with your questions and then we can wind it up.
Thank you, sir. It's really very effective and wonderful session. I request NRC Tanuku to propose vote of thanks. If any queries also there, we can take up.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Responding from Ananthapuram NRC.
Yes.
Sir, from different languages, several words have been inducted into the English throughout the, for quite some time. So in such a case, since those words are not, are not indigenous to English, so in such a case, how would you decide the pronunciation or utterance of such words indigenously, or how can English fellows or English persons can suggest an utterance, or how can you decide it?
Right. No, actually, let me tell you. See, for example, if you take up Telugu language, there are so many English words borrowed into Telugu.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And Telugus are very, very clever. For example, if you take the word pennu, nobody uses kalamu now.
Yes, yes.
So what is the process? There is a process, systematic process. You take the word pen, add u to the final, in the final position, pen u, pennu.
Yes.
Car u, karu. Shirt u, shattu. Bench, benchu or benchy. So dear friends, Telugu has got some structure. We borrow English words into that structure. Similarly, English has got some structure. From other languages, they borrow and they fix it into their structure. And for global purposes, we follow the global pronunciation of the nativized pronunciation. So Teluguized pronunciation, similarly anglicized pronunciation. For global purposes, anglicized pronunciation is more intelligible. If you are using it in the local context, you can always use in the local variety, no problem at all. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. We are completely Rajmandal.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you open the first slide, sir? There is a word. Artisancy. What does it mean?
Sorry?
Artisancy in the first slide, sir.
Your voice is breaking. This one?
No, sir.
Your voice is breaking.
Artisancy is the word. What does
Sorry?
it mean? Artisancy.
Your voice is not clear, sir. It's breaking. You can type in chat box, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, any other questions? Sir, you're not audible. I think you have to unmute your mic.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, your session is very informative and effective, sir. We are fortunate
Still,
to-
your voice is not clear, sir.
We are fortunate to unmute your voice and
Apiciency, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, RP is received pronunciation. Proficiency in RP is a tool. Actually, when I studied on intelligibility, which variety is most intelligible? Is it American variety or British variety or Australian variety? British variety is most intelligible across the world, according to the research. So proficiency in RP is very, very useful in the global context. That is what I mean by the word proficiency. I'm really sorry because of the time I was rushing. I didn't reflect on the word. I thank you so much for drawing my attention on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your session.
Yeah.
So, Jairaj, sir, this is Dr. K. Navina from Vijayawada NRC.
Yeah, Dr. Navina. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
volunteering.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. And on behalf of our Vijayawada NRC, we would like to say one word to you in Spanish.
Okay.
Gracias, sir, for your session.
Thank you very much. You try now, you go Google and type how to greet people in Spanish. You will get a lot of expressions. Practice, and maybe, you can also encourage your husband. Both of you can speak in Spanish.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful session.
Right, then. Thank you very much.
NRC Tanku, please propose vote of thanks as we are running out of time.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Krishnamurthy from NRC Tanuku. Sir, after listening to this class, finally we say one thing. You once again proved to be the master of phonetics in English language. It's undoubted. Because most of the participants in this training are from non-English background. Of course, we do speak English, but the way you have presented is quite different and really inspired the participants a lot. That too, sir, I want to go to some of the important points which touched our heart. Just like Chinglish and Singlish, you have spoken about sound distortions and intelligibility, comprehensibility, interpretability. All these things leads to good communication. Really, we do not know all these things because of background, we are non-English. So really, it seems new to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening all of us. Really, you inspired most of the participants. I think at least 1% of the participants they try and have own to master phonetics after listening to the class. Really, the difference between a non-English teacher and English teacher is that the usage of phonetics. I personally believe that, and you once again proved that phonetics plays a prominent role in English language and good communication. That too, we are also interested to learn one thing from you, sir. We have made both domestic and academic varieties of languages, not only English but in our local languages also. When it comes to the our peer group and our friends, we have to use the domestic variety, and when it is the case of official purposes, we definitely have to use academic variety. So those things we have learned a lot from you. Finally, one thing, sir, it touched our heart. Every language must be spoken in its language quality. That is a very important statement that touched our heart. With this, thank you, sir. Thank you once again. You inspired most of the participants regarding the use of the phonetics.
Great pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you, sir.
And I again thank all the participants for the encouragement and cooperation you have been to me throughout this presentation. Thanks a lot.
On behalf of Collegiate Education, we thank you, sir, for extending your support and sparing valuable time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best. Good day.
Again, we will meet by 2:10. Program coordinators, please note that we will meet by 2:10. Participants are requested to wait for few minutes as our resource person is trying to join. Please wait for few minutes. We welcome Dr. Pankaja ma'am for this session. Ma'am, am I audible? Pankaja ma'am?
Ma'am, it is audible, ma'am.
Welcome, Professor Pankaja ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
We welcome post-lunch session of 6 days non-residential training on English medium of instruction. Now I request NRC Tanku to introduce Dr. Pankaja ma'am to the participants.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. I'm Dr. Kishore from Master Trainer NRC Tanuku. I'm delighted to introduce our esteemed resource person who joined us today to share her wealth of knowledge and the expertise in soft skills. She is none other than Dr. M. Pankaja, MA, MBA, PhD, lecturer in English, Government Degree College, Nagari. So she has an impressive educational background. She completed his post-graduation in English literature and language, and also has a postgraduate degree in management studies with a specialization in human resources. She is also doctorate in English literature and in the specialization of African American literature. She has numerous awards to her credit, including she has been honored as a guest of the Prime Minister to witness and participate in the Republic Day Parade 2002 from the Prime Minister's box. She received Certificate of Appreciation for my academic excellence by the Government of India, selected as one of the meritorious students of the country by the Ministry of HRD Department of Secondary Higher Education, Government of India, received SP Lingamurthy Gold Medal for being University topper in MA English at Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalaya, Tirupati. She also received Lord Venkateswara Endowment Prize for securing first rank in BA Special English from Padmavati Women's Degree College, Tirupati. So she also published more than 60, she participated in national, international journals of more than 16 number. She has very good renowned publications. She has 12 articles. She co-authored 3 books. She also co-authored a booklet, Best Practices Among the Government Degree Colleges in Andhra Pradesh. She is also one of the member and other 7 others for the drafting prestigious booklet on the 12 themes of Government of Andhra Pradesh titled Swarnandhra Pradesh Vision in Action. She is also one of the author for Soft Skills Genie, a learner-friendly book released by the Commissionerate of College Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh. She is also one of the editors, Research Journal of English, which is an international online peer-reviewed journal. She has accumulated a wealth of teaching experience, not only from academia but also from professional settings. She is now working as a lecturer in Government Degree College, Nagari. She is also a trained ELF English Language Fellow by the Commissioner of College Education, Government of AP. She is also consultant trainer of APCCE, Government of Andhra Pradesh. She is also a resource person for soft skills and personality development, UGC, HRDC, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. So we are privileged to have you here, Madam, Dr. Pankaja, Madam. And I'm confident that her valuable insights and expertise will greatly enrich the understanding of soft skills. Please, all the participants join me in extending a warm welcome to Mrs. Dr. M. Pankaja with a great round of applause. Madam, please take over the session.
Ma'am, Pankaja ma'am.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? We have a power cut here. Please kindly
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me
Yes.
for the interruption.
Okay, ma'am. It's clear.
Yeah.
You can carry on.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you so much, sir, for your for introducing me to the participants of the prestigious program. It's a 6-day training on a trainers program on English medium of instruction. Thank you so much, and I'm very glad meeting all of you online. So one thing, kindly excuse if there is any kind of interruption due to technical issues. Thank you. So good afternoon, dear participants from 18 NRCs across the state. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome. Is it warm welcome or cool welcome, or can I say it's happy welcome?
Yeah, ma'am.
It's too hot outside. I think I can extend a happy welcome to all of you, because I think like most of you have been so excited. Are you all excited?
Yes, madam.
For what, sir? May I kindly know? Because today is the last, this is the last session and the last day, right? All of you might be so excited to get back to your places so that, you can have your good time with your family members and the kids and all the things. I think so. Am I right?
Exactly, madam. Along with that, we would like to implement these trained parts or else trained things we have to implement in our students also.
Yeah,
we have to inculcate it.
that's great, sir. Thank you so much. So that
Thank
means
you, ma'am.
what? So you're not exhausted,
Not
even
at
in
all,
the
ma'am.
last session also.
Not at all, madam.
I'm glad that I'm very fortunate enough to have such kind of proactive participants across the state. Have you all had your lunch? Did you all have your lunch? Lunch? Okay. Is it heavy lunch?
No.
What about your lunch? Is it heavy lunch? No. Okay. Then, my job will be very easy. If you might have taken heavy lunch, I think like it could be a Herculean task for the trainer, especially to handle the post-lunch session. Hope my voice is very clear. Am I?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely clear.
Okay. Anyhow, so let us start. Like, as I have given you a happy welcome in this afternoon, though it's very hot outside, let us go with an interesting topic today. And that too, I'm not going to reveal the topic. Anyhow, I'd like to have the title of the topic from the end, from the other end, from the participants' side. So let us first of all, just imagine how beautiful, how scintillating it will be to recollect our childhood memories. Do all of you would like to go back to your childhood, school days, college days, and to recollect the memories of your teachers and lecturers? If I give you an activity, how many of you are are you all interested and excited to get back to your past? Is it possible for us by sitting in the NRCs to go back to our childhood days? Is it possible? May I request one of the participants to respond? Is it possible for us to go back to our childhood and to enjoy the sweet memories by sitting in the NRCs itself?
No, ma'am. It's quite not impossible, ma'am.
How come, sir? Can't you imagine your childhood days? If you close your eyes for some time, if I ask you to go back to your village, go back to your school days and to recollect your friends and your teachers, can't you do that?
Yeah, we can imagine, ma'am, but we can't go
That's
back.
it, I'm asking. So by sitting in the NRCs itself, you can have a good memory, right? We
Yeah,
can
ma'am.
recollect and we can recall the sweet memories of our past. So here is one thing, like, let me go with 1 second. Ismail, can you help me? So I think the screen is visible, right? So here the task in front of you after, in this post-lunch session is try to have your beautiful memories of your schooling as well as college days and write something about your model teacher. We were taught by many teachers since schooling, but among the teachers who taught us, we'll have our own favorite teachers, model teachers, whom we admire as our models, role models. Do all of you have? See, my dear friends, what I'd like to tell you here, it's not a small platform, it's a very big platform. So nearly more than 1,000 participants are attending this 6-day training on English medium of instruction. How great it could be, or it would be, if you can introduce your model teacher to this big gathering. Isn't it so? Isn't it so? So now it is time for all of us. See here, I would like to tell you, the task is so here the task in front of you is, apart from the teaching skill, apart from the aptitude of the subject expertise of your teachers, what made them to stand out as the best one among many teachers? Who taught you? Hope my instruction is clear. Request all of you to take your scribbling pad and pen and then write down 3 to 5 personality traits or attributes that made your model teacher to stand out as the best one among many. Are you all ready? Are you ready? So the time given will be 30 seconds. If you think 30 seconds is not enough, I'll give you a minute time. I repeat, write 3 to 5 personality traits about your favorite teachers or your model teachers, other than their expertise in teaching, other than their subject knowledge. Can one among the participants can be a time manager? The post lunch session, definitely. Sometimes it could be delayed. Not an issue. Please go ahead with your job. So here are the 2 tasks for you. Write 5 interesting things or the skills or the personality traits of your model teacher. Likewise, in our experience as a teacher, we might have taught to many students, but among those, we will have our own favorite students. Try to recall get back to your experience and then, name one student whom you treat as your favorite student and write what are the skills that that student is possessing in addition to the academic performance. Is 1 minute over? May I kindly request one of the participants from any NRC to respond? I'm giving you a golden opportunity to introduce your model teacher to this big gathering. Who would like to grab the opportunity? Let me see who is going to grab the opportunity.
Madam, NRC Vishakhapatnam.
NRC Vishakhapatnam, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, please. So that's great. NRC Vishakhapatnam. I think.
So I'm Dr. P.R. Vani.
Okay, ma'am.
Lecturer in zoology. My model teacher was my teacher in 9th standard. We called her Mrs. Srinivasan.
Okay.
And she was the role model for the entire class.
Okay.
Because of her motherly attitude she showed towards us.
Ma'am, just a second. Sorry for the interruption. May I kindly request all other participants to make a note of the personality traits of this particular legendary teacher. Yes, ma'am. Please carry on.
She was very caring.
Okay.
Ever smiling and cheerful attitude.
Wonderful.
And she used to shield us from the scoldings of a principal man.
Amazing.
We all loved her a lot.
That's what we expect from our teachers. Okay, so she is a protector. That's really very great, Pani ma'am. Nice of you. Is there anybody who would like to have the opportunity to introduce your beloved teacher? Ma'am, a big salute to your teacher, ma'am, your model teacher. Hats off. Anyone would like to grab the opportunity? Okay, then. Now it's time to talk about our favorite students. Other than GDC Visakhapatnam, can I expect any other participant from other NRC to introduce your favorite student to this
NRC
big gathering?
Anantapur, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, please.
Ma'am, I have Afreen as my favorite student because
Okay.
of her obedience.
Okay,
And she
good
was
obedience.
she was very obedient
Acha.
and very quick at grabbing.
Okay,
And she was empathetic towards her friends. Whenever they
excellent.
asked her, she was
Excellent.
very empathetic. She
Okay.
used to share her notes.
Okay.
She used to do whatever projects we used to give.
Great.
And she had a vision which she used to always come to me, ask for career guidance, ma'am.
Very good. Wonderful.
And she used to follow it.
Okay, good. Great. So that means we were introduced with a model teacher and a favorite student of our teacher, one of our teachers. That's great. Round of applause to the outstanding teacher who was introduced to this big gathering, and an outstanding student also. So now my question to all my friends is, what made them to stand out as something special among many? Because I gave you the clue also in the very beginning, apart from their expertise, subject expertise, apart from their performance in the academics. So that means performance in the academics and expertise in the subject comes under aptitude. That is what our IQ or the subject knowledge. All the teachers, all the 1,000+ teachers who are attending this program have excellent, and they're all experts in their own subjects, no doubt in that. But generally we'll have a discrimination among us as good teacher, favorite teacher, and fascinating teacher. So something like. So what makes us to be good in the sense? So it is not the subject knowledge alone. There are other certain skills which are quite essential to prove ourselves as the models, students or teachers, as well as the model teachers. Let us proceed. So here is a list of skills on the screen. So now I request all of you to take a minute test. So there are 20 skills that have been displayed on the screen. All of you get ready with your pen. I'll keep on reading one after the other. Mark the roll, mark the number, serial number, and just against that you just write whether it is a hard skill or a soft skill. Are you all ready? Are you ready? Yes, I think so. You're all very alert because it's visible on my screen also. So the very first one, MS Office. Is it a hard skill or a soft skill? I don't want to trouble you.
Hard skill, ma'am.
No,
Hard
don't
skill, ma'am.
reveal. Don't reveal, sir. Please keep it to yourself. This is a secret and confidential test, just like how you did in the morning. So let us see the score at the end. The best performance will be identified at the end. So MS Office, just mark it as HS or SS. It's more than enough, because I'm not here to trouble you with writing in this afternoon. MS Office. Second one, public speaking. Third, coding. Fourth, marketing. Fifth, leadership. No need to look at the screen also. Just listen to me and then simply scribble something. Leadership. The next, management. Seventh one, report writing. Eighth, responsibility. 9, emotional balance. 10, testing. 11, empathy. 12, civility. 13, research. Are you all along with me or lagging behind? Hope you are going ahead of me. 14, budgeting. 15, it's decision making. 16, etiquette. 17, typing. 18, grooming. 19, team spirit. 20, creativity. Yes, the time up. So no grace time will be given. Now all of you get ready. Would you like to exchange your books or would you like to correct on your own?
Our own.
On your own?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine, good. So let me go with the answers. I'll give you the answers. You try to correct yourself. Number one, see, try to be very honest enough. Honesty is the best policy. Don't hide anything. Just be there enough. I know. Try to disclose your marks also at the end. First one, MS Office, hard skill. Public speaking, soft skill. Coding, hard skill. Marketing, hard skill.
Hard skill.
Leadership, soft
Soft
skill.
skill.
Management, hard
Hard
skill.
Hard skill.
Report writing, hard
Hard
skill.
skill.
Responsibility, soft
Soft
skill.
skill.
Emotional balance,
Soft skill.
soft skill. Testing, hard skill. Empathy,
Soft skill.
soft skill. Please kindly, okay. Civility,
Soft.
soft skill. Research, hard skill. Budgeting, hard
Soft.
skill. Decision making, soft skill. Etiquette, soft skill.
Soft skill.
Typing,
Hard.
hard skill. Grooming,
Hard skill.
soft skill.
Soft skill.
Team spirit, soft
Soft
skill.
skill.
Creativity,
Soft.
soft
Absolutely
skill.
soft.
Let me see how many creative talents are here. Okay. How many of you got 20 out of 20?
Yeah,
20
madam,
out of
this is,
20.
yeah, madam, 20, NRC Anantapuram.
All of you got 20 out of 20, ma'am?
How many of you got 20 upon 20? Madam, majority got 20 upon 20.
So my job is very clear. I think there is no need for me to engage the class for 1.5 hours. I don't know why Anil sir has
Ma'am,
asked me
yesterday,
to take
our
up this
master
session.
trainer, I have engaged in the soft skills.
So that's really great, ma'am. That's really great. Wonderful. NRC Anantapuram, can I expect any other NRC to respond? Anantapuram, okay. GDC Visakhapatnam, okay. Because this is the platform where you can project yourself. Can I expect NRC Chittoor to respond? PBKN? NRC Chittoor? Okay, fine, good. So I think after getting through this 1 minute task or 2 minutes task, you got a clear distinction between what are hard skills and what are soft skills. Now it is time for us to discuss or to distinguish between hard skills and soft skills. I think by this time it's very clear. I'm going to talk or I'm going to take a session on soft skills, which are quite important for everybody to lead a happy and quality life. Let's proceed. So here is a screen that's displaying, say, hard skills versus soft skills. So what are these hard skills? How can we develop them? And what are the soft skills? How can we develop them? So this is, I think, like a question is given in the morning based on this. How soft skills can be developed? Am I right? Am I right? You got a question based on this. See, hard skills will get through education, experience, and training. But whereas coming to soft skills, these are the personality traits that can be developed over time. See, if you want to excel in hard skill in a particular MS Office, or else, if you want to excel in coding, 1 month training, 2 months training, or 3 months training will do the job. But whereas if you want to develop your soft skills like honesty, or your soft skill like, good time manager and all, it's a lifetime job. There is no life. So that means soft skills have to be developed and it happens throughout our life. So that is the clear distinction between hard skills and soft skills. Soft skills can be developed through practice. Through practice. So coming to this hard skills, these are a kind of job specific skills and they vary from occupation to occupation. Similarly, soft skills do the same job. And coming to hard skills, these are technical and subject knowledge. In the very beginning activity also, I asked you to write something beyond the subject expertise of your beloved teacher. I asked you to write something beyond the academic performance of your students. So that means what? It is nothing but you have introduced your favorite teachers or the qualities or personality traits of your model teachers. That's really very good. So the soft skills will depict the behavior in different situations. This comes under behavioral traits. Soft skills, to put it in short, these are the behavioral traits. So here is a list. There are n number of, like, take for example any subject, otherwise subtopics. We can discriminate anything between, like, a hard skill and soft skill. So here, if you see on the right side, I gave you not less than 20 to 30 soft skills, where effective communication, teamwork, dependability, all these things comes under. So let's proceed. So soft skills. See, what are soft skills, my dear friends? Can you? Soft skills these days, it has become a buzzing word. Communication skills, soft skills, I mean, like behavioral skills we call. Otherwise, we call them as life skills also. What does it mean? Are they so important? Are they so important? Can they do you think they do something beyond what hard skills can't do? Yes, of course. Let us go with soft skills have been broadly categorized into three. Number one, soft skills social, soft skills thinking, soft skills negotiating. So, can anybody explain or can anybody guess what comes under soft skills social? Very, very important and first and foremost, soft skills social. Empathy. Empathy, very good. Any other? That's great, now really good. Sympathy, responsibility. Okay. Okay, let's proceed because I'm given only 1.5 minutes. That's really a very good answer. Let me disclose. Sir, please. Pardon? Etiquette. Good, wonderful. So all my friends are well known about these soft skills, because soft skills we are not going to buy for somewhere. They are not available. They are available in and around us. So that means what? We can experience these soft skills in the family, within the family, outside the family, in the society, at workplace. Wherever we go, soft skills are following these days. Let's run after them. So soft skills is social. See this. Soft skills social. There are many, but for this session, I'm going to talk about only these topics as per the time convenience. So soft skills, social. It covers communication skills, interpersonal skills, positive attitude, values, perception, etiquette. A few of my friends have disclosed this already. Very good. A round of applause to them. I appreciate for the response.
Excuse me,
And
madam.
coming to soft skills thinking, creativity, problem solving, decision making. What is creativity? Can anybody tell me? Are you all creative enough to make 0 as 6? How many marks you got? A creative child will do like, if a child gets 0, if the child applies creativity, the child has the possibility to make it as 6 or 9 also. So that's it. Okay, fine. Just for fun. So creativity, problem solving, and then decision making. And soft skills negotiating comes under time management, stress management, emotional intelligence, and teamwork. So these are going to be different topics that I'm going to cover in this session with all your cooperation and coordination. Are you ready to cooperate? Are you ready to cooperate? I take it for granted because it's quite difficult for all of you to respond for each and every question. I understand that all my friends are ready because already I told you, you're so excited to get back to your places, and at the same time, you're so excited to have your 6-day training certificate also. So let's start with communication skills. I think that in this 6-day training program, many of the trainers might have taught you what are communication skills. If I say speaking fluently in English is communication, do you accept? Do you accept? There is a teacher in your college. She speaks good English, fluent English. How do we say about that particular teacher? So-and-so teacher is very good at communication skills. Am I right? Speaking English fluently. Does it mean communication? Or English fluency is communication?
No, madam, no.
No. What else,
No,
ma'am?
madam.
If you have a word to add, please kindly.
Like
Depends on other
whatever I
criteria
say must
also.
be able, like other person must be able to understand what I say, what I really intend to say.
That's really fantastic. Is there any other answer?
Depends on other criteria like student knowledgeable capacity, social issues.
Nice, sir. Madam has given a good word, that is understanding. So that means communication should promise understanding at the end, right? Whatever business that we do. See, when we take up a lesson, we'll have some objectives. We'll have some outcomes of the lesson. So the outcome of communication should be understanding. If we do not follow anything after sitting in front of the system or in the class for 1 hour or 2 hours, then I don't think it's a good communication. So communication has to do nothing with English language. Please kindly note it down, my dear friends. So fluency of English is not communication. Fluency of English alone is not communication. So understandability. So that means what? At the end of any conversation or at the end of the session, if the target group can understand what you have delivered, that is called communication. So it has been originated from a Latin word called commune, nothing but to share or interact. What are we all doing since the beginning of the session? Are we interacting? Are you all the silent participant? Is it?
Yes,
am I
ma'am.
the only person who is speaking?
No, ma'am. We are
So you are
interacting.
interacting. So that means what? Can I take it for granted that we are all participating in this communication process?
Yes, yes, ma'am. We are interacting with you. It is a communication.
Yeah, that's good. That's great. So then, what is this group? There are 1,000+ participants across the state. Do all of us belong to the same subject? Are we all the same subject teachers?
They are multidisciplinary, heterogeneous group.
Okay, so here is the second point. Communication is not essential only for English teachers. Communication is a skill that every one of us should have. Every one of, in the sense, not only educated, I'm talking about a human being should have good communication, that's all. So communication is a branch of social science. There are arts teachers here, there are commerce teachers, there are science teachers, but all of us need and require communication skills because it is fundamental to our social living. Can a man live in isolation? Can we live in isolation?
No, ma'am.
Even at our workplace, otherwise at your family also, if all the people stop talking to you, do you feel happy or do you feel discouraged? Discouraged, disappointed, disgusted, whatnot, everything. So that means what? Communication is very important for all of us because it speaks or it maintains or it helps us a lot to maintain interpersonal relationships. So communication is not only, see, an individual needs communication, whereas an organization or an institution also needs communication. Then it is multidisciplinary, as you have told. And here is a very interesting thing, that is communication these days is next to oxygen for the third millennium generation. We are living in the era of cutthroat competition. So if you are not alert regarding the updations that are happening, progress of this technology or whatsoever it is, if you are not on par with the communicative era, definitely we lag behind and we are going to miss the flavor of the life. So communication masters everything. If you are good at communication, you are going to have two outstanding benefits. So number one, you're going to have very good social relationship. And the second one is you're going to have professional relationships. Social relationships may happen at home, with relatives, with friends and all. Professional relationships, if we maintain good professional relationship at workplace, definitely we are going to create a healthy atmosphere. Hope all of you do accept with this statement. And finally, communication. Do we need training in communication skills, my friends? There might be senior teachers also. Please kindly don't mind if I use the word friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I would like to learn many things from your end. Okay, natural process. Communication is a natural process. What do you mean by natural process? And my question is, if communication is a natural process, where is the need for this kind of training platforms, training sessions?
It actually exists from birth.
Okay. Okay, we started communicating since our childhood. That's fantastic. And still we need communication training. Why?
In an organized manner.
Because lack of awareness from parents.
Okay, good, fine. Good.
There
Any
are no
other answer?
combined families, ma'am. At present scenario, there are no combined families. That's why these communication skills are lag behind.
Okay.
That's why we are needed the mastering and training of communication skills.
So that's excellent, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. See, it's a natural process, I said. See, we start communicating, like, through listening. So since, like, many teachers already might have told you in this 6-day program that communication starts through listening, because listening, a good listener will be a good speaker. So when I'm talking, those who are listening, you're all very enthusiastic to give the reply back. So that means what? You're becoming the speakers. This is the secret, a live example for this. So natural process means all of a sudden in an overnight or a fortnight, one cannot be excellent in communication skills. As I told you, soft skills can be practiced throughout the life. A new environment will open the doors for new kind of learning as far as soft skills are concerned. So natural process, here let me tell you one thing. Does the child walk as soon as it takes birth? Can we expect a child walk confidently soon after the birth?
No, ma'am.
How many days, how many months time it takes for a child to walk on its own? How many? See, many of us might be the parents. What is the time duration that took for your child to start walking confidently? Any other? Is it 3 months? Is there any child who started walking at 3 months? 6 months?
6 months.
6 months. Okay. I think like
6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months, not even 6 months. I can take it for a confident walk. A child will definitely need the time span of 12 months, 1 year, right? So in the meantime, does the child work out for that, or does the child remain lazy, idle? Are there any steps that the child will undergo? Pardon?
Active, ma'am.
Active. See, let me tell you, like at the age of 3 months, the child will lie upside down. That is the first step of, first stage of learning to walk. Then the second stage is the baby starts crawling on its belly, right? And in the third stage, the baby takes the support of a parent, otherwise a bench or a table or a wall, and it starts taking little steps. And after that only, once the baby gets confident that she or he can walk on its own, then only it takes it. Am I right? Am I right? So here the thing is, why I'd like to tell you about this is, just like how a baby takes 12 months time to be confident to walk, likewise communication skills, otherwise soft skills, if we decide to have them into our life, it takes time. It is not a day's process. It is not what is meant by that, it's a lifetime process. Okay. Then, if you want to learn a language also, we follow language learning process consists of 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We all know this very clearly. But listening, speaking, reading, and writing, after undergoing these 4 stages, still we lag behind in one of the skills. What is the skill? Even in our colleges also, most of the students are very confident in writing and reading.
Communication
They listen
skills.
and understand also. But the problem is arising only with, what is the last stage?
Communication skills.
Yeah, speaking, right. But why do you think the problem is coming or arising only with speaking?
Lack of practice.
Excellent, ma'am. That's a wonderful answer. A big kudos. So that means very good, wonderful. So lack of practice. See, we are giving the student enough practice to read, enough practice to write, and enough practice to listen what we are lecturing in the class. But where is the time that we are giving to the students to practice speaking? So this is very, very important thing that we have to make a note of. But in the very recent past, we have been introduced with the CIA assessment, where this seminar, group discussion, quiz, and all these aspects have been included. At least now we have realized the importance of giving them such kind of exercises so that we can extract or we can improvise their personality traits. That's a wonderful job. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? So now one thing I'd like to, communication skill is not fluency of English. Communication skill is something beyond that. Then coming to this, the 6-day program is English medium of instruction. Why English is so important these days? We can communicate in Telugu, we can communicate in Malayalam, we can communicate any regional language. But still, why we are running after English these days? Why communicative English is playing a vital role in deciding the career?
Yeah, because it's a global language, number one.
Very good.
Yeah, number two, the students can access resources which is more in English.
Wonderful.
So yeah, that is one thing.
Okay.
And the student will be confident if they know the English and they
Okay.
can perform better.
Yeah, that's good, ma'am. That's great. Really wonderful. A person who has good English speaking skill will be confident also. English speaking skill makes them to feel confident in the class also. If you observe, it will be very clearly, like, we can make a note of it. So coming to this professional life and communication, we are all professionals. We are leading a professional life. The role of communication in English is very important. Is there anybody who can respond to my question that across the globe, in how many countries English is taught?
More
English
than
is taught.
10,000, madam.
More than?
7,000 it was shown in the PPT.
I'm talking how many countries? How many countries?
How many countries?
Yeah.
80% of the countries, madam.
Oh, it's an intelligent answer. Very good. Can I? Any other answer? May I know the name of this intelligent participant?
67 countries, Madam, Nandyal NRC.
Pardon?
67 countries, madam.
I think you have Googled it right now.
Yes,
So
madam.
this is another tech savvy.
Not today, madam. Not today, madam.
135 countries, madam.
The first class also I know, madam.
Oh, very good. Fine. So there are
Madam,
118
135
countries. The English is taught across the globe in 118 countries. Which is like, this is demanding. This is demanding English to be taught, or the proficiency of English language. Wherever you go, it's not Hutch that follows us. Hutch network. English follows us. So coming to this in a country like, then my second question is, how many countries, not how many countries, the biggest English spoken country?
India,
In
madam.
which country? Pardon?
India.
India. That's another very good, sir. I appreciate you for an excellent answer. That's really very good. So then, so coming to why English? So it's not only because 118 countries are practicing language or teaching English language, either as ESL or EFL. So that's not a thing. But coming to the professional life, why English is very important for all of us? Because 70 to 80% of our total working time we are spending on communication. I'm not talking about English communication. I'm just talking about communication.
Yes.
All of us go to college at 10 a.m. We'll remain in the college till 5 a.m. How much time you are going to spend idle? How much time you are sparing for meditation? How much time you are keeping yourself silent? Is there anything like that? Do we keep ourselves silent at a workplace?
No, madam.
Especially the teachers, especially our community, never be. Because 70 to 80% of our total working time we are spending on communication. Leave behind whether we are communicating in English or Hindi or some other language. But somehow, according to the researchers, in a country like India, which is multilingual nation, here 64% of professional life, otherwise 64% of working time is spent on communication. The people are communicating in English, and 27% they are communicating in Hindi, and 8% of population only, especially I'm talking about
Regional
professionals,
languages.
they are talking in regional languages. Forget about our regions. Our regions means, if GDC Nagari, if you take for example, GDC Nagari is a rural background place. So where only Telugu is spoken, if not in the sense as it is very near to Tamil Nadu border, many of the students speak Tamil also. So this is how it's going.
Yes, madam.
Then next one is coming to this. So coming to communication.
Coding, decoding, encoding.
Of course, I'm not going to code and decode here. So communication, can anyone define communication? Is it simply what do we communicate in the class? What do we do in the class? We communicate. Communicate is nothing but we transfer
Transfer of
information.
knowledge.
Transfer of knowledge. Excellent. Anything else?
Exchange of ideas.
Okay. Okay, good, fine. See, we all communicate, but we call a few as effective communicators. What makes the difference? All
way
of
you
us
pronounce.
communicate. Pardon?
The way you pronounce makes you
Right.
the excellent communicator.
Okay, very good. Good, fine, good. Let us see that communication is not simply transformation of information. It's an art. It's an art. Art in the sense which is art itself discloses a kind of skill. So some people, a few people will be very skilled enough in transformation of information, ideas or feelings or emotions from one person to another person. See, here is an underlined part. It is a meaningful interaction among human beings. Meaningful interaction among human beings. Can anyone tell me the difference between conversation and communication? What is conversation and what is communication? Is there any difference? Is there any difference between conversation and communication? Or one and the same?
Yeah, conversation means you should use speech.
Okay.
Communication.
Am I conversing? Am I conversing with you all or am I communicating with you?
Conversation goes in two ways, ma'am, both ways.
Okay, good. But please kindly, okay, that's a good answer, ma'am. Conversation, communication. Communication is a two-party affair. Conversation, it may be or may not be. See, the quite difference between conversation and communication, not in my words, in the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, which has written in his autobiography, Wings of Fire. Conversation, if you want to understand it properly, before the arrival of the class, imagine a classroom, before the arrival of the teacher, after the arrival of the teacher. Can you guess what it might be? You are late to the class by 10 minutes. Can you expect your class to be so silent and calm and serene?
No, ma'am.
No. So it could be something like, very disturbing. They might be shouting, otherwise screaming, talking to each other. Soon after you stepped into the class, if you pose a question to them like, what are you all doing? Do you get any answer from the students?
No,
they become silent.
No, we don't. So silence will be the answer. But after your 1 hour lecture in the class, if the next teacher comes and asks what was the previous class and what was the concept that was delivered by the other teacher, obviously the entire group will give a common answer. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's it. So that means what? Conversation, communication. Conversation may promise feedback or may not. But whereas communication will surely promise what is that called feedback. Feedback. We are giving some information means we are feeding students with knowledge. So finally the output is we are expecting their performance either in oral test or in written test. So that's it. Please keep that in your mind. So I think like the clear distinction between conversation and communication is clear. Shall I take it for granted, my dear friends?
No, ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah,
What
please.
what you said is in conversation, there may or may not be two ways, you said, no?
Feedback.
Feedback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But in communication, definitely feedback will be there. So if students or somebody, if the listener is failed to give feedback, there could be some problem in the process of communication. I'll tell you in the next part of this lesson. Shall I move on?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I move on with your permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission granted? You can
Yes,
speak to me
ma'am.
very freely. Permission granted. Thank you.
Permission granted, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now, this is what communication process. See, I would like to have chicken biryani right now. Otherwise, I would like to have some kind of delicious food. Yeah, all the ingredients are ready, but I don't know how to cook. Can I? See, I want to have chicken biryani. All the ingredients are ready, but I don't know how to cook. That is, I don't know the process of making chicken biryani. Can I?
No.
No. So that means what is very important for all of us, we must know the process of cooking. So that means preparing chicken biryani. So also, all of us are very well aware that communication is important. Without communication, there is no life. And if we do not have proper communication, there won't be any success in the career and something else. That's very good to learn. But what is the process? How many of us are focusing on how to improve our communication skills? Let us see the phase. So already I told you that communication is a two-party affair. It's not a one-party affair, it's two-party. Two parties means who are the two parties in communication? Who are the two parties? What are the two main ingredients of chicken biryani?
Speaker and listener.
That's really wonderful. What are the two main ingredients of chicken biryani?
Rice and chicken.
Excellent. Spices, water, and everything. Keep them aside. So that means what are the two major ingredients of this communication process?
Sender and receiver.
Sender and receiver.
Excellent. Excellent answer. So the sender and receiver are the two main ingredients. So, okay, I'm ready. You are ready. Okay. But in own enganundu. Do you follow me? Own enganundu. Can anybody answer?
It's in Malayalam, na? We cannot
Yeah, of course,
understand.
you got it as Malayalam. Do you understand what I speak? Do you know the meaning of that?
No, maybe what else you are asking, Shaya? Maybe, I think.
Oona enganundu. No. How was the food?
How was
How
the
is
food?
the food? Oona. Oona
Mm.
enganundu. Okay. How is the food? Right? Oona nallanundu. Okay. That's very
Food is nice.
So that's good. Okay. Anyhow. So
Yeah.
that means you're ready, I'm ready. But whereas we don't have a suitable medium to exchange the information, right? Am I right?
Yes, yes.
So that what we need, the medium should be apt to the situation, to the context. You are a teacher, you are a wonderful teacher, you are an excellent teacher. But what is that? To educate the village community on health and hygiene. You have been nominated as NSS officer. If you go there and speak to the villagers in English, do they understand?
No.
So it could be something like Ona Inganundu, right?
Yes.
So that means we should not go like that. So language is the suitable medium. What is the medium that we have to adapt? Suitable medium. But here you may question me back like, say we are all using suitable medium because students are better follow if we use regional languages in the classroom. That's a wonderful, I think like, a few of my friends might be thinking like this. Then why all of you are forcing to speak or to give instruction in English itself? Because this is the need of the hour. Need of the hour. English for life. English for life. English for life. So maybe our mother tongue tastes so good, so sweet, so mellifluous, so serene. But that is not the thing here. How to lead our life successfully. How to lead a quality life. So that matters. So if that matters for all of us, we have to have knowledge or effective communication in English. Please kindly underline this, my friends. So in the first part, what happens? Sender will have some idea and I encode this. What is the encoding process I'm doing in the sense what is it? See, to let you understand the importance of sender and receiver, I used chicken. What are the two major ingredients to cook chicken biryani? You said like one rice, the other one is chicken. That's really wonderful. So that means I have decided to give you this input. So how best I can give. So that's very important for a teacher. So there are two things. Please kindly note the difference between what and how. See, soon after I entered the class, if I pose a question to you like, what are you? What are you all? Can I expect an answer from your end?
No.
No. How are you all?
Yes.
How are you all? Please kindly respond. How are you all?
Fine.
Yeah, fine, good, great. I'm pretty fine, pretty good. So fine, good, all these are quite normal answers. How can you be proficient in English? How can your English be something special means you have to use some kind of different vocabulary. So that's what. How are you? I'm pretty fine. How are you? I'm pretty good. So what is this pretty fine and pretty good? That shows your proficiency of the language. That's all. Say all of a sudden it won't come to you. You have to habituate reading and then listening and then speaking and practicing. So day by day, definitely anyone can assure anyone can promise a kind of development in their own self. So this is what please kindly note. So first part of the communication, I'm here to give you the information. What are you doing after taking the information? The second part starts. So that means what it is vice versa. So secondly, when I'm posing a question, what my friends are all doing? You're all responding, right? Are you all responding to me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, fine. So when you're responding, You are taking my role. What is my role? So far, I am the sender, but now you took my role and you took the role of a sender, right? Then you are giving feedback, either in the form of an answer, otherwise participation, otherwise some kind of discussion, right? So this is what the second process. So first phase, sender to the receiver, is called transmission phase, where we transmit information. But whereas in the second stage, it is called feedback phase. What is the phase? Feedback. Are you all ready to give feedback?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
That's good. That's good. Fine, good. So there is still time for all of us to take feedback. So now let us see. See why this sandwich here? I don't know. Did you notice this sandwich at one corner of this slide? My God, who kept it? I don't know. Is there any relevance of sandwich to this topic? Any relevance? Any guess?
Between sender and receiver, there is a noise that is sandwiched between.
Yes, yes. That means the sender and receiver should be like, topmost slide of a slice of a bread and bottommost slice of a bread.
So,
And
madam, that middle part plays the encoding and decoding.
Oh, very good. So, how
Information.
creative you're all in interpreting what is meant by that, the sandwich. That's wonderful. But what I'd like to tell you, the sandwich has to do something with feedback process. Because when you give feedback, all of you do remember, because this has become a major problem these days. When somebody rocks in life, when somebody achieves great heights, there will be some kind of emotions inside us, like ego, jealousy, and something else. So, on their face itself will say like, this is not right, that is not right, which is so disappointing to others, which is so discouraging to others. Please kindly, being professionals, we should not do that. Please kindly note this, my friends. So your feedback should be just like a sandwich. So sandwich means follow the sandwich model. What is the sandwich model? Upmost slide. Say, first of all, you start your feedback with a praise. Praise, P-R-A-I-S-E. When a student do something good in the class, very well done. There might be some mistakes, no doubt in that. But, first of all, appreciate a student, appreciate a colleague, appreciate somebody else who deserves it. Then, criticize. Criticize in the sense, put forth both pros and cons of their presentation, otherwise their action. So you can criticize both. That means what, pouring out both pros and cons, in the sense positives and negatives. And again, overlap it with again one more slice. What is that? What is the first slice? Praise, praise. What is that? Praise.
Praise.
So what is the sandwich model of giving feedback? Praise,
Praise.
praise, criticize, praise. So do follow it so that everyone will be your friends at your workplace, even at your home also. See, suppose imagine your wife, she struggled a lot in preparing a delicious dish for you. See, but even if it doesn't taste good, but you should not directly say that on her face. You first of all appreciate your beloved
Excuse
partner.
me, ma'am.
It's an
Excuse me,
excellent
ma'am.
job. I appreciate you for taking so much of pain
Excuse
in
me, ma'am.
preparing this for me. Pardon.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Responding. Ma'am, sorry for interrupting you the flow.
No,
your
no,
flow.
not an issue, sir. Please.
Ma'am, I have a question. May I pose it?
Yeah,
pose the
why
same?
not?
Ma'am, in this communication process, so at times,
Yeah.
people who are suffering from some inferiority complex and some superiority complex,
Okay.
while they communicate, automatically they violate these rules, or they cannot implement.
Okay.
So can these process address the problem of such people? So we do, I mean, they may not agree that they are having some superiority complex, or if they say that they have some inferiority complex,
Okay.
unless they themselves understand it. So can this communication skill or communication process address the problem of such people?
Yes, sir, surely. Because communication is something related to understandability, as I have already told you. Because, if your criticism or if your point is very harsh, that means what? If you say something in a loud, harsh voice, definitely they don't correct themselves. If you do it in a very soothing fashion, in a very polite fashion. See, here the word that complements is civility at workplace.
I
Civility.
think I think it is the, rather than concentrating on the skill, I think one has to work on the inferiority complex or the superiority complex, the complex with which he is suffering. So once that is set right, the skill automatically comes in.
So
Is it
how
not
can
like
we
that?
set it right, sir?
Means
If we
he himself has to.
maintain good relationship. When you maintain good interpersonal relationships at work environment, people start listening to you. So that, they'll take everything positive. Even if you criticize, even if you talk negatives in them, they won't be hurt. They try to correct themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
So it all, like, what matters is how you are tuning them, how you are taking the complaint to them. It is not what is the complaint, but you have to take it in such a tone, otherwise in such a way that they'll understand you without misunderstanding. This is nothing but people skills, sir. We call these soft skills as people skills. How to manage people. If you shout your boy at home, do they listen these days?
No.
No. But if you go with a soothing voice, then definitely they'll start listening to you. So the same thing happens because we are all human beings, irrespective of the age and the profession that we are in. We all want what is nothing but respect. What is that? Respect. So that means if you give them respect and if you try to correct them, definitely they'll correct. This is what I'd like to tell from my end. Thank you, sir. Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So here, we have different types of communication, like verbal and non-verbal. I think, many sessions have covered this point, which is very important. Verbal communication or non-verbal communication, which is very important.
Both,
Okay. Without wasting, pardon?
both.
Both are important. But is there any equal importance? Is there any ratio, specific ratio? Okay, let's try this. Verbal communication and non-verbal. Verbal, here it's of two kinds, that is oral and written. Generally, oral communication, when we give a seminar, when we give oral presentation in the class, when we lecture, all these things comes under oral communication. Whereas written communication,
Madam, non-verbal communication is more when compared to verbal communication.
That's an excellent answer. That's an excellent answer. I'll introduce you the personality who spoke about this also. So just wait and see. Then let us see, I don't have much time to make you write and all. I thought of giving you a writing exercise here to talk at least one sentence about all these aspects about yourself. So to test your oral skill. Then, if I ask you to write about the same, what about the time duration that you take for oral presentation and written presentation? Do you take the same time? Which will be very easy? Is it oral or written?
Oral.
Oral is very important, and immediate feedback is also assured in oral presentation. But in written communication, we need lot of language skill. It is structured. It is systematic. When coming to oral, verbal communication, on the listener, verbal communication, the impact of verbal communication will be 35% only. My dear friends, please kindly note. However proficient you are in language skill, however, what is meant by that, the proficient you are in your subject, so that will give, or that impacts the student only to 35%. Then what impacts the student more than this? This is what non-verbal communication. See, did you make a note of the difference between this slide and the next slide, which is so colorful? This one or this one?
Non-verbal one.
Non-verbal is so colorful. So that means colorful in the sense, like when you lecture in the class, a student is not going to observe only your content. Student is not going to give work only to his ears. So first impression is the best impression. That best impression goes with your non-verbal communication. So for non-verbal communication, there is no need for education also. Anybody can understand these non-verbal clues. But why do we need training in this? Why do we need, in the sense, because of once upon a time, if you take, for example, our grandfather, he did not even cross the village, but our father might have crossed the town. Now our generation has crossed the state, and next generation is crossing the oceans. So that means what? There will be several cultural and demographic variations. So it is the need of the hour to understand everything. So in India, we call Namaskar as the most polite and what is accepted style of greeting. But whereas if you go abroad, if you go to some other countries, handshake is quite common. So which is very important. Like, which one we have to adapt? We have to adapt the style, the acts according to the culture. So non-verbal communication is something that is concealed under the sophisticated verbal communication. Hope you got the definition. Which is concealed. Concealed means like when I'm speaking, did you observe anything in my presentation? What am I doing during the presentation? Am I simply maintaining a straight look at you and then speaking? Is there any
Gestures.
movement you're observing?
Gestures. Madam,
Yeah,
your
you're
body language,
Yeah.
gestures,
Hmm.
postures, eye contact.
That's wonderful.
You are observing
Good, good.
all the NRC videos.
Okay, so that is what called body language. What is this? Body. See, non-verbal consists of sounds and symbols, but whereas body language includes facial expressions, body movements, those are called kinesics. Haptics is a separate subject that that talks about touch, postures, eye contact. Paralanguage, that is nothing but your voice. When I pose a question, I'm maintaining some difference in between my modulation also. Voice modulation. There could be some ups and then some downs. Why is it all happening? Because our presentation, if you want your communication to be effective, you have to focus on all these things. Human face is capable of making more than 10,000 expressions, and each one articulates volumes of information with ease. If you see the faces here, 4 faces. So how are they? Like, what is the first face denoting?
Happy.
Is he happy or angry?
Happy.
Happy. Did he write anything on his face that I'm happy?
Happy, angry, moody.
Okay. Is it moody or jealous?
Jealous.
Very jealous. Okay, so this is moody because maybe the principal or somebody else, might have hurt that lady. So that's why she is like that. Okay, don't be moody enough. So here is the personality who defended his statement that non-verbal communication is very important. That especially body language is very important. Albert Mehrabian. I'm very glad to introduce. This is what 7-38-55% rule. So 7% of impact comes through the words or the information what you carry to the class. And 38% of impact on the students is depending on the tone of voice, whether it is pleasing or authoritative or commanding. So all different types of voice. And the last one is your body language. Teacher is a model. So when see there are different the students will learn many things from the teachers. So we should be the models, as I said. So coming to body language, that is what. So let me move on. So benefits of communication, anyhow, it's very clear to you. Communication is very important these days. And why there is a need for communicating in English means already it is also quite evident to you. I think it's clear. Is it clear, my dear friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So now, if you want to be effective in communication, follow these 7 C's. Completeness, concreteness. Completeness means prepare well about the topic what you are going to speak about. Okay, let you have ample information. So start the topic and then conclude it properly. Then concreteness. Concreteness is nothing but keep it as simple as such. Consideration. When you're talking, see, we the teachers generally sometimes what do you do? What do we do? We'll get into the class and we vomit everything what all we have practiced in the staff room. But that's not the thing. Consider the condition, otherwise, situation of the students. And you have to understand whether they are interested to listen to you or so that are they interested to participate in any activity. So this is what being empathetic. And you need to have clarity of transformation of information. And here it is courtesy. Courtesy is please cultivate the habit of saying please, thank you, excuse me, okay, pardon. All these things are very important because that shows, these words show civility of a professional. Civility is nothing but pleasant mannerisms, pleasant speech. The next one is conciseness. Let it be brief. Don't let your topic to be repeated. See that there won't be any repetition. And last one is correctness, which comes at the end. Even when we start speaking English also, don't bother about correctness in the very beginning. Don't think that all the English teachers are very excellent in English communication and other teachers can't. No, that is not the thing. The more we practice, the better we'll be. This is the secret, that's all. English teachers are happen to practice the language inside the classroom and outside the classroom. That's why only they may, but there are many teachers, other subject teachers who compete equally, are far better than English teachers also in our teaching fraternity. I accept this really because it's all based on education, what they have underwent, otherwise the kind of practice that they do and the kind of interest that they do have in different areas. Please. And there are different types of barriers also. Obviously, we'll have certain barriers, but try to overcome all the barriers in the due course of action. Every one of us will be very good and excellent in communication skills. Hope so. My lesson on communication skill is done. So coming to interpersonal, what's the time right now, my dear friends? What's the time right now?
3:23.
3:23. So may I kindly know the time that has given to me?
Ma'am, you can close by 3:30.
3:30?
3:30, yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, fine. I'll try. Is there any problem if I continue for another 10 minutes? By 3:40,
Actually,
can
sir,
I?
they have to take tea break. Commissioner sir will come to valedictory session, ma'am. That's why.
Okay,
By
fine.
4
Good.
o'clock.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So let me conclude. I'll go. Let me go at a fast pace. The interpersonal skills are nothing but the skills that we require to manage good relationship at workplace. So here are different types of people that we come across in general who makes things happen. So these are hard workers who wait things to happen. But whereas the last one is who wonder what is happening. We'll see and we'll discuss when time permits. So there are three types of people that we generally come across among the students as well as in the society. Passive people, reactive people, proactive people. Passive people, what happens to passive people? Will they be active? Passive means they perish. So they'll be pessimistic. They never take any forward step to come or to achieve success in their lives. But whereas reactive people, at least when time comes, they try to survive. And coming to the last part, that is nothing but proactive people, like all of you who are attending this 6-day training, proactive participants. So all of us will grow because we are taking everything as positive. Positive means we are taking this training session in a positive way because nothing goes in vain as far as learning is concerned. So once we involve in the process of learning, and everything is useful, everything will be beneficial for our growth first and then for the institutional growth. So please kindly note this. If you learn something new, the first person who will be benefited is who will have the first gain? Definitely the person himself or herself. If you practice it at the workplace, then only the organization will be benefited. Please kindly note this. So nothing goes in vain as far as learning is concerned. So interpersonal skills are very important these days. And positive attitude. What is positive attitude? Here is a quote. Attitude can be your best friend or your worst enemy. If you think positive, attitude will do friendship with you. If you think negative about things that are going around, that could be your worst enemy. Would you like to do friendship with attitude or would you like to develop enmity with attitude? May I expect one of you to respond? Would you like to do friendship? Do you want attitude to be a friend? So friend in the sense that is what positive. And here are some positive attitude and then negative attitude. The vocabulary will help you. Optimistic, being courageous. See, if you are courageous, you will get recognition. Here, I am coming across several participants who are responding to the speaker. That is, they are highly enthusiastic. So what is the result of their enthusiasm? What is this? Elevation. Elevation in the sense they are elevated as one among many. One among many means there are 1,000 participants. Those who have participated, those who have come forward with their answers, they got been recognized. So this is what. So when you are positive, the result will also be positive. If you think negative, then we should get ready to get the negative result only. Then how to stay positive? Just to follow the principle of fresh. How can we be fresh, ma'am, in the afternoon session? Yes, you can be. Because see, when everything goes on smooth lines in and around us, we'll be very active and we'll be passive. We'll be positive. If something goes wrong, we'll get disappointment. We'll be discouraged. Then what is the secret behind staying positive? That is following the principle of fresh. Number one, keep a watch on your finances because money makes many things. Anything can go into the trash bin except the rupee, except the currency note. So keep that in your mind. Keep a watch on your finances. Number one. Second thing, maintain good relationships, both at family. That means what? It's a personal level as well as professional level. And, take care of the environment. Then the next one is try to inculcate certain spirituality. And the last one is take the best care of your health. Because if health is lost, everything is lost. Please kindly note it down, my dear friends. What is the principle that we can follow to stay positive? Fresh. Then coming to the next one, these are values. Values, I don't want to touch more about this because all the soft skills comes under values only. Here is a very good quotation by Albert Einstein. I speak to everyone in the same way, whether he is a garbage man or president of university. So try to maintain this at workplace. Don't give more respect to the higher authorities because they are going to give us something. And don't underestimate the people who are working at the low cadre. So try to give them equal importance so that they'll help you at any cost. So see, this is how we can maintain value. So this is the value that you can teach to your students as well as your own children at home also. Then instrumental values. See, there are different types of values: terminal values, instrumental values, and core values. What is a terminal value? What do you want to do after retirement? What kind of life that you would like to have after retirement? I would like to have a home of my own. I would like to have a good bank balance. I would like to give security to my family. What are these terminal values, ultimate objectives, ultimate goals of individual life? How can we achieve these? By following some instrumental values, we call them. Like, you should be capable, you should be cheerful, you should be forgiving. By following all these things, you can attain your terminal values. Then what are these core values? Core values are something that you have to practice at workplace. Because individual, what do you mean by that? Individually, we'll have our own aims or goals in life. And organization will also have its own vision and mission. So we have to coordinate with that. So here, what is the vision behind, or what is the objective or outcome of this 6-day training program in English medium of instruction? Who is going to be the ultimate beneficiary? See, first you will be the beneficiaries. Then if you go and practice at workplace, then the students will become the beneficiaries. Am I right? So this is what called we have to practice. So core values are very important to come up as a professional. Then coming to, I don't want to go. The next topic is that in nothing but perception. Perception is nothing but the way in which we look at things. Way in which we look at things. If you have take a glance at these pictures. What do you see in the first picture? Can I expect any one participant to respond? What do you see in the first picture?
Two members.
and two
First
persons
picture
speaking.
shows two members interacting with each other.
Very good. Two people interacting with each other. That's one answer. Is there any other answer from any other participant? Can I say that it's a vase, flower vase?
Yeah. First picture,
Yeah.
same face,
So which is correct?
same image.
Which is correct? Am I correct, or my friends are correct? Who is correct? Who is correct? Both are correct.
Both are correct.
Yes. So it is called perception. What is this called? Perception. Same thing. When I look at one thing, I feel something. But whereas when my friend looks at the same object, he may interpret it in a different fashion. So there is nothing that is exclusively good, exclusively bad in anybody for that matter. So no one is correct, no one is incorrect. Then what is this, madam? So how can we find? See, generally we listen to the people like, don't do friendship with bad people, do friendship with only good people. Who is good and who is bad? Do they write anything on their forehead? Do they write anything on their forehead? No. So that's a wrong statement. Go near to the good and go near to the maintain distance from the bad. That's not the thing. As far as possible, take good from good in the people, leave the bad in them. That's all. So that everyone is good, everyone is correct, everyone. See, that is what called positive attitude. I'm okay, you're okay. I'm okay, you're not okay. So this is how you can. So I'm okay,
Both are
you're
okay.
yes.
Both are
I'm
okay.
Very good. Win-win relationship. I'm right, you're right. Am I right now? So I'm okay, you're also okay. So this is what finally an understanding that we have to promise at workplace so that all of us will go as a single entity to see our students to speak good English or so on. Because an English teacher will engage the class only for an hour. But what is happening outside the classroom? Even all the subject teachers teach their subject in English only within the classroom. But 8 hours a student is spending not only in the classroom, outside also. So that means what? Whenever we come across, see, like, opportunities won't come on their own way. We have to create such an environment to our students so that they'll get enough space for practice. Because practice makes man perfect. Unless we practice, the student won't come forward. First of all, we have to be free from our inhibitions, like fear, shy, and hesitation. Especially, we may not have fear, we may not have shy, but the very thing that disturbs us is hesitation. So please come out of that so that everyone will be a good speaker. So let's try, just like how a baby started walking. So there are like several months of practice. So we require that. So coming to this, I think time is not permitting. So that's why I'm just skipping on, going fast. Etiquette is also very important, as I have told you. Etiquette is nothing but the standard accepted social behavior. Accepted social behavior. How to go to office, how to go to a party, how to go to a social gathering. So this is what called etiquette. So see, society accepts the individuals who maintain certain etiquette. So that's why we call it as, home phase, office phase. What do you mean by home phase and office phase? Do we look alike? Do we stay alike? Both at home as well as office? Do you dress alike both at home as well as office? Either the male or the female? No, there will be maximum difference, a drastic difference. Everything is why do we maintain? That is home phase. There we can be however we wish to be. But office is a social gathering. Office is a part of the society. We should not. So there we have to go according to the expectations of the society only. We should not go however we like. So please kindly note this. Etiquette is accepted social behavior. So there are personal etiquette, dining etiquette, grooming. How to groom? Grooming etiquette means, what is meant by grooming? In a teacher, what a student observes, head to toe. Head to toe means top to bottom. So what is this observation? As I have already told you, non-verbal communication. They learn everything from a teacher. They'll be most influenced by the teachers. Okay, so focus more on etiquette also. So coming to this, creativity, obviously, no. Can anybody try this? Because even if it is time, not a problem. I'll take one. I'll give you 30 seconds of time. Can you solve this problem to me? If anybody knows the answer, please kindly don't disclose it. Let your friends try this. Can you combine these 9 dots in 4 strokes without any repetitions? Are you all trying?
Yes.
Can anybody respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. This is the toughest question. Toughest problem. Is there anybody who knows answer to this? Anybody from any NRC? It's a problem in front of me. Can anybody help me out? Just like the problem in front of us is English medium instruction.
I have solved.
You found it? Okay. How did you do that? In 4 strokes only, but there should not be any repetition. No line should overlap other.
Yes.
Did you do that? Did you do that?
5 lines. Madam, first we have to draw entire rectangle. What is square?
Okay. And
Then
another
you draw a
condition
line
is you
between
should
the
wait.
center.
Madam, please kindly note. I forgot to tell you another one. You should not lift the pen. That's another condition. Without lifting the pen. Join these 9 dots in 4 strokes without lifting the pen and overwrite. I think special gift and special appreciation will be waiting from CCE office for those who is going to solve this problem.
Can we fold the paper?
Madam.
No, you should not fold. You have to take a pen. You should join the dots.
Madam.
From Kalasti, madam.
Yes, sir, please.
So it appears just like inverted 6.
No.
A mirror of 6. Just by
No.
trying.
No, I'm not asking you how does it look. I'm talking like, I'm just asking you to join the dots.
Madam,
Help me out, please. It's a problem. Burning problem.
first joining the first argument of 3 dots, madam.
Okay. So now, okay, the clue shall I give you? See, it's highly impossible to join these 9 dots without lifting the pen, without in 4 strokes, without overwriting. It's very clear. It's highly impossible. How many strokes? How many strokes? Arrows. No. Did you join those 9 dots without going beyond your limitations? See, the clue is go beyond. Think beyond. When a problem comes, when a problem appears before us, you have to first of all start thinking beyond. So don't think that there is any problem that can't be solved. Every problem has its own solution. God never gives us problems without solutions. Please kindly make a note of it. Okay. Can anybody? See, just straight away. Okay, let me move on. Please keep trying. I'll get back to you. So this is what problem solving. When a problem arises, what is the decision? You have to take the right decision at the right time. So how to take a decision? See this case study. Only one question I have. You have job offer from 2 well-reputed companies. The first company offers you a big position with 1 lakh per month. The second company offers a small position with 1.5 lakh per month. Which company would you like to choose? Which company would you like to work with? I want a quick answer from anybody. You have to justify your answer. You're all the decision makers. Don't say that I'm already paid that much. I don't want to change the company. Because sometimes tricky answers may come from my intellectual friends. Anybody would like to respond? Anyone?
Madam, Kalavasti, madam.
Yes, sir.
First one, madam.
Okay, why, sir?
Yeah, it is big position. I am.
So your name? Your name?
NRC, madam. Second position.
Okay, second position PVK. First one NRC Sri Kalavasti. I listen to you, sir.
When we join in a small position, definitely we go to the top position. That means big position.
Okay. So what about the Sri Kalahasti?
Madam.
Sri Kalahasti.
Ma'am, NRC
Yes, sir.
Anantapur.
Okay.
I'll go for the second position, ma'am.
Why, sir? Why did you
identified-
take that decision?
They are identified my skills and they paid a lot for me.
Then who is correct, sir? Is it NRC Chittoor, NRC Kalahasti, or NRC Anantapur? It is up to your personal needs, like your situation. Situation demands us. Situation decides our decisions. Am I right, sir? Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So situations. So that's very important. Here is an interesting question for all of you, but they're not going to provide because many of the participants might be married, but no second chance will be given. Just to see this. You are planning to get married and have 2 choices. Girl or boy is fair, beautiful, but is doing a small job. Second option is girl or boy is not fair, but with ordinary looks. Whom will you choose to marry? He is doing, the second one is doing a good job. Good job in the sense he is working in a reputed company with good salary. Whom would you like to choose? May I expect any unmarried participant to share your decision? Anyone? I think GDC Pilar is about to speak.
Yes, ma'am. We go for second option.
Second one.
Yeah.
Okay. Why so? Can you define your answer? That's what your logic there.
It will assign a small job.
What is your logic?
It will do some leisure, and
Sir, voice is not clear, sir. Please kindly share your logic in the chat box. Thank you. So let me go well. Okay, stress. So how do you feel this 1 week training program for you all? How does it seems to be? How does it seem to be? Is it so stressful? Is it so stressful? Can I expect all your faces just like how the picture, what I have displayed on the screen? Oh God, what is this headache? Why these 6 days? Staying away from the family in this hot sun, food I can't adjust. So that means, so all these things will happen sometimes. But take it for granted, my dear friends, stress is common to anybody at any phase of life. But one thing is very clear. There are two types of stress, that is eustress and distress. So what the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education is giving us is eustress, positive stress. When you undergo this kind of training, as I have already told you, the first beneficiary is the participant, next only the institution. But with selfless attitude, the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education has arranged such a platform for all of us so that every one of us will be the benefit. What happens if you get back to your place, get back to your working environment, and if you don't implement it, what will happen? Who is going to monitor? Who is going to monitor? Who has to guide you? That is your inner self. Please kindly, you are answerable to your inner self. You are not answerable to the external power. You are answerable to your inner self. So please kindly make a note. So there are two types of stress, eustress and distress. Eustress is always good. Doing night out the day before the examination, eustress. Okay, but if you pile up everything without doing or without working, and finally that if the day comes up for inspection and something else, if you start working, definitely it leads to some kind of distress. So find clear distinction between eustress and distress. Stress itself is not bad. Stress is of two types, eustress and distress. Try to inculcate, try to give eustress. What happens, madam? See, can we lead a stress-free life? Stress-free life will also be very boring, just like this. Did you ever play violin? Is there anybody who has played violin? See here, if the violin strings are very loose, they don't produce any music. They don't produce good music. If violin strings are very tight, they never give us good music. If violin strings are optimally tight, then we can listen to the melodious music. Am I right? Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So that means if there is no stress, there is no music at all in life. You don't enjoy, one can never enjoy the flavor of life. So we need little bit of stress to promise progress to ourselves. Sometimes we give stress to our children also at home. So some kind of stress as far as their studies are concerned. Child may feel that my papa is doing or putting lot of pressure on me, but one fine day he'll realize. So also here Commissioner sir has given us clear instructions. He is putting some pressure on us, no doubt in that. It's a pressure staying away, traveling lot of long distances and all. But still one fine day will realize the importance. If you have to pay for this kind of programs, if you have to pay, see this kind of programs may not be available at a low for a minimal amount. So they may charge if you want attend this kind of programs, you have to pay some thousands. So when we give money from our pockets, then only we feel the pain. But it's free of cost, and that too, our head office people would like to bring in some change in the environment of our degree colleges. So they are looking at it with positive. Let us be positive and let us be proactive so that win-win relationships will always promise success. So okay, fine, good, my dear friends. So value, time. So time, value. I'm sorry, I'm taking time. May I expect the CCE people to respond? Ma'am, is the commissioner, sir?
Ma'am, SAR may come after 4, but they have individual NRC wise valedictories, ma'am.
Acha, acha. Okay, I'll conclude it with this, madam.
Yes,
Thank you. So time management, it's very important. See, time is very precious. Time is, so can anybody tell me or share, who will tell me or who will tell us the value of time?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Oh, yeah, ma'am. Now you are audible.
Okay. Ma'am, did you complete the session? Pankaja, ma'am? Navina, ma'am? Pankaja, ma'am, voice వినపడుతుందా? Ma'am is audible?
No, madam, not audible.
PVK and Chittur?
No, ma'am.
PVK and Chittur. I think ma'am is in PVK and Chittur college.
Madam, చిత్తూరులో కరెంట్ పోయినట్టుంది మేడం.
Okay.
Shall I conclude the session, madam?
Please wait for few minutes, sir. We'll see. They have connected.
Okay, madam.
After having tea break, NRC wise valedictories you can continue. Meanwhile, SAR will connect through link virtually. Our honorable commissioner sir may connect 4 to 4:15. Like that he may connect. So please stay connected.
Shall we have a tea break, madam, then?
Yes, sir, but we should conclude the session. That's why I'm waiting. If Pankaja ma'am joins again, we can conclude and go for tea. Ma'am has joined just now.
Okay, why the connecting?
Ma'am, let's conclude the session, ma'am. Dr. Pankaja, ma'am.
Yeah, please. I'll do it in 2 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, audible, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, whom can I ask to know the value of 1 year? Sorry for the interruption, my dear friends. It's due to power cut. Hope you may excuse me. So, whom can I ask for 1 year? I mean, like to know the value of 1 year. Like 1 month, 1 week, 1 day, like that, even every millisecond is also very important in our
Hello,
life.
this is Manjula from NRC Vijayawada.
Yeah, madam.
I mean, this particular thing was explained to us in the internship training.
Okay.
To know the value of 1 year, we should ask a student who has failed in an exam. He will
Excellent, madam. That's
understand
really
the
wonderful.
importance of 1 year. And
Yes,
1
yes.
month, a pregnant lady who was delivered 1 month earlier, a baby.
Yes.
And 1 week, editor of a magazine.
Okay.
Editor of a this was
Yes.
explained to us in
Yes,
when I
ma'am.
attended internship, master training in internships, madam. And
Yes,
1
okay.
day is a daily wage earner. We should ask a daily wage earner the importance of 1 day.
Yeah.
And 1 hour is, I think, a lover who's been waiting
to meet his partner.
To meet his partner.
Yeah.
And 1 minute, I forgot. One who misses a train. One who misses a train.
Yes.
1 second who misses. 1 second is a person who has missed an accident. 1 millisecond is a person who might have lost a medal in any competition.
Okay, a big round of applause to you, ma'am. Just now I told you, whatever we learn in our life, nothing goes in vain, right? Nothing is waste. So, among 1,000 participants, you are the one who has responded because already you had a great learning, right? Do you accept with the statement? So everything, like every learning that we like, that sometime or the other, it helps us in our lifetime. That's really very great, ma'am. Thank you so much for your answer. That's thank you. Let me go to the end. So first of all, emotional intelligence, I'll tell only one aspect about that. Emotions are of two types, positive and negative. So try to withhold the positive emotions and try to correct your or overcome the negative emotions so that we'll be highly professional. So emotional intelligence, there are 3 things in life, like IQ, EQ, and SQ. IQ is nothing but intelligent quotient that every one of us are having. The problem is with EQ only. to maintain good interpersonal relationships at home, at office, or in the society, we have to have a good emotional balance. So generally, we have the tendency of pointing out others. But before we point out others, just try to question back. So once we start doing it, definitely we don't discourage others with a negative tone. So that's what the secret. So here is a personality who has introduced this emotional intelligence concept. So according to him, 4 aspects. Before judging others, first of all, try to know about yourself. Write your strengths and write your weaknesses, write your positives as well as negatives, and try to manage your negatives. Then only you will get some right to talk about the society, to talk about others. So once you understand yourself, it could become very easy to develop a personality trait called empathy. Empathy is nothing but getting into the shoes of others, thinking the problem from the other's perspective. So if you start understanding others from their perspective, definitely your relationship will be strengthened. So what all we need in life is nothing but respect and good relationships. So without good relationship, one cannot lead a happy life. So we all joined together for this activity because since a week you're all undergoing this teamwork process. There are different stages of teamwork: forming, norming, storming, performing, and then adjourning. So this is the time for adjourning. Once the project ends, the group disbands. So okay, fine, good. So let us go with here is a small story, but I don't want to because time is not permitting us to do. So here is the teamwork. Coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. This quote is by Henry Ford. Do remember. So can anybody help me reading out what has been displayed on the screen? This is going to be the last. Is there any good reader among 1,000 participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, effective reader competition. Now, who would like to grab the first opportunity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm from NRC, Vijayawada.
Okay.
I'll start reading, ma'am. When I was a young man, I wanted to change the world. I found it was difficult to change the world. So I tried to change my nation. When I found I could not change my nation, I began to focus on my town. I could not change the town as an older man. And as an older man, I tried to change my family. Now, as an elderly person, I realized the only thing I can change in myself, change is myself. And suddenly, I realized that if long ago I had changed myself, I could have made an impact on my family. My family and I could have made an impact on our town. Their impact could have changed the nation, and I could indeed have changed the world.
Excellent. Very good. So the best reader award goes to ma'am. Your name, please.
My name is Sarvani, computer science lecturer from SR and CVR GDC.
Fantastic, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's an excellent reading. Thank you. So change can begin only within and from you. Don't ever blame that the students are not coming forward to speak. They feel shy. They feel hesitant to come forward to speak and to present. Fast change should come from within. We have to go in search of different methodologies or different ways to inculcate a kind of interest among the students. Here, my dear friends, if you follow the management principle of IDA, it is not something like what Brahmanandam says in one of the movies. What's your wife's name? He says some dalda and something else. It's not that. The management principle here is IDA. Do anybody know about what is the abbreviation for IDA? AIDA, IDA. What does it stand for? The secret behind success of any activity is IDA. So A stands for first. Whenever you enter the classroom, whenever you take up a task, first try to take the attention of the participants, attention of the other party. Then the second thing is, it's our duty to create a kind of interest in them, either to listen to us or to respond to us. So first one is attention, second one is create interest. And once the interest is created, the other party will get so desirous. I mean, a kind of desire will come out from them, desire to achieve this, desire to achieve that. So even in this training also, the part of the resource person, the part of the speakers will be to take your attention, to create interest among you, and then to give you a desire. You have a burning desire.
sorry
Yes,
for
after
intervening.
getting back to my places,
Please
pardon,
conclude.
desire. And the last one is nothing but, what is that? Can anybody? IDA. Action. So wish you all the best for the positive action that all of you are going to take up after getting back to your degree colleges. Wish you all the best. And one secret, don't ever forget, communication, eyes and your smile plays a vital role in taking the attention of the students, in creating interest, in creating desire, whatsoever it is. Because eyes and smile are the gateways of communication. Keep smiling, keep rocking. So if you smile, things seems to smile back. Smile and smile. When you smile, others will smile. Soon there will be miles and miles of smiles. Life is worth while you smile, my dear friends. Thank you all. Thank you. And I especially thank the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to interact with the learned participants from 18 NRCs across the state, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Especially my special thanks goes to Anil, sir. And very special thanks goes to all the participants who have responded in a very proactive fashion, so that you see feedback. Every minute you are giving me feedback means you are in turn encouraging the speakers also. So that's very important. So very good. Thank you. May I take leave?
Yes, ma'am. Very lively session, ma'am. I request NRC Tanuku to propose vote of thanks.
Yeah. I take the privilege to propose vote of thanks for the last session of our, of course, last lecture session of this 6-day training program. On behalf of all the participants, I express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, M. Pankaja Garu. In just a short span of time, you have enlightened us with your profound knowledge on soft skills and left an indelible impact on our hearts and minds. So your captivating delivery and insightful anecdotes and practical tips have inspired us to become better communicators, empathetic listeners, and effective collaborators. Your expertise in this field is evident, and we are truly privileged to have you have an opportunity to learn from you, madam. We extend our deepest gratitude to you for investing your time and energy in preparing such impactful lecture and PowerPoint presentation. Your dedication to empowering the individuals with these tools to thrive in today's interconnection world is truly inspiring. Thank you for delivering a wonderful lecture and having a great smile in your face continuously for 1.5 hours and bearing
Thank
the
you, sir.
interruptions of power supply and bearing all the time. Thank you very much for being with us.
I should say sorry for the minor inconvenience that was caused from our end due to technical issues. Anyhow, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
It's great that you
meeting
come.
all.
It's great that you come back with the same passion and continue the lecture. It's truly appreciable. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Wish you all the good luck, sir. Thank you.
Despite of difficulties, you made it successful, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Any queries from the participants? If you have any queries, I'm ready to answer. I'm here to answer. If not, I take leave. Okay, ma'am. Thank you all. I take leave. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Let's have tea break for 10 minutes. Stay connected. Our Honorable Commissioner, sir, will join.
I'll come.
I request all NRCs to reassemble again as our Honorable Commissioner sir has joined already. Please switch on your videos, please. All are requested to switch on your videos.
Good evening, all of you. I think master trainers are all there. Madam, all master trainers are kada? Hello?
Sir, Anil sir, chappan.
Audible and voice.
Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
So, a small instruction to all the master trainers for next batch. Rather message పెట్టినట్టుగా you have to give more talk time to the participants and make them talk and make them involved in the activity so that they can practice in their real classroom situation. మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఎక్కువ టీచర్కే అంటే మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్ కానీ లేకపోతే ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కానీ ఎక్కువ టాక్ టైం ఇస్తున్నాం. సో పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే వాళ్ళ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ప్రకారమే మాకు కూడా మాట్లాడే టైం ఇవ్వమని అడుగుతున్నాం అనమాట. సో ఆల్ ద మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్స్ మీరు డిజైన్ చేసుకోండి, వాళ్ళతోటే ఎక్కువ యాక్టివిటీ చేయించేలాగా, వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడించేలాగా, రైట్? సో దట్ వన్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఇంక్లూడెడ్ ఇన్ యువర్ నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్. ఎవ్రీ మాస్టర్ ట్రైనరు అట్లీస్ట్ ఒక 30 minutes యాక్టివిటీ బేస్డ్ ఇవ్వండి, వేర్ దే హ్యావ్ టు ఇన్వాల్వ్. They have to involve in speaking. They have to involve in the day-to-day communication. Even classroom anta kuda only English lone communication jaragali. That you have to ensure. Rest, I think everything is okay. Everything is fine. All the master trainers as well as the experts from outside also delivered very well. Today we received one information from Parvatipuram. There is a short circuit. Even though the principal and program coordinator, including the master trainers, they have made some immediate alternate arrangements and it also went on well. I once again request all the principals, even AC related issues unte meer immediately then attend ayi, please make them the participants happy. ఎందుకంటే మిడ్ సమ్మర్ కాబట్టి ఏసీ సరిగ్గా పనిచేయకపోయినట్లయితే ఇది ఉంది. అలాగే కమిషనర్ గారి ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ప్రకారం మనకి క్లాస్ రూమ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా స్మార్ట్ క్లాస్ రూమ్స్ చేసుకున్నారు కాబట్టి యూ కెన్ ఆల్సో మేక్ యూజ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఫెసిలిటీ. మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఏదైతే కాన్ఫరెన్స్ హాల్స్ ఉన్నాయో దీస్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు బి వెరీ పర్మనెంట్ మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్స్, వెరీ పర్మనెంట్ ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్స్. కాబట్టి మీరంతా కూడా దీన్ని ఒక సోఫిస్టికేటెడ్ మోడల్లో ఆల్ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ దీన్ని చేసుకోండి. మనకి ఏవైతే స్టూడియో హౌస్ ఉన్నాయో స్టూడియో ప్లస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ హాల్, దాని ప్రకారమే మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు. I think Honorable Commissioner గారు జాయిన్ అయినట్టారు. జస్ట్ స్టే ట్యూన్. హలో, I would like to announce one thing. I request all the respective NRC principals, please conduct the proceedings at your level only, because Commissioner గారు కొంచెం బిజీ ఉన్నారు. యాక్చువల్లీ కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉన్నారు కానీ డ్యూ టు సమ్ బిజీ షెడ్యూల్ నేను మాట్లాడలే. ఒక రెస్పెక్టివ్ కాలేజ్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ని క్లోజ్ చేసామని చెప్పమన్నారు. సో ఓన్లీ థింగ్ వీ కెన్ రిలీజ్ సమ్ సర్టిఫికేషన్ ఆన్లైన్. అవి మీకు రెస్పెక్టివ్ పార్టిసిపెంట్ మెయిల్కి వచ్చేస్తాయి. And one more announcement is, actually, as per our allotment, almost 1000 plus allotment chesam. టోటల్ అలాట్మెంట్ ఎంతంటే 1097 క్యాండిడేట్స్ అలాట్ చేసాం. బట్ మనకి యాక్చువల్గా వచ్చింది 974 వచ్చారు. సో ఎవరైనా మిస్ అయ్యి అంటే కొంతమంది ఎగ్జామ్షన్ కోసం లేకపోతే రీషెడ్యూల్ కోసం అడగటం జరిగింది. కమిషనర్ గారి ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ప్రకారం నోబడీ విల్ బి ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్. ఒకవేళ ఎవరైనా ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్లో కనుక రాలేకపోతే ఎనీ అంటువర్డ్ ఇన్సిడెంట్ వల్ల డెఫినెట్గా ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆల్ ద ఎన్ఆర్సీ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ టు ఎన్షూర్ దట్ వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్లో మిస్ అయిన వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సెకండ్ బ్యాచ్లో రావాలి. అలాగే కొన్ని సెంటర్స్లో థర్డ్ బ్యాచ్ ఉండదండి. జస్ట్ లైక్ పార్వతీపురం, నంద్యాల అట్లాంటి సెంటర్స్లో ఓన్లీ టూ బ్యాచెస్ ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఎవరైనా కొంతమంది అక్కడ థర్డ్ బ్యాచ్లో వెళ్ళాలనుకున్న వాళ్ళు సెకండ్ బ్యాచ్లో కంపల్సరీ జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి. వీళ్ళకి అంటే కమిషనర్ గారు దీన్ని చాలా సీరియస్గా తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఆల్రెడీ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఆర్జేడీసీఎస్కి ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఇచ్చారు. ఎవరైనా ఒక బ్యాచ్ నుంచి ఇంకో బ్యాచ్ షిఫ్ట్ అయినా లేదా ఒక అలాటెడ్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ నుంచి ఇంకొక ఎన్ఆర్సీకి వెళ్ళినా ఫోన్ చేసినా ప్రెజర్ పెట్టినా వాళ్ళకి మెమో ఇష్యూ చేయమని చెప్పారు. మా లెవెల్లో అయితే మేమైతే ఎవరికి ఇవ్వలేదు. అది కూడా కొంచెం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఎఫెక్టివ్నెస్ కోసం సార్ తీసుకున్న డెసిషన్ ఇది. స్వయంగా కమిషనర్ గారే మొబైల్ ఫోన్ పెట్టుకుని గూగుల్ మ్యాప్ పెట్టుకుని ఒక కాలేజీకి ఒక ఎన్ఆర్సీకి డిస్టెన్స్ ఎంత ఉందని చెప్పి ఆ డిస్టెన్స్ని బట్టి ఆయన అలాట్ చేయడం జరిగిందండి. కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ బ్యాచ్లో అందరూ కూడా ఎవరైతే స్కిప్ అయ్యారో వాళ్ళందరూ ఖచ్చితంగా జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి. దిస్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మస్ట్ రీచ్ టు ఆల్ ద కాలేజెస్ త్రూ ఎన్ఆర్సీ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్. నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ అందరూ కూడా ఉన్నట్లయితే మీ లెవెల్లో మీరు దీన్ని వ్యాలిడిటీ కండక్ట్ చేసుకుని యూ కెన్ సెండ్ దెమ్ ఆఫ్. మనకి పార్టిసిపేషన్ సర్టిఫికేట్ మాత్రం వాళ్ళ ఇండివిజువల్ మెయిల్ ఐడీస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతుందండి. అండ్ యాజ్ పర్ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ మనం దేన్ని కూడా FDP లాగానే ఇస్తున్నాం సో దట్ దే కెన్ యూస్ ఫర్ దిస్ CS ఆల్సో. కాబట్టి దీన్ని డిజైన్ చేసినప్పుడే కమిషనర్ గారు ప్లాన్ చేశారు 1 week దిస్ కెన్ బి కన్సిడర్డ్ యాజ్ షార్ట్ టర్మ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అని. అంటే వీళ్ళకి CS కూడా యూస్ఫుల్ అవ్వాలని చెప్పి ఈ విధంగా చేయడం జరిగింది. దీన్ని మనం FDP గాని కన్సిడర్ చేస్తూ షార్ట్ టర్మ్ కోర్స్గా కన్సిడర్ చేయబోతున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇట్ విల్ బెనిఫిట్ మోర్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్. I once again request all the NRC principals and coordinators to ensure that maximum participation must be there in the second batch. And where third batch ఉన్న చోట్ల కంప్లీట్గా అందరూ కూడా కవర్ అవ్వాలి, ఇంక్లూడింగ్ గెస్ట్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. ఎనీ ఇష్యూస్ ఆర్ దేర్? ఒక 1 or 3 సెంటర్స్ నుంచి ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ తీసుకుని పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ నుంచి మీరు రెస్పెక్టివ్ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ని మీరు కనెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. వ్యాలిడిటీ. Sir, feedback from any 2 or 3 centers from participants.
Dr. V.S. Krishna College.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. NRC Vijayawada, we are ready, sir.
Anyone, please go ahead. Go ahead. Either Vijayawada or Visakhapatnam, please. Yes, sir.
Vijayawada ready, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Sir, good evening, sir. Good evening, Anil Garu. Thank you very much for giving this beautiful opportunity. And we are all thankful to you, especially you designed this program. And also the Commissioner Garu has given you a wonderful opportunity to have this kind of 4,000 lecturers capacity building management. So, and we learned a lot, no doubt in it. But as you said just few minutes back regarding the participation of lecturers, that's really, it should be there, because if all lecturers come together in to the dais and they express their what you call the freedom of expressing towards the other participants, is definitely give them a lot of courage, and also they can mitigate the fluency, and also they can interact with their fellow members. So that should be there, because every day 6 days, every day we have that kind of interaction should be there at the end of the day, or the last session, or in the middle of the sessions, because everyone has to participate, everyone has to speak something. And it maybe I don't say that it's related to subject, but everything under the sun. That kind of freedom has to be given. Then only the fluency will come. So really, we are thankful to you. And the second thing is, you have given me as a wonderful opportunity that this should be considered as a FDP program for our CIS. So we are very much thankful, and all are indebted to you, because the morning itself also I spoke to you, and immediately you accepted. So very soon we expect the proceeding also. Thank you very much, sir. And here also we have 42 participants. Everyone participated enthusiastically. Not only that, some of the what you call resource persons, we interacted very well. And I may not be having the what you call names to remember, but we almost 42 participants are beautifully participated and engaged with all kinds of activities. Thank you very much, sir. And we need this kind of capacity building. Here also we have, as you are near to our college, because we are in what you call CC is also near to me, near to our college. So you are you provided all these kind of what you call studio, and this wonderful room also. You have given this what you call cameras and all these things. Earlier also we did a 3-day program for internship and also LMS program. This time this is 6 days, but somehow it's a long period. That's why, and also due to the heavy sun strokes, we feared a lot, but still not that much. But thank you very much, sir, for giving a wonderful opportunity. Our principal also cooperated very well, and she provided whatever we need. And also most of the lecturers, they paid 600 rupees, and the remaining people also, remaining lecturers also, they will pay very soon. And this and for the next what you call assignment also, next batch also, they will come with flying colors. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. V.S. Krishna, please.
Yeah, Anil, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Muralidhar from Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College, sir. Actually, the TOT has given extensive information about the English as a medium of instruction, sir. Actually, this is very useful. One person can easily interact with the international level. So this is very, very useful for all the people. Means this is the best, best TOT ever, because the English is now treated as a global language all the way. So once the person who can understand English and speak in English in a very fluently, he can reach anywhere in the world. He can compete with any person in any competitive exams in the world. So this is very good, sir. We are very much thankful to the commissioner, sir, and our principal, sir, and all the participants who compare master trainers and participated. All the people, we're very much thankful to all the people, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I may request Rajamandri.
Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Dr. A. and I take this as a great pleasure and opportunity to propose this vote of thanks as well as my feedback on this TOT for the 6 days. On behalf of all the participants of batch 1 from NRC Rajasthan. Sir, it has been a great experience for us for undergoing this TOT program. The 6 days, we, the teachers, have turned to be the students. We had the opportunity of learning English, fluency in English, and wide range of topics on various aspects of behavior as well as psychological factors and how well we can express ourselves before the students. So I think this has given us a great zeal to be present before the students. by the time we need them for the academic sessions 2023-24. Sir, I would also would like to thank all the expertise we have gained from the resource persons. The resource persons from APU have given their immense expertise. They have shared their expertise in such a manner that it was interactive and useful to us. So to name Dr. Srihari, Professor Padmini Shankar, M. Udaya, Dr. Linda Grace, Professor Jayaraju from IFLU, and Neeru Singh and Professor K. Ilango, Dr. I. Vijay Babu, Principal, Muralidhar, and from Srimati Dr. Rosalind, Anita Abraham, Usha Rani, all of them have given their expertise in a very experiential way. They have elicited our attention towards that. I thank them for all they have given. And yes, it is also my pleasure to extend my special thanks to the NRC RJY mentors, the master trainers, Dr. B. Pratima, Srimati Vijay Santi, Srimati Anjali, K. Vaishnavi, C. Pinar, Dr. Hibat Madina, who have made the day involved for us. So the sessions were very, very interesting because they have conducted practical sessions for us, and it was very useful for us. So all this could not have been possible or made so effective, but for the meticulous planning and execution by the Office of the Academic Cell, CCE, AP, under the able guidance of Dr. Anil sir. And I extend my thanks to the whole team. As well as I would also like to thank the organizing team from Academic Cell as well as our GCRJY organizing team, our Principal Sir Dr. C. Krishna Garu and Academic Coordinator Dr. M.R. Gautam Garu for facilitating this TOT program where we didn't find the heat of the scorching, burning sun in during all these 6 days. I also thank all our team members who have facilitated for this room, Narayan Garu and so on, and the hospitality team who have kept us very active all these days. I humbly express my heartfelt thanks to the visionary of this training program, Sri Dr. Paula Maskal Garu, for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this program and refresh ourselves before we begin our practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now I may request Women Srikakulam.
NRC.
Yeah, Srikakulam. Yes. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. No, may I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible. You can go ahead.
NRC from Srikakulam, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. This program is a very wonderful program, but according to myself, maybe this program was conducted by offline. It is a very important session and most useful to all of you. But it is an online mode, maybe audible and visible little bit problem is there, sir. So that is, it is a very wonderful opportunity. And this information will be sent to my students and along with my according environment. So it is a very useful program, sir. So it is a very thankful to given this opportunity from NRC Srikakulam.
Thank you. It is not purely online, sir. It is a blended. It is a blended. It went on blended mode because due to some logistics, we have to organize blended mode only for analysis because simultaneously 18 analysis going on. It is a huge program. So we designed such a way that it can be happened in blended mode only. Anyway, the master trainers are with you. You can go as per your wish, right? And any other participants, from any other NRCs, please?
NRC Srikalahasti, sir.
Please, sir, please.
Sir, good evening, all, sir.
Please, madam.
On behalf of the participants from NRC Srikalahasti, and we'd like to propose my sincere vote of thanks to the CCE team, Commissioner Sir and Selja Madam for arranging such a nice program, sir. In particular, we are very thankful to the team of NRC Srikalahasti for their hospitality and friendly receiving, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other NRC?
Sir, NRC Anantapur, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I am Dr. N. Anil Kumar from SYTR Government Degree College, Naksira. The 6 days TOT program, which was arranged for the well-being and speaking courage, teaching courage for the faculty members of all non-linguistic, that is subject lecturers, is very, very useful, sir. So first of all, I want to congratulate our beloved commissioner for providing us this facility. So this 6 days program of TOT, which was started from the inauguration function and had gone all the way right from the Professor Elango sir's speech related to improved skills of reading and writing and making us accuracy in speaking is very much useful, followed by Srihari possibilities sir's content and language integrated learning, and many other faculties who had delivered their valuable lectures, and our master trainees has prompted us day by day by giving their elaborate lectures and pronunciation skills, which made us to learn a lot, sir. So from this 6 days TOT, we came to know what is an anagram and how to utilize them in the classroom environment. Reading skills and writing skills are very much essential for the student community. Along with the student community, if certain activities were planned, which was taught by our master trainers through offline, has helped a lot to learn and make and manage the classroom environment, sir. Along with these aspects, I again insist our master trainee, Dr. D. Raju sir, who has given a clear-cut picture about an app which is said to be Chart GPT, which is very much helpful for the faculty community in preparation of notes as well as PPTs during communications. Actually, these programs are very much beneficial to the faculty as well as students, and we proudly say that we implement all these aspects in our classroom environment, of course, which is the wish of our beloved commissioner, and we please him with our manners by presenting it in our LMS lessons. So thanking you one and all for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any other NRC?
It is from Government Degree College, sir.
Hello, please.
Sir, Mr. Government Degree College, sir. I'm Dr. Nilji. Please, sir.
Sir, this is from.
One by one, please.
Okay.
Let him complete, madam. Let him complete.
Yeah.
Pratap Gar, please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So first of all, I would like to express my entire team of gratitude and happiness for conducting this kind of programs, which are very beneficial to the research community as well as the student community, in order to achieve and reach the better goals in the field of college education, sir. Thank you very much for conducting this wonderful program. I know, sir. I express on behalf of the entire team. I also express, gratitude to the visionary commissioner, the meticulous plan of Anil Kumar, sir, and the team of the commissioner, as well as the execution of the entire the procedures of the entire TOTs are extraordinary, exemplary, and outstanding, sir. Thank you for being with us, sir. And coming to the
resource persons, each and every resource person, starting from MLA to the Pankaj Mati, all are energetic, enthusiastic, and that impeccable, extraordinary, and due to the entire presentation, they have been conducted excellent activities like role plays and politics training. Almost. Also, myself, I very much credit to that master plan is here. The master is also very wonderful role, and they played an incredible role. So that's why we got through the theory of this English medium of research proficiency. But we got confidence, we got inspiration, we got some kind of enthusiasm, and we felt very well for encountering the classroom encounters with the students. Sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir, from NRC Nellore, sir.
Nellore, please complete.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Sir, ఒకసారి నెల్లూరు అయిపోయినాడు. నెల్లూరు ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నారు. నెల్లూరు అయిపోయినాడు సార్. నెల్లూరు అయిపోయింది. Let నెల్లూరు complete.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. We from NRC Nellore go along with all those who responded from other NRCs in appreciating and thanking for your efforts for this training program, sir. But one suggestion from this end is there are number of resource persons from our fraternity, English language fellows, who performed very well, and their quota of time may please be increased. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well taken.
Sir, this is from NRC GDC Guntur, sir.
Yeah, please.
I'm Dr. Anita Susan from Government College for Women, Guntur, sir. I am really honored and privileged to be a part of this TOT training program. To be very frank, I was a bit apprehensive as to what these lecturers are going to teach in English for us, because we are not directly related to English in any way. But after attending all the sessions, right from the session 1 to where Professor Ilango was there, and to the last session where Pankaja Madam was speaking, all the sessions were very useful. They were informative. All the lecturers or the resource persons who taught us were very interactive, full of enthusiasm, and we could learn so many things, especially the pronunciations, etc. were very interesting. And the coordinator sir was very cooperative. He was always with us, and our Srinivas sir from zoology, they were all with us. And we are having 7 master trainers who are very enthusiastic. They interacted with us. They made us feel like small little children, and enacting us with role plays, etc. And so every day was very good, very interesting, and we look forward for all these sessions. And all of us participated actively, whether it is a group discussion or role plays or anything. So all that apprehensions disappeared by the end of the training, and I could say I am very happy to say that we could learn something as to how to teach and how to pronounce certain words in English. So but the transformation, I think, is going to be little slow. It will take time because we get the students from rural backgrounds, and but we are making efforts, and I appreciate all the efforts of our principal madam. We had little hiccups regarding the ACs and all, but she was very generous. They immediately bought 2 new ACs, and so that we could sit comfortably. and all the arrangements were good. And I should say a word about Anil sir. I think he is the person who is responsible for all these training sessions. A very young man, dynamic person, Anil sir. Because I had interacted with him as a TOT in zoology. Thank you, sir, for giving us an opportunity. I thank you once again for all the opportunity given for all of our participants. And in sessions or interactions like this, we meet staff members from different colleges, from different places, and we get to know each other better. So all these sessions were enjoyable. We could learn something. And just one of my what I got on my mind, I want to share with you. If such training programs could be taken up even for college students at the beginning of the academic year regarding pronunciation and etc., I think it will be more useful for the students in the at the beginning of the academic year, so that they also will be getting brushed up. And we had all the arrangements were good, especially the food also was very clean, hygienic and tasty, and we all had a good time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. As you said, it is not myself. My team is there, small team. Dr. Shailaja and Rambab is also there, and entire academy cell. The credit goes to them. Now NRC Chittur, please, Chittur or Nandyal, I think. Please, sir, please go ahead.
Actually, for the last we are not released because even in the part of other business also we are almost ending. Actually, we made that last day, sir. Sir, actually, the sessions which we have planned is 6 days. And in the 6 days put together is 24 sessions plus 4 is equal to 6. And the number of days is also 6 at 4,000 around 200 participants work. That is also 6. The magic figure which is very excellent because no training of other states can be this way trained in the matter of 6 days this many people, because I was trained almost 40 days in the Impact Foundation for 100 participants. They took almost 40 days. But see that 4,200 the TOTs were trying just in the matter of 6 days. It's only a privilege of CCA. I request all the participants to give a big round of applause. So second, this success behind this every team, because our teachers who are in other places, they are not got the job by chance. They are all got by choice, because it is a passion for them. So here, by the sessions from beginning Yarano to the Pangaja Madam, the speaker and training the difference, because the speaker they talk more, the trainers they involve into the activity from the participants. So no doubt about the training programs where all our the teachers community of Andhra Pradesh, they all become a passion profession to a proactive profession, and simply what I wanted to come to that, so that is our CCE team effort, APCCE, higher education teachers. They all, so that is from converted from speakers to trainers. That is a simple thing where I request from the CCE side is in the training sessions, which 24 the sessions were there. See that at least 50% of our home department teachers, our home department teachers know what we wanted actually. The other trainers, they may be expertise, but they doesn't know what we wanted exactly. That's the reason one condition, not condition or proposal. Another proposal also from my side is I kindly collect the information from the at least the universities and NRCs. Some universities they have a peak type of the 6th semester and 6th semester examinations. Please this kindly put into kind mind and the action for next time. So this is where I wanted from my side. So thank you for all. Especially Anil sir, I want to say Anil means A to L. So that is the first A is all, L for love. So you have to all love. That is why the programs will get success. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, sir. Please, I remind you, Commissioner sir is also there, but he is in another meeting, but still he is watching. Please bear with in mind. I request NRC Nandyala also. Please respond.
Nandyala responding, sir.
Please, sir, please.
6 to 7 TOTs are master trainers, and for all the participants of Andhra Pradesh, I thanks CCA for considering the TOT is now our CS proposal, sir. Thank you. I request all the participants to give a good round of applause towards our CCA.
Thank you. Sir,
Good
Nandyala.
evening, sir. NRC from Nandyala.
Please.
So this is M. Govindarajalu from NRC Nandyala. Sir, I would like to speak a few words about these 6 days non-residential TOT program. Sir, first of all, I would like to say congratulations to our Honorable Commissioner Sri Pola Bhaskar sir for providing these fantastic 6 days TOT program on English as medium of instruction. We learned more information about student-centered techniques methods, vocabulary and proficiency, phonetics and pronunciation, self-awareness by Neeru Singh Madam, and growth and mindset also by Neeru Singh Madam are very effective. Collaborative learning, classroom communication and effective communications, how to develop English learning skills, that means LSRW, then connected speech by Professor Jairam sir, finally soft skills by Dr. M. Padmaja Madam. These are the topics given by eminent personalities. What we learned during these 6 days program is very effective and informative, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, everyone. As many NRCs are requesting for the concluding the session, before concluding the session, I request all the participants. There are 974 participants and almost 100 master trainers are there. Altogether, there is 1074. This is a very huge number. If really 1074 can make use of this facility and can transact this into the classroom for the students, definitely it will be very huge impact on the society as well as our students. And as suggested by some of the NRCs, we are very shortly organizing student training also with the support of Unnati program. So as you rightly said, it is not only faculty, it is also for students also. So we together we can synergistically can transform the entire higher education landscape. Now I may request Dr. Krishna Garu from Rajahmundry College. Please say a few words and release the certificate, sir. As Commissioner sir is very busy, you got this honor. Please, you have to give the voice command, that is the launching of the certificates, and the certificates will be launched. Please give voice command, sir. Sir.
Good evening, everybody. Launch the certificate, sir. On the commissioning, launching the certificates. ఇప్పుడు శాటిలైట్ కదా మాకు వస్తున్నాయి సార్, చాలా సంతోషం.
So all the participants will receive the certificates to their mail IDs. Maybe it will take some time because there is number is very huge.
Thank you, Anil garu.
Sir, మీరు మాట్లాడినాక conclude చేద్దాం, sir. And one appeal from my side. I request all the principals from NRCs, please దీన్ని ఒక మీడియాలో తీసుకురండి, everybody, so that it will create some impact, because it is a government policy and it is a vision of Honorable CM గారు. సో మీరంతా కూడా మీ లోకల్లో మీరు మీడియాలో బోల్ టెలి అండ్ ప్రింట్ మీడియాలో ఇచ్చినట్లయితే ఇట్ విల్ డెఫినెట్లీ క్రియేట్ సమ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆన్ ద సొసైటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ప్లీజ్ ప్రొసీడ్. కృష్ణ గారు మీరు అయిపోయినా క్లోజ్ చేయొచ్చు.
సార్, ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ చాలా బాగుందని చెప్పి 18 NRC ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ అలాగే పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం వల్ల ఫ్యాకల్టీలో చాలా మంది అప్డేట్ అవుతున్నారు సార్. చాలా వెరీ ఎఫెక్టివ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. ఇక మిగిలిన 2 బ్యాచ్ల్లో కూడా అందరూ చెప్పినట్టుగా మన ఫ్యాకల్టీని కూడా ఉపయోగిస్తే ఇంకా బాగుంటుంది చెప్పి అనుకుంటున్నాం సార్. అలాగే కొంతమంది మీరు బ్లెండర్ మెథడ్ చెప్పారు. సమ్మర్లో కొన్ని సెంటర్స్లో ఆన్లైన్ ఆఫ్లైన్ కొన్ని టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూస్ అవడంతో కొన్ని ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది సార్. ఫ్యూచర్లో అది లేకుండా చూసుకున్నాం సార్. ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఇంకా ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఇంకా అప్డేట్ చేసి మన సీట్కి మా కాలేజీని ఇంకా డెవలప్ చేస్తారని చెప్పి ఆశిస్తున్నాం సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ సార్.
Thank you very much, sir. Please ensure that media lo vachela chudandi sir andaru kuda. So now I request respect to analysis, you can conduct your proceedings and get ready for the next batch starting from Monday.
Okay, we're ready, sir.
Now I'm signing off, sir. Thank you.
I request two participants, women participants, to come there.